Guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to Harry Potter book reviews, guys. Goblet of Fire. These are really good chapters, guys. They're kind of transitional. I guess they're more like everyday chapters, but with like smaller, significant things happening and everything. But quite frankly, guys, I've got a lot of notes, particularly for the Unforgivable Curses chapter. I got a lot of notes to get through, and so we'll see how it goes, guys. I was amazed by how short the last episode was. I think that maybe I was just plowing through my points, maybe. I'm not so sure, but we got through it in like 4.5 hours, guys, which is bizarre. I'd imagine it's probably going to be a bit longer, but we'll see, though, guys. It all depends, you know, it depends on the book club. It depends on, you know, how many tangents I go on. Talking about the book club, guys, if you want to be a part of these videos, then in the description there is a link to the Patreon where you can be a part of the book club, guys. You can pay as little as you want and get access to everything that's on the Patreon, including the Harry Potter book club, which is where you can leave your comments in a blog that's on there, which is headed by this, and get your comment read out. It could be questions, it could be like thoughts, it could be opinions, it could be anything, guys. There are a couple of like rules about like not spoiling anything like that. There's a blurb on there, guys. It's very quick to read and understand. But yes, if you want to be a part of that, you can. If not, that's fine, guys. Oh, you also get 2 episodes in advance, and so if you're seeing this for free on YouTube, that means that this would have been done. How can I word this? Okay, yes, right. So if you're seeing this for free on YouTube, on the Patreon right now are 2 more full episodes of this. Did that make any sense? I think so. But either way, if you can't afford it, don't worry. They'll all be coming for free on YouTube either way. Thank you all so much for your very kind messages over the last couple of weeks, guys. I'm so sorry I haven't been able to reply to them, but it's been very, very kind. So thank you. But let's get back into doing these Harry Potter book clubs. And yeah, I think that's it. If I'm forgetting anything, like maybe oh damn. Okay, I realise I have forgotten something, guys, and this is going to be really, really stupid. I can't redo it now. Okay. Right, I'll try to remember to do it next time. But at the end of this video, I will do it. That didn't make any sense. Let's go. Something which I was planning on doing last time, but it completely slipped my mind. To be fair, I've had a lot on my mind in the last 3 weeks, guys. But yes, there was something which I was going to start the video doing and end the video doing, and I will end the video and then start the next one doing it if I remember. Let's get over to. Oh, thank you also, as always, Jonas, for these wonderful side panels. They look amazing, and thank you so much, Raider Max, for doing the summaries at the start of these chapters. They really help me, you know, get these videos done faster. So thank you both. Let's get over to Chapter 14, The Unforgivable Curse. See, I've always called it Unforgivable Curse. Unforgivable Curses. After Potions class, the 4th years head to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Moody tells them they need to know what they are up against, and that he will be demonstrating the Unforgivable Curses. He asks if the students know what they are, and Ron informs him of the Imperious Curse, total control of a person. Neville tells him about the Cruciatus Curse, torture, and Hermione finally gives him Avada Kedavra, not literally. That would be a strange way of ending the scene, which is the Killing Curse. Moody performs these curses on Bugs, and Neville is particularly disturbed by the Cruciatus Curse, and tells the students that only one person. Oh, and Moody tells the students that there's only one person known to survive it, and it was Harry. Oh, the Killing Curse, yes. After class, the trio attempt to cheer up Neville after Hermione notices that he was shook to his core. Events occur through the day, including Fred and George acting very suspicious and Hermione spewing all over the place. Amazing. We will get to it. We will get to it. We end with Harry receiving a letter from Sirius saying he is heading that way to be closer to Harry during all of this, which makes Harry feel guilty. Okay, guys. So I will tell you what it was that I was going to do at the start of the video. Basically, last time I think we heard about the Welsh different names for the houses in in the Welsh version of Harry Potter, and apparently Hufflepuff was called Hooftipoof, I believe. Now, what I was going to do was start the video by saying Hooftipoof like that, but I completely forgot. So, if you make a comment on this video, guys, please start your comment off by saying Hooftipoof, and then continue into your comment. I completely forgot to do it. I need to be easy on myself, but I'm furious I forgot to do it. Okay, so but it feels like there has been like maybe a few weeks have passed, because we're quickly approaching October, in fact, at this point. Although school don't start in September. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about how the school year works, but we've been back for a while, guys, and some time has passed. We hear that the only thing of note that has happened is that apparently Neville has melted his 6th cauldron in potions. I'm guessing that's 6 over the 3 and a bit years, or 3 years. Just only two year. I'm always a very, very defendant of Neville. Obviously, in these chapters, guys, I'm going to say this right now. I don't know if there's going to be a big discussion about Neville in the book club today. If there is, I might just read the comment and move on for it. I'm probably not in the mood for, you know, I was punished at school for not being able to do work properly, guys. You know, it was later that I found out that I was autistic. I knew at the time that I was dyslexic, but you know, I was often punished for not being able to do things right. And so I'm not really in the mood to try and justify, you know, or, you know, whatever happens to Neville and everything, but we will be talking about Neville later on, though, because it's some interesting stuff. I'll say this as well, guys. Particularly in this chapter, there are some interesting changes. There is one which I think I prefer the movie version. One very, very small thing, and it's a very small thing, but I think it adds to the moment so much more that they do in the movie. Which is fairly rare, guys, compared to the book, but I do kind of prefer it. If it would make as much sense, it's questionable, guys, because it's basically who is taking the lead in the dark arts lesson that we will be getting to, but we'll cover that when we get to it. So, Harry, it's Harry's opinion that Snape seems more vindictive than ever, and gives Neville a detention for melting the cauldron. Again, I'm not going to go into... If you guys want to discuss it in the book club, that's fine. but I don't. Not this time, at least. I will in future, obviously. I've got down here punishing for mistakes. I don't think that's that great. Again, you know, it wasn't my fault that I wasn't able to do certain things at school, and I would get detention and everything. It's a soul-destroying thing, guys. It really it makes you think when you're in the most developmental years of your life, being made to feel ashamed about something that you simply just cannot do. It's, anyway. I think we have discussed this before. Yeah, I've got that here. I think we discussed this before. So again, guys, if you want to discuss it, you can buy it with me. It is rumoured that the reason why Snape is angry is because of the Defence Against the Dark Arts role going to Moody, which is very interesting, guys. Snape is seemingly avoiding Moody's eyes, or at least from Harry's perspective, as a lot of this stuff is. And Harry thinks that Snape is actually scared of Moody, which is very, very interesting. You know, how much of that is true or not, I'm not so sure, but it's very, very interesting that Harry's, you know, thinking that that's the case. When it comes to Moody being given Defense Against the Dark Arts, we can presume that maybe Snape doesn't know the severity of what's going on, because that's the reason why Dumbledore presumably has given Moody specifically. So I think there are more reasons to why Snape is not being given the role. The reason why Moody has been given the role from Dumbledore's perspective is because things are escalating, right? Now, obviously we know that there's more to that, if it actually is Moody or not and everything, but I mean that is the state of play, and so it's possible that Snape isn't in that loop and just think that they've chosen this guy who's retired to usurp his potential taking of the role. I'm not so sure, but it's interesting. It would be interesting to know exactly what Snape's idea of why it's happening is happening. Or maybe Snape is just being more vindictive for another reason. It could be, you know, the situation with Black and everything, and they're just projecting what they think is the case onto it with Snape. But we'll discuss it. Ron imagines Moody turning Snape into a horned toad and bouncing him around the dungeon, which is again, guys, that's why you can't be doing what Moody did in the previous chapters, guys, because now people are thinking, oh, imagine him doing this to other teachers and doing it to other students and everything. I presume that Moody's not going to be doing it anymore. I'm guessing that he's not going to be doing it anymore. But how much Dumbledore is actually aware what Moody is doing at all? It's a big question mark for me, guys. Especially considering what I believe I know via watching the movies, but it's interesting. Gryffindor are looking forward to do the first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. I think that Harry and Ron actually make sure that they get like front row seats in it and everything. Hermione comes in later on because she's been at the library, which we will discuss. I'm looking forward to that. They all get out their books, which are called The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. Now, guys, am I the only one who thought, Dark Forces, when I heard that part? There is a video, I think I might even have it here. Or maybe, yeah, there's Dark Forces 2. I'm sure it is there. There's a video game series called, They became Jedi Knight, but the first one was called Dark Forces, Star Wars Dark Forces, where you play Karl Katarn, and it's essentially like a background story to things that were happening around the Star Wars trilogy. And so, you know, on is it the first movie, or I think it's on Jedi, but they have the plans to the new Death Star. Dark Forces, the video game, fills in that blank, and it's Karl Katarn who is hired by the rebellion to go and get those plans, and so you go and get those plans and stuff like that and everything. It's cool. It's very dated now. If you had to play it now, it would feel incredibly dated. It's one of these games where like the mouse wasn't look up and down; it was buttons instead, and so it felt really strange. First-person shooter, but to look up and down was like page up, page down on the keyboard. It felt weird, guys. But I'm pretty sure that they're doing a remake of it, so I'll be looking out for that. That'd be excellent. But then, you know, the second was called Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, I think it's called, which was awesome. I loved them all, guys. I loved the entire series. But then from then on, it became Jedi Knight. And so you may have heard of Jedi Academy, which is one of them. Jedi Outcast. No. Jedi Knight Outcast, I think it was called. Either way, when I heard the book named that, it made me happy, because those were a big part of my childhood, I must admit. Moody arrives and says that you won't be needing the books, and tells them to put them away. He does he actually avoid teaching them defense? Now I've got a note here, which obviously I did correct afterwards. He is going to be teaching them defense in a sense, but the thing is, what I know, and again, I'm trying to experience this book. It is reading when it comes to audiobooks, isn't it, technically? I think that's what some people say. But I am trying to read this book from the perspective of someone who doesn't know anything about what's coming up, you know. Which is difficult, guys, because there are certain things I think I probably know about Moody, but I don't want to... For one, I don't want to be incorrect, because it may be different in the books. This book is very, very different already. But also, I don't want it confirmed, and so, you know, that lack of doubt and everything makes me be able to experience these scenes a little bit more like when you book readers would have done originally. The ones who read the books first, I should say. A letter from Lupin. So Moody's been given sent. I don't know if Lupin sent it to Moody or to Dumbledore, but Lupin has written them a letter, which is so nice, guys, because for some reason, in my head, and this is so stupid, because he walks out on his own power and everything, but in my head, Lupin is in a similar situation to Black. Now, I guess you could say they're kind of similar, but obviously Black is a lot more worse, you know, but in my head, they were kind of level pegging, which is why when he turned up in Order of the Phoenix, I think it was, I was quite happy. And so, the fact that he is, you know, sending these communications and everything, it was really nice. It's really nice to just hear about Lupin, but the fact that he's still, and you know, he still cares about these kids and everything, and wants the next teacher to know what they've learned and everything, that was nice. That was rewarding, quite frankly. Moody seems pretty impressed by how many dark creatures that they've been learning. He actually bigs Lupin up a bit, but he does then say that how behind the students are when it comes to curses. I've got down, again, this is a note which I could have changed since, but I say, I wonder what age they start to learn about curses. We do hear about that. And I've got down here, are curses bad? Because I'm wondering if there have been any curses which are a benefit. I mean, there's quite a prominent one in Buffy, the Vampire Slayer, guys, where a curse is a very good thing. A very good thing. But yeah, I'm wondering if all curses are bad, and if there are positive curses, if they are taught in a different class than Defense Against the Dark Arts. You'd imagine so. They definitely would be. Maybe being charms? I'm not sure. Maybe curses just means bad spell. But I don't think it does. I mean, there's a lot more to it, like jinxes and all this sort of stuff as well, isn't there? Either way. But yes, we do hear about what age they start learning about the illegal curses, which we will get into, guys, because I think I'm still confused about the difference between illegal curses and unforgivable curses. Because this chapter kind of suggests that there is a difference, but then also suggests there isn't. We'll get to it. Moody says that he's only going to be here for a year, or he only has a year to teach them all this stuff. And Ron interrupts by saying, "You aren't staying?" Now I got down here. Is the year thing because I know that I should know about this, guys, but I knew about it when watching a movie because you guys told me in the comments, which I appreciate, that there is this curse on the Defense Against Dark Arts. Is that Moody? No, is that Moody admitting that he knows that there is this curse? Is it a coincidence? Is it because this danger is only going to be relevant to teach these students this at this point? I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure, but it's interesting that we actually hear about the fact that Moody's only literally contracted to only be in for a year, and then he's going back to retirement. Which again, if Snape doesn't know about the curse or the situation, with Voldemort, getting worse and everything, or building up and everything, would seem like a bit of a slap in the face. It's like, oh yeah, maybe next time, but we're gonna have some guys retired for a year. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure how much Snape is actually aware of all this stuff. I'm really not. He says that he's doing it as a favour to Dumbledore. And yeah, here I can understand Snape's frustration to an extent because of this. Doesn't Snape know about the curse? Does Moody? Does Dumbledore? I'm not sure. The curse on the Defense Against Dark Arts, guys. I actually don't know. Which is, makes it even more intriguing, obviously. I think that it's probably best if you don't tell me, because that sounds like it might be something that's covered in the future. Maybe. We hear the 6th years are the ones who are shown illegal curses. I've got down here that I've always assumed that they're never shown it. I've always assumed that they're never shown it. But then again, there is this whole thing which Moody goes into. It's like, you need to know and everything. And what age that it is, though, that's where the big alarm bells come out. But we'll get to that because I know that's coming up in just a moment. But yeah, I always assumed that they weren't actually shown. Movie Moody are... I mean, the thing is that, like, they're not shown werewolves, And so, there are certain things that you can be, taught and everything. But yeah. Without being shown. Although last year they were shown a werewolf, so I guess I should shut up. Movie Moody asks for unforgivable curses. Oh, have I got that on here? That's right. Okay, so I think this is correct. In the book, Moody says, "Can anyone give me an example of an illegal curse?" In the movie, he says, "Can you give me an example of unforgivable curses?" Now, I do feel it is my current headcanon, guys, that there are probably quite a few illegal curses, but only 3 unforgivable curses. So the illegal curses will get you a slap on the wrist, make you do some time in maybe some other place. I'm not sure if Azkaban is... I think that Azkaban is always for life, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. I think that's right. No, of course it is, because they... Yeah. So I presume there is also another prison. There has to be. I would say that Azkaban almost isn't a prison, in fact. There has to be a lower punishment prison in the Wizarding World. Right, there has to be, because there can't be just, you know, if you commit a crime, that's it, you're in prison for life now. How interesting. Yeah, there must be another kind of prison. I'm trying to rattle my brain to think if I know that if there is one. Is Grindelwald in one? You'd imagine not. Yeah, but at no point do we visit any other prisons, do we? Not even in Fantastic Beasts. Or do we? You'd think that we would with the auras and everything, but maybe we don't. Either way. Blah, 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 blah. Moody says that Dumbledore has okayed it with him for the 4th years to be shown these curses. Normally it's the 6th years that are shown it. I've got down here, is that a lie or is it a trap for Moody potentially? I'm not sure. Again, guys, because it could be that Dumbledore doesn't know anything about this. Because quite frankly, in the movie, Moody says the ministry won't be happy with this, but I say that you need to be shown it. He doesn't say nothing about Dumbledore okaying it. In fact, it kind of suggests that, in fact, it absolutely suggests later on in this chapter, I'm sure, that Dumbledore is actually the one who insisted that Moody did it. But again, could that be a lie? Because again, and the thing is, I am bringing this up because I know things, guys. Or no potential things. But did Dumbledore actually ask for this? If that is the case, is it because they need to know because the imminent danger that Dumbledore sees the signs is coming? Which we will talk about seeing the signs in a bit. In fact, Black talks about it, yes. And if that is the case, is it purely because of Harry? Like, are the other houses being shown these curses at the same time? And if it is just because of Harry, my God, what Dumbledore's putting the other students through is, I mean, particularly Neville, quite frankly, but the other students have been put through because Harry is in the class. You know, you couldn't do a Lupin. Like, Lupin was teaching him the Patronus out of hours. But if Dumbledore was involved in this decision making, you'd presume that he's doing this so Harry in particular could be taught them. Unless he's just getting all the younger students to learn them. But you know, even Moody turns to Harry and says, "You need to know this." Later on in this chapter. So if it is because Harry's in the class, pretty messed up. 6th years are shown illegal curses. Oh, already done that bit. Yeah, and also, is it a trap for Moody by Dumbledore? But probably not. Probably not. Yeah, that's probably my least likely theory of what's going on here. As in who Moody could be. Moody says it is his decision to teach the curses, throws chalk at Seamus. Yes, there's a moment in the... so in the book, Lavender is showing Pravati some horoscope stuff that she's done for divination. I'm actually learning these class names, guys, finally. It's taking me the longest time. And whilst they're doing that, Moody uses his blue eye to look at them, and I says, "Yeah, you can put that away now, Lavender. You need to be paying attention." I didn't notice the blue eye looking through the back of his head in the movie, guys. Even though Seamus then says, "Wow, he could see through the back of his head." I actually didn't even acknowledge that line when I heard it. But yeah, in the movie, he throws, I think, some chalk at Seamus, which is a scary thing, guys. I don't know if maybe to people that are young enough, and I'm sure it probably happens in some schools around the world still, but that are young enough to not experience violence from teachers in schools, guys. I think I've talked about this before, where I was the year before an art teacher was laid off or retired or whatever. I don't know what happened to them. But I'd always be told about this art teacher who would literally throw clay pots at people. Students. So that little bit where Moody throws the chalk at Seamus does give me a bit of, kind of PTSD. It's like, oh God, because that was a real thing that would happen, guys. And so I don't know, to anyone who's young enough to not remember that sort of thing, that's such a throwaway moment. In the movie, it's scary, guys, and it adds so much to Moody's character. That does not happen in the book, guys. It's interesting. Because having watched the movie, I associated turning Draco into a ferret and the chalk throwing as being synergy of what this character is. Sort of like a loose cannon who will not accept students messing around or anything like that. But the lack of it in the book really changes Moody quite a bit, because Moody, it's the whole thing that you know firing, trying to do something against someone who's got their back turned and all that. That was the big thing for Moody, the unfairness of it. You know, that's the thing that he brought up, and he wanted to teach Draco a lesson. Without the chalk throwing, I've got to admit, guys, he does seem like less of a loose cannon. And up to this point, I've always associated Draco being turned into a ferret which is a sentence apparently, as being a sign of Moody being a loose cannon. I don't think that anymore. Not book Moody. I think it is against misjustice. Now again, I'm gonna have to keep on saying this all the way through the book, guys. I think I know certain things about Moody, but my interpretation of him has changed because of the book. The fact that he didn't have that moment where he was violent to someone who was just putting a bit of bubble gum under the desk, which is disgusting, quite frankly. But you know, you should be throwing stuff at students regardless. Without that being in the book, Moody seems very different to me. Just that little moment, guys. There's little moments like that which are very, very interesting. That isn't the moment which I was talking about, which I think was better in the movie, by the way. That's still to come. But we will discuss it, though, because I think there's a lot to discuss around that. Moody spies on Lavender, showing Patty her horoscope under the desk. Can see through wood as well, which is something. There's something that Moody says in the movie which I still can't understand what he says. After throwing the chalk, I think he might be saying "and through wood" as well. Maybe, I'm not so sure, but we actually know that he can actually see through material as well, which is something which I don't think I ever knew. Yeah, I don't think I ever knew that. Again, I've got a hazy memory of this movie, guys. I don't know why. I'm rewatching the scenes when I do these videos, as always, guys. But there's certain bits about it which I do have quite a hazy memory of. Either way. Moody Spider. Several students put up their hands when asked about the most punished... here we go. Most punished illegal curses. There it is, guys. That is in writing. That is confirmed. There are more illegal curses. Now that is significant, guys, and we'll get into it. But that does mean that there are other illegal curses, just not ones which will mean that you'll be sent to Azkaban for forever. Again, I think everyone who goes to Azkaban is sent there forever, which means that there must be another prison of some kind. But when Moody says the most punishable illegal curses, presumably someone could have said the fourth most punishable illegal curse, and that would have been absolutely valid in this scene, because there has to be more now, guys. That line confirms that there are most punished illegal curses. Yes, that means that there are less punished illegal curses. That's it. Right. We now know that there are more. Because I'm still a little bit confused about it. I really am. So I think that's... We'll get to it. We'll get to it. It's the difference between a movie and a book here, which is fascinating to me. Ron and Hermione put their hand up. Several students put their hands up, guys. And so these aren't things which people don't know that much about. I've got it down here somewhere, but I can't see where it is. So I'm going to say it anyway now. In the movie... He doesn't even ask the class for it. He goes to Ron, because I think Ron's talking or something like that. Ron goes, like he does in the movies. which is a fair criticism. That's not criticism, it's a fair observation. and asks Ron, specifically, for a unforgivable curse. He then... I'm jumping forward a bit here, but... He then when he asks for another one, in the movie is very, very significant, guys. I think it's significant. We ask for another one, and loads of people put their hands up behind Neville, who's at the front for some reason. Or he's near the front anyway. I don't think he is actually at the front. But like loads of people put their hand up straight away to answer the question, and Neville is like this when Moody selects him. And then with Hermione, the way it's done and everything, Hermione stood up, you know, trying to stop him from doing the Cruciatus. I'm sorry that I'm jumping a bit ahead, guys, but it's a significant point to make here. Moody then asks her, because she stood up, for the final one. Just interesting. He asks for the final one in the movie. In the book, I'm pretty sure he says another one, which does make Hermione a bit of a douche. Considering what she's just seen. Hermione's a bit of a douche in this chapter, guys, if you think about it, because we now know that there are more illegal curses. But he did say most punished. So unless all the other illegal curses are at a flat rate, there are other curses that Hermione could have said. Right? Considering what she knows what's going to happen to the spider. We'll talk about that in a moment. But yeah, she could have said like the next one down. Because presumably there is a fourth most punishable illegal curse. Right? Or maybe there isn't. Maybe they're all, like I say, all at the same level underneath the 3. I'm not sure. I'm not making any sense out of it, guys. I quite appreciate you putting up with my waffle. I really do. Right. So yes, so I did jump around there, guys, but I did want to bring that point up here, up now, that Moody in the movie is clearly choosing the people, and who he chooses is significant. Whereas in the book, it certainly is suggested that he is presumably. It's kind of suggested that it's by chance, but then again, he could be choosing people on purpose anyway. But I'm pretty sure that Neville like puts his hand up straight away at the same time as Hermione in the book, and so maybe it is coincidence, maybe he is choosing them specifically, but in the movie, he is choosing them. There's no, the second time he does like say, yeah, can I get some more suggestions? But it's like literally Neville's like that. Everyone else is like this. He's like this. When Moody chooses him. Interesting stuff. Anyway. So Moody gets a spider from a jar with 3 spiders in. Ron like immediately recoils. I got down here. Aren't they like more scorpions in the movie? But no, they're like crabs. It's like a cross between a crab and a spider, so they're certainly different. They're just black spiders in the book, and there are further differences that we will discuss momentarily. Moody uses Imperio to make the spider do like a trapeze. Obviously, it's a lot more, throwing it in people's faces and everything in the movie, but that's artistic choice and everything. That's fine. Making it tap dance, everyone starts laughing. Now this is an interesting difference here, guys, because when everyone starts laughing, Moody is like immediately like saying, "Oh, you wouldn't find it that funny if it was you," and then this lists off all of the things that he could do. The movie version is so much more sinister. Oh, I'm going to say it, guys. I think I prefer the movie version of this. And this isn't the point that I was talking about. We will get to it. I think that the point that Moody is playing around, like saying, "Hey, it's funny, isn't it? Funny. Would it be funny if I did this?" And then, like, changes the scene. Yeah. And again, it adds to the movie Moody of that unhingedness. He's like, "Oh, you're laughing, isn't it? It's funny, isn't it? Yeah. Is it funny now?" Yeah, again, Moody in the movie, guys. Definitely seems less hinged. Yeah. Yeah, less hinged, apparently. So yeah, in the book, he's like making it tap dance and all this sort of stuff, and then like says, "Oh, would you think it funny if it was you, if it took control of you, not being able to do anything? I can throw it out the window. I could make it drown itself." All these things that it says in I can make it go down one of your throat thing you said, and obviously Ron records again, as do I. Not because of the vegan thing, guys, because it's disgusting. But yeah. Yeah, so that's very... I don't mind the movie. I don't mind the movie scene. I'm looking forward to reading your notes on it. In fact, I got down here. Can you do unforgivable curses against animals legally? / does it have to be dark creatures? I think it probably is just across the board legal to do these curses against animals. It's probably messed up, and it'll probably get... No! Okay, I take that back. I think that it wouldn't be unforgivable. I think if you did it against a spider, as Moody does here, then it wouldn't be unforgivable. But you would get in trouble for doing it against certain animals. Maybe if you did it against dark animals, maybe it's different. Which is, again, messed up. Oh, these books are so full of segregation, aren't they? They really are, guys. With all the houses and all sort of stuff, and the wizard folk and like muggles and all sort of stuff. Segregation is really the main focus of this story, isn't it? And now I'm talking about dark creatures and animals, guys. Again, I don't like what happens to these spiders in this scene, guys. I really don't. And in the movie, it's just one that he does it to, which I guess you could argue is worse. I don't know. But yeah, what the legality is between... If somebody... let's take Stuart out of it, because you're allowed to do magic outside of Hogwarts. But if, like, say... Oh, anyone. Arthur used an unforgivable curse on a hippogriff. Like, say the hippogriff is, like, you know, go running amok, and he can't remember... any other spells to control it, which is a bit ridiculous, I know, but it's hypothetical here. Yeah, how bad that would be. I think you would get in trouble with the auras. I think that you would be probably arrested. You wouldn't be sent to Azkaban, though. But if you did it to a dark creature, is that different? Because I'm guessing these spiders... Actually, I should say this. I'm guessing these spiders are classed as dark creatures, guys. Yeah, I presume they are, but I'm not sure. By the way, even when watching the movie, I didn't associate the whole spider thing with, you know, Ron's previous fear of spiders. I'd actually completely forgot about that. We got a bit coming up after the class where, like, they're walking down the corridor and Ron is basically... I think it's a lot more clearer in Jim Dale's version than Stephen Fry's, but he's basically... He got something out of having what happened to the spider. He's like, oh, he just like that. He took the spider... You know, it's quite sick, quite frankly, of Ron, but, you know, he's scared of him. So I guess it's a little bit more acceptable. Constant vigilance. Now, guys, I got... Okay, so I never read the comments for the book club before doing these, guys. It makes for, like, it means that I give my initial reactions to your thoughts rather than, you know, working out, you know, trying to work out counters to them or everything like that. You know, I think it's a lot better if I just read them and give you my initial thoughts to your comments. I think it's a lot more friendly way of doing it. But when I do get sent, when you make a comment on the Patreon, I get an email saying, "Hey, this person's made a comment on the Patreon," and obviously, a lot of email, you know, like, you know, programs and everything. It'll then have like the first line of the message inside the email, and I did get several saying constant vigilance, so I did know that constant vigilance was going to be something in this chapter. So. Now, don't worry, guys. Don't change what you normally do. But I just thought it was quite funny that I was seeing this constant vigilance at the start of all these emails, which was funny. So we'll get to those after I finish my my notes on this. Neville raises his hand alongside Hermione when asked for another one. It's very interesting that it's the second one as well. Again, Neville seems so much more reluctant to put his hand up. But here we hear that how, like, in any lesson outside of herbology, which is by far his best subject, I put it down to nerves. I could be wrong. He may just not know anything. Yeah, that's actually very possible. But Harry, like, points out, like, the fact that outside of herbology, he never puts his hand up. And so Harry's like, well, Neville's putting his hand up for a question, and the fact that he's doing it unreluctantly in the book. Because in the movie, he's like, I do know this, but I really don't want to draw attention to myself, and also I don't want to talk about it. And then Moody chooses him when his hand's right down. In the book, it seems like there is no reluctance, and so it is something that just Neville knows. So good on him, quite frankly, if what I believe I know about him is book correct. Moody says you're a long bottom, aren't you? To Neville, who confirms it, and then it does say that long bottom doesn't that Moody doesn't then add to it. He just goes back to lesson after confirming that he is a long bottom, which again makes the significance of Neville putting his hand up on his own. And again, Moody may have selected him for a reason, knowing what I potentially know. But it is interesting that Neville is giving this information up completely happily. Well, not happily, but, openly. The spider, or a different one, I think it is a different spider, isn't it, is now apparently too scared to move, so Moody's just able to pick it up straight away, because he's obviously just seen what's happened with the other spider. He engorgios it, so it makes it larger than a tarantula. Ron pushes his chair back as far as possible as it can go. Again, I don't pick up on the whole spider thing with Ron in the movie. He then goes on to use the Cruciatus on the spider. In the book, I think this is a decision which is probably right, considering how messed up it would look and time and all that sort of thing. Harry observes how the spider is completely silent, but can tell that if it was able to make a noise, it would be screaming. Now, in the movie, we do have a high-pitched scream coming out of the spider. I think to animate something which you could assume would be screaming would be actually scarier than just having it have this high-pitched scream, yeah. And also, it's saving time. It's just we understand, we as the viewer understand that thing is in pain without having to be told it. Obviously, then we do get told it, I believe. So yeah, I think that's the reason for that change. Very minor thing. Hermione calls out for Moody to stop, but while she's looking at Neville. In the movie, like she says, it's clearly upsetting him, but in the book, I think in the book she's more panicking, saying stop it, just. I don't think I'm pretty certain that she doesn't. I'm pretty certain that she doesn't say it's clearly bothering him in the book. If it does, then I apologise. But it's a lot more subtle that the fact that she. I mean, book Hermione is in more of a panic to stop it than Neville than movie, and so just is saying stop. I think that she just says stop, but in the movie she does say it's clearly bothering him. So yes, Neville is visibly shook by what's going on. Gotta say, guys, actor in the movie very good. Very, because I think the actor is actually a bit older than the other ones, wasn't he? Maybe. I know he shoots up tall height-wise, doesn't he? But yeah, I thought he was very good in this scene, portraying mental distress, quite frankly. So now this is the big difference, guys. Now this is what really confused me over what the difference, not the difference, but the separation between unforgivable and other illegal curses. Now in the book, now this is where Hermione does come off as a bit of a douche. Okay, it's rare for book Hermione to be a douche, quite frankly. All movie Hermione, but book Hermione is not really douche. Is not the first word which to describe her. It wouldn't be spew either. But I can't believe I forgot the Hoodie Puff thing. Oh. Anyway. When asked for another, not the only one left, which is again a discrepancy between movie and book, Hermione says Avada Kedavra. There we go, I got it right. instead of the killing curse. Now, I think it's interesting, guys. Because Imperio is just called Imperio, isn't it? Cruciatus is called Cruciatus. The killing curse is the only one which has a separate title that's used. I should say. I'm sure there are. I'm sure all spells have separate titles, but the fact that the killing curse is something which we hear more than any other separate title from the spell. It's very interesting. It almost gives me that whole he who shan't be named or anything with Voldemort and everything. You know, it feels like, you know, some people don't want to say it. And so when Hermione actually says Avada Kedavra, thank goodness she doesn't point and no one would say it. Although there's obviously more to it than that. I would have thought Hermione would have said the killing curse, but she doesn't though, guys. She says it Avada Kedavra now. The bit which I think I do, guys. I think I prefer from the movie. I actually do. There's certain things in this scene which I prefer in the movie. One when Moody's like saying, "Oh yeah, you think it's funny, do you?" And then, like, you know, makes it all serious by actually showing them what he can do rather than just saying it. Because Moody in the books is like, "Oh, you think it's funny, do you? Well, I could do this." Doesn't actually show the spider dangling over water or anything like this, you know. When saying what he can do to it, or this crab spider. I think that moment probably is better done in the movie. I do feel like I think so. But another which I do think is probably better done in the movie, guys, is well, it goes back to the whole thing where Moody is choosing people and asking for unforgivable curses, and so because Hermione has you know, put the spotlight on herself by trying to help Neville. Moody walks up to Hermione and I think puts the spider in front of her and says, "What's the last one? What's the last unforgivable curse?" And movie Hermione refuses to say it. I think that's better. I actually do. For one, it makes Hermione less of a douche. I mean, book Hermione is only being a douche, guys, because I presume that she could have chosen the fourth most punishable curse if there is anything that could be considered the fourth. But she doesn't. So in a way, book Hermione is a bit of a douche. The fact that Hermione cannot bring herself to say it is because she knows what's about to happen to the spider. I think that is better done. Now, granted, it is a bit different because there is only one answer that movie Hermione could give, whereas I'm speculating that there could have been another answer that book Hermione could have given. Movie Hermione, there was only one option, and she knew exactly what it was. Her being Hermione, and Hermione in a class where she knows the answer doesn't want to give that answer. I'm sorry, guys, that is better done in the movie. The fact is Hermione who is refusing to answer a question. And then what happens. Powerful stuff, guys. I wasn't sure before starting my notes on this today, guys, but I do think I prefer the movie version of that specific moment. It is different because we're talking about illegal curses. The most punishable illegal curses in Defense Against the Dark Arts. In the movie, we are talking about the unforgivable curses, and there are only 3 possible answers that you could possibly give. Yeah, I think it's more powerful. It's so Hermione to answer everything that she knows the answer to, but she won't answer this. There probably are examples of that happening in the book, which we've probably already passed, and I'm just forgetting about. But that really shows so much character to Hermione. It really does. After killing the spider, Moody says there is no counter or block to it. I've got down here, is that true? Because there kind of is. Now, again, maybe this is because of movies and everything with this, guys, but we've seen people like, you know, Ricochet, unforgivable curse, it's only the killing curse, so there's no counter, no blocking. But I'm sure that we've seen that block before. We must have done, obviously. Like when Crabbe and Goyle, do they just miss Hermione? In Deathly Hallows? Maybe they do. Can you not block it? I swear there must have been an example where someone's done it and like someone's sort of like gone boosh like that, but maybe that hasn't. Maybe that has never happened. Either way. Yeah, I feel like that's something which I've always just assumed, but maybe there just isn't a situation where someone's attempted to do it and has had it blocked or ricocheted. There's only one person that has survived it. Oh yes, this is Moody actually says there's only one person who survived it, and they're sitting right in front of me. Which, in the movie, Harry isn't at the front of the class. Because in the book, like Ron and Harry are like, oh, I think like several students are trying to get to the front, but they do actually get to like front and center. And you think about that moment where Harry, you know, he's always like doesn't want to be known as the boy who lived and everything. He wants to be, you know, he wants to be heroic, but for things that he's achieved himself, I guess you could say, that which don't have to do with the trauma of his childhood. And he's at the front of the class ready to learn, and then suddenly he is absolutely the main focus. And I think that it says that when Moody is saying all this, Harry is just looking straight at the chalkboard, like pretending to look like he's taking any of it in, but all he can think about is what happened to his parents. So suddenly everyone's looking at him for the reason I didn't want to. It's good stuff, guys. It is good stuff. Now, in the movie, he isn't at the front, and Moody just sort of like walks over to him. Which is pretty messed up. But yeah. Either way, guys, I think that both book and movie did this scene very, very well. Both eyes are looking at Harry. I think this is the first time we've heard about both of Moody's eyes looking at one thing. I think it might be. Voldemort seemingly possibly would have left Lily alive. Probably not. Just wait. Okay, so we hear about how Voldemort apparently told Lily to step aside. Now I've got down here that maybe Voldemort would have let her live, but probably not, because what he could have just said Avada Kedavra, like that, you know. But he does say step aside, so I guess there is a possibility that Lily could have survived it, which again would add to Harry's not shame, jeez. But yeah, add to the trauma of the fact that he's responsible, that he would probably see himself partly responsible for his parents' death. Absolutely, in fact. Jeez, this is sad stuff, guys. Sad stuff. I got constant vigilance in capital letters here again, which is wonderful. Is there a T-shirt which is constant vigilance on it? I wonder if that's going to come up again. I wonder. Probably. Although this is the thing is, because we have another Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson in the next chapter, and so I presume there's going to be more, because we had many with Lupin, as I remember. I think yes, we did. Yeah, in the book. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of those lessons go, guys. The next one's pretty messed up, if you ask me. There are 3 unforgivable curses, but not the only illegal ones, presumably. No, we've had that confirmed today that is the case. Azkaban is for life, regardless of situation. Yeah, so in any situation. I can't even remember what spell Harry uses against Voldemort at the end of the movies, guys, but if he was to use Avada Kedavra against Voldemort, after everything that's happened that night, after everything that happened to Harry's parents and everything, presumably Harry would still be getting shipped off to Azkaban. Because it's a line in the sand, isn't it? With these spells. Yeah, I presume so. Constant never seeing vigilance. We got now. Never seizing. Sorry, not seizing. Seizing vigilance. After class, Hermione hurries the two to Neville. Neville's trying to play it cool, like say, "Oh, it's a fascinating lesson. Wonder what's for dinner." And then, like, you know, after Hermione asking what's wrong and everything, Neville says, "What an interesting dinner. I mean, lesson. What's for eating?" Got down here. It's a weird place to put humour in. I don't think that line would have worked in the movie. Because the movie... Actually, I go back again, guys. This is probably because it's in the movie first, you know? You book readers, how dark did you think that scene was? That's actually very interesting, because Ron comes out of there pretty much laughing about, you know, the death of the spider and everything. And we know that Fred and George think that Moody's great and everything. I think because I watched the movie first, I was expecting this scene to be dark, and so maybe I do just see it darker than it actually is. But for them to be, for the author to be putting humour of Neville not speaking properly and everything, it's strange to have it here, and it's certainly not in the movie, guys. Moody comes up from behind and invites Neville for some tea. I got down here, kayfabe feeling sad. I'm wondering if this is the person pretending to be Moody, if that is indeed the case, is pretending to realise that he's gone too far, maybe? I'm not sure, knowing Longbottom's history. And then asks Harry if he's alright. I think it's here that like he says, you have to know, Harry, you have to know. Which makes me think that this is purely because Harry's in this lesson. So are the other houses getting taught this stuff? Maybe so. But again, they could be, but that could be because Harry as well. Or it could just be because the danger that's arising. Yeah, maybe even third years are learning it. You never know. Did Dumbledore okay the lesson purely for Harry? Yeah, okay, so this is where I got that speculation. I don't see the benefit of putting Neville through this in fourth year. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And presumably Dumbledore knew that would be, you know, that Neville would have to at least see what's happening and everything, you know. Moody says that he has some books that he may be interested in. Neville is terrified, but no one says anything, so he goes. Yeah, so in the movie, it's a lot more that like Moody comes down, like says, "Hey, let's have a cup of tea. I've got something I want to show you." I think he says, and he does look to the others, but sort of like he looks much more depressed than scared, like much more depressed than scared, and then follows him. Whereas in the book, like Neville is apparently frantically looking to the other three, hoping that they're going to say something to help him get out of it, but nothing's said, and so he goes with them. And so he's a lot more scared in the book than he is in the movie. But in the movie, he's just depressed, guys. Sad stuff. No stained glass window. I don't know why, guys, but there's a stained glass window which I'm guessing is meant to look like a long bottom at least, or look like Neville, which is weeping because of the rain that's going on outside. I like it. I like that little touch. It's not in the movie, which, you know, in the books I should say, but I like it. It kind of, you know what it does? It makes us think, oh, there's definitely more to this than Neville just being scared of the curse. Yeah. It's a nice little touch. Neville seems less actually scared and goes with him. Yeah, exactly. I think he's just more depressed in the movie. Oh yeah, now here we go. It's how I got. Oh my god, Ron got off on the spider dying. So yeah, like I feel like Jim Dale puts over more, but he's like saying, oh, just like that. He took that spider out just like that. It's like clearly enjoying it. I think that when he realizes that Harry and Hermione took the lesson a little bit more darker than here, it, like, you know, shuts up, and I think that's when they go to do their homework and everything. But yeah, that's pretty messed up by Ron. Hermione doesn't seem to know why Neville is so upset. You know, that is the case in the movie as well. I thought that at this point it was revealed, but maybe it's never revealed. Maybe it isn't. I'm not sure. I honestly can't remember. During dinner, Hermione doesn't talk. She just eats fast, and they head back to the library, which seems to be the story of the book so far. Harry questions if the Ministry would be angry that they had been shown the unforgivable curses. Yeah, I mean, this is something that movie Moody brings up straight away at the start of the lesson, but, you know, the fact that they've been brought up here. And it sounds like they absolutely would be at their age. Again, 6th years are showing them, but yeah. I mean, that's like the definition of a trigger warning right there, isn't it? Where nowadays at Hogwarts, which is a weird thing to say, you'd hope that, you know, Dumbledore would say, okay, we will show them the curses, but Neville should probably have the option of sitting that out. I think so, anyway, guys. And I guess also Harry as well, but they really want to, you know, power up Harry, don't they? Jeez, difficult, guys, difficult. Harry and Ron run into Neville in the dorms. He's reading a book called Magical Water Plants of the Mediterranean that Moody gave him. Neville says how Moody said that Sprout has told him that he's really good at herbology. Now here, this is interesting, guys, because Harry thinks that, because Neville seems very prideful of it, Harry thinks that was probably a smart thing for Moody to do. So it sounds like Harry doesn't believe that Moody was telling the truth. He was just being tactful to try and reassure Neville. But in the movie, guys, when Moody recognizes Neville as a Longbottom, he says that Sprout has told me that you're very good at herbology, in better words than that. And so that it's just a fact that Neville is very good at herbology, you know, taking his, you know, because he says that before the whole Cruciatus, whereas in the book I get the impression that Harry thinks it is because Moody feels bad about what he's done and was just trying to cheer Neville up. That's, yeah, that was my interpretation of the text. I'm pretty certain that is correct as well. So as I was saying, guys, normally with these chapters, the length of my list is normal. Where we are now is normally how much I talk about your average chapter. Sometimes a lot more, sometimes a lot less. But we still have a lot to go, so let's get through it, guys. Although I think a lot of it is listing as well. So Harry and Ron go to do their divination homework. Unfogging the Future is an amazing name for a book. Well, you've probably heard about that before. Ron decides to make up stuff for the divination's homework. Ron. Okay, so it's Ron is saying this. Ron. Next Monday, I am likely to develop a cough owing to the unlucky conjunction between Mars and Jupiter. I will be keeping an eye out for all this stuff, guys, by the way. Next Monday, so that's probably already happened where we are in the chapters. I think, yeah, it definitely would have done as well. So we don't know. We don't know if he had a cough or not. I don't think it's mentioned anyway. Hang on. Hang on. What's the very last thing that happens in the next chapter? We found out that Crom has a slight head cold. I'm onto you, Ron. I'm onto you. How suspicious. And it's not next Monday, it's well after. I'm onto you, Ron. Sorry if I freaked anyone out just then, guys. I probably did. Anyway, I do intend on making these into podcasts eventually, guys, if I can work out the best way of doing it. So, for those people, I just probably creep some people out who are watching the video. So, yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye out for all of these predictions, by the way. Making stuff up didn't help last time, did it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they tried to do that with the exam last time, and it kind of backfired, didn't it? I feel like it did. Maybe it didn't. You knew her, just put loads of misery, she'll lap it up. Ron says to Harry. So Harry then goes, on Monday, so on Monday as well, I will be in danger of burns. Now surely, because, you know, Harry and, like, Ron, like, says, well, that's likely because of the sprouts, what they're called. Now surely Trelawney is going to be keeping an eye on blatant signs or things like that. I will be in danger of burns. So that just means that you be near a fire. It doesn't mean that you're going to get burned. And so that I would have thought would have been a little bit wide. Obviously, what we find out in the next chapter, ain't too wide at all. On On Tuesday, I will lose a treasured possession. I think that's Harry again. Ron suggests to Harry that he will be backstabbed by a friend. And Harry adds, because Venus is in the 12th... Sorry. Venus is in the 12th house. No idea what that even means. I don't think Harry does either, but it's amazing. Again, backstabbing friends and everything, guys. Very interesting. Very, very interesting what these predictions are. Harry will come off worse in a fight. There's a weird bit in this bit. Come off worse in a fight. Ron says that he was going to put a fight, and so he's going to change his to being a bet. And Harry says, "You will be betting I'll win a fight." Is that an error in the audiobook? I actually didn't get up to that point in Stephen Fry's, I must admit, but I feel like Jim Dale definitely says I will win a fight. But he says that his prediction is that he'll come off worse in a fight. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Or maybe he's just changed his story. What I've got down here, is that an error? Starting to think that these will actually happen. Yes, I do feel like these are actually going to happen, guys. Not with the dates, but the things happening. Crookshanks comes over and stares at Harry like Hermione would if she knew that they weren't do their homework properly, which is amazing. Fred and George are writing something in a quiet corner, guys. Harry is assuming that it's something to do with the Tri-Wizards tournament entrance. George could be heard saying, "No, that sounds like we're accusing him. Got to be careful." Harry looks over at... and George looks over to Harry. But then, you know, after finishing, like, collect their stuff and go. So they're being very, very hush-hush about something. Hermione enters, looks at Ron's homework. "You aren't going to have a good month, are you?" Hermione says. "You seem to be drowning twice." Which is schoolboy error by Ron. Ron changes one to get trampled by a raging hippogriff. Hermione says it's so obvious that these are made up. And Ron says, "How dare you? We have been working on like house elves here." Now that is the most Fred and George thing that Ron has ever said, I feel like. He like really sarcastically goes, "How dare you?" That could easily be Fred and George. It's nice to see their traits in Ron every now and then. Yeah, he sounds exactly like Fred and George here. Hermione raises an eyebrow at the expression, at the house elf expression, and Ron like says it's just a saying or something like that. It's very interesting, very interesting. And Harry has predicted his own death by decapitation. Now, reading this homework would be distressing, guys. Hermione has a box of badges with spew on. Here we go, guys. Now, this is the thing, guys. Now, ages ago, I don't know if I can show you this without screwing anything up. I should be able to change this. Oh, no, I shouldn't. Okay, you know what? I'll just describe it, guys. So long ago, I was in Oxford. I'll say long ago, like I think 2 years ago, I think, or maybe like a year and a half ago. I was in Oxford. I think I was going to see Stuart Lee at the Playhouse. He's a comedian, and I was kicking my heels trying to find stuff to do. I'd actually gone down like there's like a famous hidden pub. It's not super hidden. It's not on any street, you know. Called the Turf, and I just wanted to go and have a look at it because I haven't been there for years. It is where apparently what the heck was his name? Kennedy, President Kennedy. Clinton. Sorry, President Clinton. Inhaled but did not. Did not inhale. There we go. Apparently that is where he allegedly did not inhale. When I last went in there was a sign saying that. And when I went down there, there was a bunch of Asian tourists all in full Gryffindor gear. Like one of them had like a firebolt as well, which is crazy because I've never seen those available in shops. But yeah, it's just like, you know, going around Oxford and everything, and like I looked inside the window of a Harry Potter themed shop. And I saw a bow truckle. Like, you know, the stretchy bow truckle, like it's called. I think they're probably available elsewhere and everything, guys. And I had recently started watching Fantastic Beasts, I think, and so I posted a tweet and I just said wasted because it looked like the bow truckle's like that, like on GTA games. Above it was a notepad which said spew on it, and I think Max, in fact it was Max because he actually he mentioned this. Because a couple of yesterday I tweeted out hashtag spew, and Max like said that he remembers me hearing something about him before. Max under that picture that I tweeted of the bow truckle with the notepad there says, "Oh no, you should know about that." Okay, so I haven't known about it until then. I knew that there was something called spew coming up. I had no idea what it was going to be. I certainly wouldn't have guessed it was anything like this, guys. And so, we now have the founding of Spew. I am all over my notes. My goodness. Here we go. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there, guys. Hermione has a box full of badges with Spew on. It stands for the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well, now I know. I've got it in my notes there. Well, now I know. Just fantastic. You know what? Weirdly enough, I was talking to my brother about Goblet of Fire, the book, just a few days ago. And I said how I'm really liking Hermione's role in it. Because I don't think he got this far in the books. He did like them. He just didn't get this far in them. And I was saying about how Hermione's on this real elf rights kick. And weirdly enough, he said, "Oh, that's interesting. What is it, sincere, or is it meant to be a sort of like, you know, young person trying to find a course to latch onto sort of thing, like in a sort of like sarcastic way?" And I said, "Well, not yet. No. Now I think it absolutely is. I think that Hermione's meant to seem ridiculous here, which I don't like, to be honest, because I'm all for him with this. But with my experience of House Elves, I can only go on my experience of House Elves, guys. I can't go on what's going to happen in the future. But my experience of House Elves is that Hermione has a point, and quite frankly, Harry should be behind it as well. But we will discuss that, guys, because it is odd how little we hear about his opinion of the entire thing. But she's clearly meant to be being ridiculous here, and so Hermione actually started the society. I've got question mark. Did she not realise that it spelt spew? Yeah, exactly. You'd think that Hermione would be all on top of that. And also, she's probably going to change it to mean something else. How many members have you got? I think Ron says to her. And Hermione says, "Well, if you two join free." Just legitimately, I think, the cutest thing that Hermione has ever said. Bless her. It is adorable. Hermione knows Ron's opinions of house elves. Does she really expect him to join purely because of their friendship / loyalty? I think that is actually what she's going on. She's just thinking, hey, we work as a team. You are now going to join my society, despite the fact that you have several times said that you don't believe it already. Believe in the cause, I should say. Oh yeah, Hermione said originally it was going to be called "Stop the Outrageous Abuse of Our Fellow Magical Creatures" and campaign for a change in their legal status. Now, because I'm an idiot, I thought, hang on, did that spell something else out, like really stupid? But no, it spelt "Sawyer." So no, it doesn't spell anything. What is? Try and imagine fitting that on a book title, guys. Oh no, I think I made that joke in the next chapter. I do. Damn it. Okay, fine. Yeah, I make that joke about fitting it on a book cover in the next chapter as well. So look forward to that. So yes, it is amazing. But again, it does feel like it is parodying young. What do you call it? I can't think of the right term for it, guys. I would use the term social justice, but that has been so murked by idiots now. Okay. I apologize for what I just said. What I mean is, the term social justice used to actually be a term about social justice. It was nothing to do with which political party or anything. It was a term about social justice, which was not considered a bad thing. For some reason now it's considered a bad thing, guys. But social justice was a term which I would have normally referred to as what Hermione is looking into doing here. And so it does seem to be parodying social justice. Again, what that term used to mean, not what it means now. Sorry what I said about idiots, guys. It just bothers me. Trigger warnings and social justice, particularly the trigger warnings thing, because if you don't know what trigger warning is, guys, and say, oh, they got triggered because I said something. Trigger warnings are a real thing that people who have been through horrendous events need to be warned about. That is what they are there for. You can say that someone's triggered just because they're a bit upset about something that you like or something. That's fine. But yeah, the misinterpretation of the word triggered really bothers me now. It actually does. I'm going to move on in just a second. I apologise. And I shouldn't have said idiots just now, guys. But yeah, what I'm frustrated is that I wanted to use the term social justice, but to a lot of people that term means something completely different now. And I meant the actual what it actually means. So I apologise for saying idiots just now. I apologise. Anyway, aims. Oh yes, aims. To get house elves a fair wage and conditions. Non-wand use. Oh yeah, yeah. To look into laws about non-wand use, and try to get an elf into the Department of Regulation of Magical Creatures, which is pretty big. That's a pretty big. Baby steps, I think, is probably best, guys. The wages and conditions, I think anyone could say is fine, guys. Because the thing is, with the current state of things, the way that Dobby is treated by Lucius, and presumably the entire Malfoy family, is completely fine. It shouldn't be. And it should... Regardless of if they don't want to get paid or anything like that, or they don't want to have holidays, they just want to work in servitude and everything. I think we can all agree that what Dobby was getting put through was wrong. But legally, it was absolutely fine for Lucius to do it. And so, yeah, I feel like the first one, I feel like conditions is absolutely the first one. Getting an elf into the Department of Regulations of Magical Creatures is a big jump down. And I don't think that's going to happen by the end of the series, but we shall find out. Maybe it'll happen in the next Harry Potter thing that they make. I don't know. Sorry about my little rant there, guys. It's just frustrating that I want to use a legitimate term, but the fact that terms like that have been warped to mean other things now, it's just sad. It really is. Anyway, Hermione wants to start a leaflet campaign. Sounds genuinely excited about doing it. It feels like she's getting a kick out of doing it, which is positive as well. But it does feel like she's also actually enjoying it more than. No, she's just enjoying it. I think that's fine. She has made Ron the treasurer, Harry the secretary. Hermione actually says to Harry that he should start writing everything they're saying down. Obviously, Ron and Harry are just like completely bewildered by what she's saying. Hedwig interrupts the awkward silence because I think that Hermione's expecting everyone to just jump on board with it all. Black, Hedwig arrives finally with the letter, and it's been a long time, hasn't it? And Black is heading north to them. I've got to presume, and it is to them. Pardon me. Tells Harry to tell Dumbledore if he feels the pain again, and says Moody has been brought in because of the signs that Dumbledore's picking up on. This is what I'm talking about. The reason why Moody has been chosen. Harry is furious at himself for telling Black at this point, and seems like it's almost embarrassed about the attention and him coming back. Yeah, that's not right. I've got down here that it's the attention and the embarrassment that Harry is struggling with. It's not. It's the fact that Black is coming back and going to be endangering himself, which we then hear. I think in the next chapter it might be just coming up. Hedwig is after a treat after a very long blooming journey, and Harry says, I haven't got anything else to head back to the Owlery. He's clearly very upset and very rattled by this news that Black is coming back. But Hedwig doesn't get a treat and like cuffs Harry on the back of the head whilst going to fly off to the Owlery, which is amazing. Yeah, we definitely hear here that the owls absolutely do understand English, or at least wizard. wizards can be understood by owls, is probably the best way of putting it. It's particularly in the next chapter. Harry, like, you know, doesn't storm off, but he, like, goes to bed and everything, and, yeah, and he's thinking about how Black could be caught because of Harry, and that's what's actually upsetting. And, like, Ron comes back to up to bed later, and, like, you know, there's no talking, and Harry's just sat there awake, worrying about it all. And it's very interesting because it says that Neville's usual snores are missing, which means that Harry isn't the only one laying awake. Very interesting, guys. Very, very interesting. Oh, I did have a note, but I must have forgot to add it to my main notes. Neville reading the book, given by Moody, is in the movie, guys. It is in the movie. So because when I'm doing these chapters, and because Goblet of Fire is so confused when it comes to where everything happened and everything, it's all a mishmash and everything. I'm covering scenes that are going to be, like, you know, probably quite a way in the future. And in the scene, because it's just after, it's not long after the Moody scene. In fact, it could even be the next scene. I'm not sure. You see all Cedric and, you know, all the other students go to put their name in the Goblet of Fire. Veggie said calmly. And in the background, Neville is reading a book, like, really fascinating and everything. And so that's cool. That him reading the book is there. Nice little detail for the movie makers. They didn't have to do that, but it is a nice detail. Still haven't heard Harry's opinion about elf slavery. Yeah, we get a hint of what his opinion is. Well, no, we don't. We get a hint of what his opinion of Hermione's campaign is in the next chapter. But it does seem odd that we haven't at all heard what Harry's opinion of house elf slavery is, because we know that he has cause for concern because of what happened with Dobby and everything, and what he was able to help Dobby out with. But we're not hearing about his opinion of it. He seems to be completely shut out of this story arc. But like I say, in the next chapter, we do kind of we get a hint of what he thinks about Hermione's behaviour, but not what he thinks about house elves as a whole. And I'd like to know that at this point. I'd like to know it at this point, so if anything changes, he can then go on that journey. But at this point, I feel like he's being held off because something is going to be revealed, and then his opinion is going to be formed. But he must have some kind of opinion at this point, considering what happened with Dobby and to a lesser extent Winky. He must have an opinion, but we're not hearing it. Odd. Anyway, guys, I'm loving it. I'm loving this story arc so far. I think it's wonderful. But that is the end of my notes for the Unforgivable Curse bumper chapter right there. So much stuff. And again, that chapter is actually shorter than the next chapter, guys. But my list is so much shorter for the next chapter. But there was a lot of stuff to cover. But now let's move on to chapter 15. Beauxbatons and Drumstrag. Beauxbatons and Drumstrag. No, not Beauxbaton and Drumstrag, or Beauxbatons and Drumstrags. Beauxbatons and Drumstrags. Just double checked the spelling on Hootypuff, and it turns out it's actually Ooftypuff. So it's O-O-F-T-E-E-P-O-O-F. I'm an idiot, I got it wrong. But eventually, we'll get it right. So, again, thank you so much for the side panels, Max. And Jonas, thank you so much for the summaries. You know that's wrong. Okay, right. Chapter 15, Beauxbatons and Drumstrang. I keep on calling it Drumstrag, as if I can't see the N right there. Harry writes to Sirius and tells him not to come, and it's nothing. During defense against the Dark Arts class, Moody decides to put the Imperius curse on all the students. Harry is the only one who even attempts to fight it off with hilarious consequences. Soon, everyone learns that the other two schools will be arriving soon. Hermione is still on about Spew, even with everyone telling her that the house elves are happy with what they do. The twins are still being secretive about something as well. Hedwig brings Harry a letter from Sirius saying nice try and that he's still on his way. Beauxbatons arrive first with their students led by their headmistress, Madame Maxine, who is a very large woman, and Drumstrang arrive. It just feels weird saying it. I want to say Drumstrang every time. Drumstrang arrives with not only their student and headmaster Karkaroff, but also the Bulgarian seeker Victor Krom, who has a head cold, Ron! That rhymed. Kind of. Anyway, let's get to my notes. So, yes, Harry in the morning does write to Black. I always call him Black, guys. I don't know why. I find it, you know what it is? It's because we have Snape, Sirius, oh, God, who's the other one who sounds like Sirius? Severus. Yeah, of course, Severus Snape. Yeah, there we go. So I just find it easier calling him Black. Mr. Black. Sorry, Simpsons reference. Writes to Black saying he probably just imagining the scar hurting. He goes to the Owlery first thing in the morning when everyone else, I presume, is still in bed. I don't know what time, because you're not allowed to creep around at night, obviously. Although they do regularly. But what time are you allowed to start walking around? Because he certainly doesn't seem to be being stealthy. He's not like taking his visibility cloak over. So whatever time it is, it's obviously stupid o'clock, but it's when, I guess, only the house elves are awake. Go spew. Go spew. God. Sounds horrible. S-P-E-W. Yes, on the way to the Owlery, he meets Peeves, who tries to overturn a large vase over him. I presume that Peeves never sleeps. Okay, the thing is that Peeves doesn't even really exist as a being, does he? It's very complicated, guys. It really is. But, you know, he exists less than ghosts do. That's my interpretation of it. As a being, I should say, not a living being, but as a being. That's my interpretation. I don't know, I'm probably wrong. Nice to hear from Peeves, as always. Hedwig is, he is one of the biggest cuts from the movies, isn't he? Like, they couldn't have just, like, put, like, one scene where, like, I think we only ever get one scene with, like, the, not the meddling monk. What's it called? The Hufflepuff guy. The Friar, yeah. Meddling monk. See, this is from someone who doesn't know much about Doctor Who as well, guys, but I know of the meddling monk, played by Peter Butterworth. Bound. Sorry, ignore me. I think one person will get what I just said then. I think we might be covering their comments in the book club, maybe. Bound. Per castle. Doesn't make any sense. Per house. Ignore me! Right, back to it. I apologise. Right. I'm sorry, guys. My Peter Butterworth impression is completely throwing me off. I think I may need to stop this video now because I'm completely... My brain is completely thrown off by that. Right. Veggie, read the words that are right in front of you. Hedwig is in a huff, not Hufflepuff, because the lack of Harry's gratitude and appears to refuse to take the note. I say appears, but we'll get into that in a moment. Harry says that he will have to ask Ron to use Pigwidgeon instead, and that's when Hedwig does stick her leg out for the note to be put onto it. Now, this is the first moment where we really get the impression that Hedwig does understand what Harry is saying. Because I know that we've had moments where Harry's talked to Hedwig before, and it's been a kind of sort of like, you know, maybe she understands. But no, this is the first time where it's absolutely that Hedwig does understand wizard. I'm not going to say English, but wizard. Which is interesting, guys, because I wonder if that goes for any other... Are owls magical creatures? Oh my goodness. No! I've got my Fantastic Beasts book somewhere, but I'm sure that owls won't be in that. Either way. Hermione is furious at Harry for lying in the next, well, not the next morning, that morning when I think they're having breakfast. They are. Harry is trying to protect Black. It is now confirmed now. The fact that he like says he is not going back to Azkaban because of me. Ron, like, very sternly says to, not in a rude way, but very strongly, like, says to Hermione, drop it. like that. And Hermione does go to say something, but then does drop it. I like that, guys. I'm with Ron with this. I mean, obviously, I don't want Black to get caught, and I want Harry. I want Black to get to Harry to work out what's going on with this scar and everything. Just like Hermione, I'm sure Ron does as well. But at the same time, this is not the time that Harry needs to be hearing an earful from Hermione. So I like that moment, and I think Hermione realizes in that moment as well. That's why she does just completely leave it. There are no training sessions for Quidditch this year either. That does seem odd, guys. I don't know why you wouldn't still have training sessions, especially if well, we talked about it like we talked about it last time, where with Wood, like saying how bad it would have been if in the last year of at Hogwarts for him there wasn't the Quidditch World Cup. Well, I think that even if it isn't the last year, if you are a kid wanting to be a professional player, having a year away from that sport, sure, you can still fly your broom around, I presume, but there not being any training seems weird to me. Like, training isn't just so you win that year's tournament, it's training to get better at, I said football then, it's training to get better at Quidditch. That is the point of training. It's not just to win one particular thing, and just because that thing is no longer available, cutting out training? And it's not a time, it's not going to affect people's time, apart from the one person that's going to be in the Tri-Wizards tournament. Well, I guess it's always a Quidditch player, you'd imagine. I would imagine. It does seem odd that there's no Quidditch training this year, and I don't understand the reason for it. Could seriously hinder a player's development. There we go, that's a better way of me putting it. At events against Dark Arts lesson, Moody is planning on putting the Imperious Curse on each of them. I do have to have that in here, in message. Sadism? I'm not sure, guys, I'm not sure, because, again, that's me going on, me thinking that I know more than I do, and so, I don't know. It's interesting, guys. Or if it even has happened yet. Don't fill in the blanks. It's good that I have this confusion, guys, because obviously with the previous books, I know the Black's going to turn out to be a good egg and all this sort of stuff and everything. Here, the way that the movie is done has hindered my understanding of the book, which is a good thing at this point. And so I do have several questions flying around my brain, like Quidditch training. Hermione calls out it being illegal. Like, says, yeah, I think she like brings up the Ministry. Says the Ministry won't be very happy if we do this. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. And Moody says that that Dumbledore asked for it. I'm gonna sneeze. I sneeze, and a magical woozle has appeared. So I'm gonna get her a snack real quick. Here, you can have one of these. Tripe. Bit smelly, guys. Certainly not vegan, but then again, woozle isn't vegan, so there you go, woo woo. What a sweetie. You don't want it? There you go, I'll pop it there. I'll pop it there and you can have it when you're ready. Yeah? What a good girl she is. What a pretty noodle. Right, are you okay with me continuing? You want something else? Hang on. Hang on, bear with us, guys. Bear with us again. If I do put out these podcast versions, you're missing out. You're missing out on seeing Woozle. Right, there we go. Is that okay? Pigs in blankets like thing. There you go, Woo Woo. Surely that's going to be enough. Oh, she's gone for the tripe. How ironic. It's not ironic at all. Am I okay to continue now, baby? What a sweetheart, eh? She just had a dinner as well. What a fatty. I got a fat noodle. Right. So yes, Moody actually says that Dumbledore has actually asked for Moody to do this. I've got down here. This has to be a lie, right? It's so interesting, guys, because because I always assumed that in the books we would hear a lot more from Dumbledore, but naturally Dumbledore's doing a lot more than just looking after Harry all the time, and so I very often I just want them to, in situations, to say to go to Dumbledore. Hermione, I want to go to Dumbledore to discuss what's going on with the house elves, because I think that that's going to be the person that she's going to, you know, take on board information the most from. I think. So was that nice, baby? Did you have both? You did. Okay, you have a sleep now. But yeah, here I don't know if I don't know what's going on. And again, don't fill in the blanks. This is good that I don't know. If not, then just is it just because Harry's in the class? We discussed that in the last chapter. Moody does indeed. You start using the Imperious Curse on people. Dean hops around the room singing the national anthem, which is interesting, guys, because if you know about Britain or the UK, you know that the national anthem is God Save the King. Now, obviously at the time it would have been God Save the Queen, which is our first reference, I think, to royalty in the Harry Potter books. Just this little mention of the national anthem, anyway. It's very possible that all the wizard folk are like saying, what's he singing? I don't know, yeah, the purebloods, I should say. I had to ask or Dumbledore. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Alright, is it the first reference to royalty? I think it is. Lavender getting a lot of mentions. Oh yes, I've just got down here that like, Lavender is getting mentioned a lot in this book, which is fine, guys. It's all very, very good. Really fleshes out the Gryffindor lot. Because she's very briefly in the movies, considering how much she's been mentioned in the books. Not significantly, obviously. She's not doing anything important at this point, but yeah. She hops around like a squirrel. So it's basically humiliation. I guess in a sense, or maybe they are finding it funny. Well, actually, we'll get to it, actually, because we'll get to what Harry actually feels in a moment. Neville does gymnastics he wouldn't normally be able to do. Now, this really questions what exactly the Imperious Curse does. And this chapter definitely seems to be different than what I thought it was, because I always assumed... Well, actually, no, I think that this part actually does back up what I believe. The fact that either Neville has been given... It basically says that Harry thinks that like normally Neville wouldn't be able to do these sort of moves. Now, either that's because Neville wouldn't have the confidence to do it physically, or he physically wouldn't be able to do it. Those are two very different things. And I think I've always assumed it was the latter. I thought it was that you're completely cognizant of what's going on, and you know what you're doing is wrong, but there's no way of stopping that from happening. So we'll get into it in a minute because that gets corrected in this chapter. But I've always assumed that you're basically, it's like just completely normal life, but you cannot control yourself, much like a dream, I guess, in a way. Whereas we do get that confirmed that is not the case. So it sounds like Neville has been given the confidence from being in this Imperious Curse to also do what it is that Moody is telling him to do. I do hope sometimes that I make sense, guys. Just sometimes I hope I make sense. But yeah, I feel like that is the case. Harry seems to... yes, so then it's Harry's turn, obviously. He gets the Imperious Curse put on him. And it gives him like a euphoric sort of feeling. I feel like it's like a relaxation, like a feeling of safety and comfort and everything. I feel like that's what it's meant to be giving to Harry. But it's like this great feeling that he gets. And Moody starts to say, jump on the desk, jump on the desk. And very quickly, a voice in the back of Harry's head, like saying, I don't think I'm going to jump on the desk. Seems like a silly thing to do, which is quite amazing. It's so interesting that afterwards, Harry doesn't like say, hey, I heard a voice in the back of my head. I think that what it is that he thinks that everyone has this voice, but his is the loudest because he's the only one who even like is able to like, you know, fight back at all. And so I presume that he just assumes that everyone is hearing this voice, but to a lesser effect, maybe. I presume, because it says that he half jumped and half nots. So I'm presuming this is Voldemort that's going on. So you'd imagine it's Harry that is jumping and Voldemort that isn't. So he's basically... I'm looking forward to that scene in the HBO version, because that sure wouldn't have been in the movie. Actually, that's not fair, because Goblet of Fire is the movie where basically Harry gets humiliated every 2 seconds, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So he could have been in it. That could have been it, I should say. Harry half jumps and crashes into the desk. Feels like he's fractured his knees. Both his knees he hasn't. Moody thinks that Harry was successfully succeeding, but not quite able to do it. Unless he knows about... No, he wouldn't. Would he? Man, would he know about the situation with Voldemort and Harry? Because he knows what the plan is, right? Oh, but I'm so confused. I don't know, guys. We'll get to it when we get to it. But I'm not sure how much exactly Moody, in inverted commas, knows about what the current plan is. Obviously, in the movie, he absolutely does. So... After the lesson, Ron is still skipping on every other step. Apparently, it's going to wear off after a few hours. So, if the spell still affects you afterwards, that is completely different than I thought that what the Imperious Curse is. It's completely different. That means that it is a vocal thing. But no, it can't be, because it wasn't a vocal thing with the spider. But it's at least like something that you need to say in your mind. Okay, I'll try and explain what I'm saying, guys. So I always assumed that it was literally like a puppet master. And that you can think, okay, I want him to move his right arm, he's going to move his right arm. Whereas this suggests that it's a lot more of a simpler curse in a way. It's basically, Moody has said, skip on every other step. And after he's released Ron, because presumably Ron wasn't able to walk around wherever he wanted whilst the Imperious Curse was going on. But now the curse has ended, he's still getting side effects from it. That has to be it, right? Because Ron is walking along, but with his own free will here. So he could have just stood still whilst the Imperious Curse is on it, unless it's only when he is... Only when it is being cast. But the fact he's having side effects afterwards is fascinating to me. This curse works completely different than I expected it. Because I literally thought it was, I want him to do this, I want him to do that, that's it. When I finished the Imperious Curse, nothing. But the fact that there are side effects afterwards, that is so different than I was expecting. This is it's fascinating stuff. Still effects after the spell. This works very differently than I thought. Absolutely it did. I'm agreeing with myself in the past. In Transfiguration, Hermione is the only one able to turn a hedgehog into a pincushion, which is great news. Harry and Ron got top marks in divination's homework. Come on. So it is just the gloom stuff. I guess that Trelawney could see it as people who are able to accept their fates. And everyone else is too reluctant to do it. So I guess in a way, the gloom stuff does make sense in a way. But when it doesn't happen, that's a good point. They're saying next Monday and everything. If it doesn't happen, then is she going to take points away from them? Now, obviously, the things largely, what Harry and Ron were putting down, they could fake. But the drowning one may be a bit of a bad idea, you know? It's full of imponderable. No, Ron will be in the pond. Ignore me. That is a joke from Jeeves and Wooster, which I'm sure I've mentioned a billion times before. Imponderable. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting a little bit lost here. Harry and Ron got top marks in divination, absolutely. Asked to do the same thing for next month because they did so well. I think it is just Ron and Harry who are having to do it again because they did so well, which is amazing. But then again, they're not going to do it properly next time, are they? I mean, they got blooming top marks here. It'd be amazing if they like ended up as like the heads of like the divination department at the ministry, which I presume there probably is. There probably is. That's interesting. That's very interesting. And Ron and Harry are like the kings of it because they just kept on making stuff up. You can imagine that Fred and George probably made a lot of stuff up in theirs as well. I think that Ron probably got the idea from them, to be honest. So, Binns has been getting them to write essays on the Goblin Rebellion, which is quite interesting for Binns. Considering how we're meant to get this impression that Binns' lessons are an absolute chore to sit through. A rebellion like that is probably going to be interesting to a lot of kids compared to the other stuff that Binns has been teaching anyway. Not me, I wouldn't find it interesting. We got down here that Snape is forcing the students into researching and antidotes. Now, that's a weird way of putting it, because he is a teacher at the end of the day. Like, you know, Dumbledore is forcing them to go to like, the feast and stuff like that, you know. Well, kind of. But you know what I mean. But it does say... Well, now you see, yeah, okay. So it says that Snape is forcing them to research antidotes. I think that's a weird way of putting it. But then it does say that he has hinted... Which, again, could be in Harry's head. I don't want to, you know, this isn't me, like, you know, this isn't me taking one side or the other. That is the way I always need to put it, guys. Because I do get accused of being too hard on Snape, and I also get accused of being a Snape. Not being too hard on Snape. There we go. That's a better way of putting it. I was going to put it in a stupid way there. I'm going to moisturise my hands whilst I'm doing this, so that's alright, guys. So Snape has hinted he's hinted that he may poison one of them before Christmas to see if they have learnt it right. Now there are a couple of, you know, I don't know what the term is, but unconfirmed there. The fact that it's being hinted and that he may. I think that it could be possible that Harry is reading the situation as being harder than it is. But then again, I think that Ron also feels like that is the case as well. And possibly even Hermione, actually. I'm not sure. I don't think we'd be good to get her opinions on that. But yes. Again, I'm not trying to give Snape too much credit. It is very possible that he is absolutely saying, I'm going to poison one of you and I hope you die. I don't think he is, but it's possible. Okay. So there's both sides of the spectrum there, guys, and in between is where the truth lies, I'm sure. The Scroots are growing fast, even though they still haven't worked out what they eat. I was going to put down a horrible note saying, are we sure there's still as many as there were before? But, yeah, that's horrible. Anyway, Draco refuses to do an observation thing out of lesson time. So I think that Hagrid has basically... I think he's... No, he hasn't invited them. He's instructed them, or as it would be for Snape, forced the students. Just being fair, guys. He's forcing the students to, out of lesson, come and observe these Scroots at the hut, I think it was. If I got this wrong, I'm apologies, but I feel that's what it is. And Draco just writes out, refuses, and says that he sees enough of them in lesson time. And Hagrid says that he'll do what he's told. There you go. Forcing. Sorry, guys. Says that Hagrid might take a leaf out of Moody's book and says how good he was as a ferret. Not great teaching, guys, but then again, I definitely remember teachers saying, I don't know what the word is, and it's not inappropriate because that's a bit too strong a word, but elbow in the rib lines to students in reality. So, and often they're not very nice things. I remember one of my teachers who was like who I don't know. My main teacher, I don't even know what that's called, guys. The guy who I'd do the registry with and everything like that. In like his speech when he was talking about all the different students, said that there was something of the night about me. This is the hell of my life, guys. I don't know what the heck he meant by that. Maybe he meant because Because all this, guys, you may have noticed that I have quite dark eyes, guys. That ain't because I've been sleeping. I've always had them, guys. I'd like to get rid of them. Although I do feel like, because quite often I'll get comments like saying your expressions are amazing, and I feel like in a way, the darkness of under my eyes adds to that in a weird way, you know. You're gonna look real funny, you can't look out with no effing teeth. Sorry, I was watching Blues Brothers recently, and that's one of the best lines from it. You're gonna look kind of funny, you can't look out with no effing teeth. He doesn't say effing. He says the other thing, guys. Another brilliant line from Blues Brothers says, "So Elwood, you're out. You're out of prison. You're a free man. What you gonna do? What are your plans? You got my money." You got our money, mother. There's some brilliant lines of Blues Brothers, guys. It does go on a little bit long, I feel like, but it is a great movie, and the music's fantastic in it. Aretha Franklin's in it. It's got a great cast of musicians, guys. But yeah, it has some cracking lines. I feel like the Corn on the Cob line is my favourite, but the you got our money one is amazing as well. What's the other one? I feel like there's 3 brilliant lines from Blues Brothers. I mean, there are many good lines in Blues Brothers. It doesn't matter, does it? Oh, it's Aretha Franklin! She does an amazing song called Think, where she's telling her husband to not go off with the Blues Brothers to go back on tour because they're on a mission from God. And like after there's this awesome song with these backing singers and everything called Think. It's awesome, guys. It's worth looking up the song just for the song. It's wonderful. Think by Aretha Franklin. Yes. And at the end of it, like she goes, "You had to think," and they're all standing there, and the husband like takes his apron off because he works in like a cafe, and puts on this sign and like goes Elwood and the other one, Jake and Elwood, come on, and they walk out. She just goes. she says the S word, and it's very funny. It's very, considering she's not a comedian or an actor, it's hilarious the way she does it. Right, we're not talking about Blues Brothers, guys. Maybe one day I'll do a Blues Brothers book review. I don't even know what I meant by that. I've not seen Blues Brothers 2000, by the way, before you ask, with Jake Lloyd. I think Jake Lloyd is it. Either way. You're right, Bubba. She's chilling out. She's chilling out. She's just been for a walk as well. So I am now completely and utterly lost because I was talking about Bloomin' Blues Brothers for too long. No effing teeth. Sorry. That is my favourite line from Blues Brothers. I need to start deleting the lines as I go. Yes, so yes, we were talking about Hagrid and the teacher thing. Like I say, guys, I know that there are teachers who would say, like, you know, kind of nasty things about students and everything, and so I'm not holding that against Hagrid particularly. And there is clearly an indication that Hagrid is giving Draco maybe a harder time because of what happened last year, which ain't great from a professional standpoint, but I can fully understand it though. Bulbasaur and Drumstrang will be arriving on the 30th of October, which is 10 days after my birthday. What year is this? What year is Goblet of Fire? What year does Goblet of Fire take place? Ooh, interesting. Open it. Oh, okay, no. I was going to say, was that the year that I went to Sega World in London, but no, it wasn't. That didn't open for another 2 years. Sega World in London, guys. My goodness, that was amazing. You pay, I think it's something like a tenner for each person, and then every arcade in there is free. And there's rides in there as well. Oh, it was good. Didn't last long, unfortunately. Had like a golden Sonic up the front. As a big Sonic fan growing up, guys. Where's my, there he is. Placemat. Rob Robotnik. Love me some Sonic. I must admit, guys, I do go to the cinema to watch the new movies as well, and I do thoroughly enjoy them. But yeah, sequel was awesome, guys. Anyway. Sorry, guys, I got so blooming sidetracked. I mean, I am recording, am I? Thank God. Imagine if I'd been saying all this rubbish and I hadn't been recording, guys. It's happened before. Not during a book review, thank goodness. Wait, what? Okay. I was about to read Max's description again. Get on with the book review, guys. I flipped. This is it. This is it, guys. I flipped. Right, Beauxbatons and Drumstrike are going to be arriving on the 30th of October, at least 2 years before Veggie went to Sega World. will be a half day on that day. Seems late in the year, but it's actually not, guys. I keep thinking that late October is late in the year. It's only like a month and a half into the season, into the year for them. Ernie remarks that it's only a week away and goes to tell Cedric about it, and so there's the big first hint that Cedric is going to be taking part in it, because I think we haven't assumed that at all up to this point. Ron overhears this and like says, what Cedric, that idiot, as Hogwarts champion, which is interesting, guys, because I would have thought that he would fall like that, especially as he knows that that his dad is friends with Cedric's dad. I would have thought that he wouldn't be that rude, but Hermione says that it's just because Cedric was on the team that beat Gryffindor the year before. It's harsh of Ron, and again, guys, it's this segregation again, where, you know, Ron calling Cedric an idiot because he's on a different Quidditch team. Win, lose, or draw, guys. Yeah, what? Wait, he'd like him if Gryffindor pummeled Hufflepuff every year? Would he like him then? If that's the case, then he's even more of a fool. Sorry, guys, I'm getting defensive and Cedric here. But yeah, it's not a good look for Ron now. And in the movie, guys, again, because of the way that these chapters are structured and everything, I need to watch scenes which are coming up. In the scene where they're all putting their names into the Goblet of Fire, after Cedric does it, Ron's like at Cedric to try and catch his eye. Odd choices. Ron is hard done by, guys. I feel like they took away so much from Hermione's personality. That it's so sad, because Hermione's absolutely top tier for me when it comes to characters in the book, guys. Ron, I feel like they did him even more dirty, to be honest. He's even going, and this is not a criticism on the actor, guys. I mean, the actor was brilliant. I really do. I think he's one of the shining performances in it, in fact. But he's even going, oh no, or falling over a bit. It's odd, guys. It's odd. Whereas here, we're seeing a bit aside of him, which is character, guys. It's character. Yeah, so when I say it's not a good look for Ron, that's not a criticism of the writing. I think it's brilliant. I think it's great that we're seeing this side of Ron. I think it's fantastic when we see that same side of Harry. I think it's amazing when we see that side of Harry, because I'm pretty sure we didn't see that at all in the movies. Or at least the early movies. Certainly not in the early movies. Anyway, enough waffle. So yeah, Hermione says it's just because Gryffindor beat Hufflepuff beat Gryffindor the previous year. Ron accuses Hermione of only liking him because he's handsome. Which is like, oh, God, okay. Which, then again, I did forget about the thing that Ron's about to bring up. And then Hermione says that she doesn't like people just purely based on their looks. And Ron then like goes, look at, which is amazing. I didn't think about that, guys. So that kind of does suggest that maybe that is part of it for Hermione. But then again, that's how the human brain works, isn't it, guys? Movie Ron seems to want to catch Cedric's eye when he submits his name. He literally like goes, as Cedric walks past, he like tries to like catch his eye and everything. So very, very different. Why would they do that? I guess, you know what it is? I guess it's to make Harry in a movie seem more, not paranoid, that's certainly not the right term, but it puts Cedric even higher on a pedestal, where even Harry's best friend is fanboying about this other person. I guess that's it. Maybe I'm trying to set up a almost a side order of jealousy, maybe. You're right, baby. Yeah, woo-woo. You're right, Hufflepuff noodle. Oofty puff. Oofty puff. She shoved her nose in my mouth yesterday, guys. That was lovely. Okay. What a fluffy noodle. Do you want it to get covered over? Oh, I got this. I'll cover you over with this. Oh, not that. Up-de-puff, Woozle. Up-de-puff. I shouldn't say that because she's trying to work out what the hell I'm saying. She ain't like Hedwig. But then again, Harry didn't just say up-de-puff over and over and over again to Hedwig. That would have been a strange book. Right. You relax, Noodle. Sorry. Right. So. Oh yes, and this is where I put my note about Neville's book. The fact that Neville is in the background in that scene also reading his book. He's already tall as heck at this point, guys. I mean, in the next movies, he's like 7 foot tall, pretty much. Might be a slight exaggeration. Transfiguration, talking to Neville. Neville somehow accidentally transplanted his ears onto a cactus. McGonagall shames him about it. Let's not go into that again, guys. Like I say, I'm not going to discuss that stuff at the moment. But it is laying on thick in these couple of chapters here. It really is laying in thick how, in inverted commas, useless Neville appears to be. I'm wondering if that is going to be for something coming up that is going to be explained. It could be. Now that's interesting, because I know that he was very young. Like as in a baby, but the trauma of what happened to his parents could have affected him hugely, more than, you know, we all do stuff differently, guys, and obviously Harry it wasn't affected in that way, but it could have affected his mental state as a very young child, finding out what happened to his parents. Then again, Harry didn't actually know the full story what happened to his parents, did he, for the longest time? Anyway, let's not get into that. Not in the mood. Fred and George are talking hushly about something again. It's very interesting, guys. I've got to say, at this point, I actually don't know what it is. I actually don't, which is a great state to be in. Talking about something being a bummer, and that he can't avoid us forever. He's saying, "Oh, this is something like we'll sneak it into his pocket or something like that." You know, saying all this stuff. Ron asks who is avoiding them, because he feels like they say that he can't avoid us forever. And Ron says, who's avoiding you? And Fred says, "I wish you would." It's amazing. And Ron. Now this is interesting, guys. I think there's an error in Stephen Fry's audiobook. I'd have to listen to it in the Jim Dale book as well. But here it says, George asks, "What's a bummer?" And George replies, "Having a nosy git as a brother." Now, either George is having an existential crisis at this point, or at least in the Stephen Fry version. I'm not sure about the Jim Dale version, but the Stephen Fry version, and I went back and listened to it twice, guys. He says, George asks, "What's a bummer?" And George replies, "Having a nosy git of a brother." Which is an amazing answer. But yeah, either George is having a bit of a moment, or it was actually meant to be Ron who was meant to be asking that. The heads of the schools are going to be on the judge panel. We don't hear if that's going to be all the judges or not. Hermione, it's odd because like I think Harry says who's going to be on the judge panel, and Hermione, having read Hogwarts a History, says, well, the heads of the school will be, and everyone turns to them and says, oh, yeah, because during the 1792 tournament, all the heads were injured when by a cockatrice that broke free. I do have down here, so that doesn't confirm that it's always the head of the schools. When I first read it, I thought, so because that happened, they're now always judges? But no, I think what Hermione's saying is they were judges, they were all together, and that's how they were all hurt at the same time, because they were all on the judging panel. I'm guessing that's what that meant in a way. But yeah, I still don't understand why that would mean that it's always the heads. By giving that example, but maybe it was just her giving one example of many that she has also read. Either way, this is when Hermione goes nuclear. Hermione does say that Hogwarts a History is not always reliable, which is fascinating, guys. And says that it should be called the Revised History. And then suggests that it should also be called Or a Highly Biased and Selective History of Hogwarts, which glosses over the nastiest aspects of the school. But that on the cover. That's where I was meant to make that joke. I made it in the previous chapter. I'm making it here as well. Sue me. So yeah, I mean, this is some of the... No, it's not. I was going to say this is some of the angriest that we've seen Hermione. It isn't, guys. I mean, I feel like there is a certain sense of enjoyment that she's getting out of it as well. But, you know, I respect her, guys. I really do. I'm waiting for the Hermione was always wrong moment. But at this point, I'm in the same situation as Hermione. In fact, Hermione hasn't even met Dobby. I'm in the same situation as Harry, and Harry, we'll get into it in just a moment, doesn't seem to be that concerned anyway. Dobby and Winky have been very badly treated, and I don't like that, and Hermione doesn't like that. So, and straight away when we started talking about all this, elves' rights and everything, I did get people like saying, well, they come to Veggie, they enjoy it, in the book club. So I am expecting there's going to be this one moment where I am now proved wrong. But going on the book, I have no reason to think that what Hermione is doing wrong. Expecting Ron and Harry to be a part of it without even asking their opinion of it is not great. But I know. That isn't her forcing it. That is her assuming that they will want to be a part of it. That's the way I read that. But yeah, at the moment, I'm completely with her, guys. Oh, we're getting through it, guys. We're getting through it. So here we go, guys. This is the moment where we first get our first glimpse of what Harry thinks about the whole elf situation. Again, it seems weird that we haven't heard at least anything about, like saying, like, Harry thinks that Ron's probably right about them enjoying it. Or like saying, Harry does share some of the concerns because he saw what happened with Dobby and with Winky. We haven't done nothing of that. He's basically been, like, not a part of this whole conversation, like, completely. It's very interesting, very interesting. But here we get our first look at what could be Harry's opinion of it. We hear that Hogwarts history doesn't mention that they use house elves as slaves at all. Harry shakes his head at her and returns to his scrambled eggs. Now, we've got two things there, guys. One, that does suggest that Harry thinks that Hermione's being ridiculous and that house elves, despite the fact that the only two house elves he has ever met in his life have both been mistreated badly, he doesn't feel like there should be any conditions. Pay? We can discuss that down the line, guys. If they don't want to get paid, that's fine. Having a condition that would make what Lucius would regularly do to Dobby against the law, why wouldn't Harry want that to be the case? Again, guys, I feel like I'm waiting for this big reveal that's going to hit me in the teeth and make me realise, oh god, no, I was wrong, Spew's wrong. Let's keep these house elves, as slaves. I know that word, some people don't like to use, but it is. Or maybe it isn't. As unpaid servants. There, fine. But why wouldn't Harry want them to have better conditions? Now, this isn't me doing old Veggie, guys. I've learnt my lesson now. In fact, if you're watching this video and you haven't watched... In fact, this is probably talking to a lot of you, because it got lots of views, guys. I'm very, very glad. But it didn't get as many views as my book reviews did. So I'm going to say this now, guys. Go to my channel, please, which you're already on, so I don't need to say that part. And watch a video. It's only short, I think. I say short. I waffle 20 minutes. I waffle on a lot, guys. I apologise. But a month ago, I posted a video. The thumbnail is me going... Again, if I make this into a podcast, you're not going to understand what I'm saying. And next to me, it says, sorry, guys. And the title of the video is, so about my Harry Potter book reviews, in the parentheses, that's the right term, they are not ending, don't worry. I would like you to watch that video, guys, because my attitude when approaching these book reviews has now changed. It has. There was a problem. There was a problem in Prison of Azkaban. And first of all, guys, I should say thank you so much to all the comments on that video, which I'm talking about, saying, Veggie, we want you to hear your initial thoughts and everything. I get that, and I really am appreciative of that, guys. Thank you so much for making that point. But I go... So I'll get a comment, guys, on like the mid to late episodes of my Prisoner of Azkaban, before the big finale. Like say the Quidditch stuff and that sort of area. It is largely the Quidditch stuff where people like say, no, Veggie, I think you got this wrong at this point, or I think you're being unfair and that sort of thing. And I'll go, as always, guys. If I get a video calling me a moron. A video. If someone makes a video, if someone makes a comment on one of my videos calling me a moron, I'm not going to be offended in the slightest, guys. But I will take feedback from that because it is legit feedback, guys. It genuinely is. It may sound stupid, but I always take that on. I don't take the insult on at all. It's like water of the duck's back. Have I ever mentioned that duck was the first meat that I gave up? I'm sure I have. I liked duck, guys. I did it in stages. I knocked off meat by meat. Anyway, I went to a butcher's and the butcher said, "I bet you can't lift up the meat that I've got on the top shelf over there." And it says, "I can't take that bet because the stakes are too high." If you took away my ability to pronounce the letter T, you would never hear the end of it. Jesus. I'm sorry, guys. Right. Anyway, go and watch that video, guys, because I go into the fact... So when I get these comments saying, I think you're wrong about this, or, you know, you seem a little bit... I even got comments saying you don't seem to be enjoying this book much, which breaks my heart, guys. So I thoroughly enjoyed Prisoner of Azkaban. I then go back to watch the moments that they're talking about, and I realise they're right. I was, for some reason, being really unpleasant in some of them, saying things that I don't fully believe in a bad way, and seeming like I wasn't enjoying the book. I'm so sorry for that, guys. And so, please, at some point, go and watch the video. So, about my Harry Potter book reviews, they are not ending, don't worry. I posted it just over a month ago, guys, and if you're a fan of these book reviews, I would like you to read it, because the apology that I put in it, I really do mean. And again, I got some lovely comments on that video as well, guys, so thank you. So this, what I'm saying about Harry not taking a stand either way when it comes to house elves is not me being this Veggie from the past who would just be beating down Harry on every single slight mistake that he makes or slight opinion or anything. But I do feel like it's odd. Surely Harry would want Dobby or Dobby's friends to have conditions where they're not going to get treated like Dobby. Or maybe they are. Maybe they are. And Lucius was just doing you know, out of sight. Anyway, enough waffle, guys. So this is the first time that we get an inkling of what Harry's opinion of the treatment of house elves is, and he seems to be taking a side of everyone else apart from Hermione, which again makes me respect Hermione even more, guys. It does. She did. She did badger Hufflepuff in Neville into at least donating. I'm not sure if he's actually a part of it. I think he might be a part of it because Neville just wanted to go away, like because she was stressing about. I think. Bless him. Yeah, Hermione has been badgering them to get more members for SPEW. I should call it that rather than SPEW. Shaking collecting tins around the commons room. That has got to be in the HBO special, guys. You know what would have been nice if it's just like, because like I say, Neville reading the book when they're all putting their names into the Goblet of Fire. Imagine there's just one scene later on in the common room where Ron and Harry are talking about something important, and in the background Hermione's just walking around with a collecting tin, and like everyone watching the movie would be like, what's that? And what will the book reader say? Go and read the books. Read a book. What's that from? Read a book. Read a book. cartoon, I think it was. No, don't you... Catchphrase. I feel like it was like from like Animaniacs or something like that. Read a book. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm sure it's from some kid show that I've seen before. Anyway, I'm all over the place. Yeah, wouldn't that be amazing? That is something that could have been done more in Goblet of Fire. Have Winky in the you'd have to make Winky look very different from Dobby, because a lot of people go Dobby, but so you, like, you know, give her a very different outfit or something, or maybe even a different skin color or something like that. So it's immediately obvious that it is not Winky. And so all the people watching the movie go, "Oh, how herself like Dobby?" It's like, "Oh yeah, I know who that is. I know their entire backstory. Go and read the books." Sorry. Oh, she's fast asleep. That is something that Goblet of Fire, the movie, should have done a lot more of. Sure, if you press for time, if it has to be one movie, if you're going to have to cut out all this good stuff, fine. But there's no reason why during a scene where Ron and Harry are walking down the corridors, doesn't have to be the common room, just a little shot of Hermione like collecting tin would inspire so many people to go and read the books. It should have been there. It should have been there. Maybe they can do like a George Lucas style remake where they CG Hermione in, stepping over Jabba's tail and stuff. I'm not making any sense. I hated that. Anyway, you know the guy who played Jabba originally? You know that Jabba the Hutt was like just like a guy in the original, when it was first filmed. In a New Hope, Jabba the Hutt's there, and then for the remakes they CG'd what Jabba was then like in Return of the Jedi over the person, and that's why Han Solo has to step over his tail. Stupid. Completely ruins Jabba's character. Anyway, yeah, there is footage of the guy just playing Jabba. It's just like some guy. I think originally he's meant to look a bit like a Wookiee. In fact, I think there were drawings of him which had, like, made him look like this crazy thin monkey thing. But yeah, there was a scene filmed in A New Hope, and that guy is in one scene of Father Ted. When they go to rescue Jack from the old father's home or something, I don't know what it is. And like they turn on the light and they all start shouting the things that Jack says, which I'm not going to say on Father Ted, that they shout. One of those in there, and it's not the one who says, "I shouldn't be here." Sorry. One of those people there is who played the original Jabba the Hutt. I'm sorry. Let's get back to Harry Potter, please. My goodness. I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place, guys. George asks Hermione if she's actually been to the kitchens. She says, "Of course not. Stuart's not allowed there." And they say, "Well, we've been down there many times stealing food." And says that the elves are very happy there and say that they think that they've got the best job in the world. Again, guys, I can only go on what has actually been described to us. I'm sure there's some truth in what George is saying, but at the same time, from what I've learned, I can't now just throw out everything that's happened to Dobby, everything that's happened to Winky, and just purely go on this one line from George. So that's where my current stance is. Sorry about my bloomin' tangents, guys. Seriously. Anyway, the regular work that a person does to earn money. Oh yes, yeah. There we go. Yeah, they say that. Yeah. So George says that they think they had the best job in the world. Now it is technically not a job. It is technically not a job because I got the Cambridge dictionary definition of it here, but pretty much any. I think there are some definitions which don't include being paid. Is a regular work that a person does to earn money. It's not works. It's not a job, guys. Although I know there are some versions of the term work which don't include getting things in return. Right. Hedwig comes back with a reply with Black, which obviously shows that he is getting very close now, considering how fast the reply came. Black says, nice try, and that he's back in the country. Says to change up hours to avoid detention, which is a great point, guys. Because obviously, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure that Black has been sending, like, crazy exotic birds, hasn't he? Which is a bit of a risk. But obviously now that things are escalating, even Harry's owl needs to be, changed up just so it can't be tracked as easy. Hermione makes a great point here, which I'm so glad she does. She mentions how snowy owls aren't native to the UK, and so that owl flying around is going to be suspicious. Now, obviously, the exotic birds that Black is using currently is not great as well, but I guess as long as he's changing them up, it's fine. That's a good point, and it could also throw off the scent as well. But yes, the snowy owl not being native to the UK explains my question which I had last time, which was, how is there only one white owl at Hogwarts? Well, there you go. That explains why they're so rare, is my note I got there. Hedwig dips his beak into to Harry's goblet of orange juice. I've got down here, that should have been the name of the book, because I'm really funny. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Orange Juice. Beauxbatons arrives via a gigantic horse-drawn carriage the size of a house. Now, I'm pretty sure that in the movie it's not that big. It's big, guys, but I'm pretty certain it is not that big. The horses are giant as well. The horses with wings, of course. The head of Beauxbaton, same height as Hagrid, it seems. It seems like she's the same height in the book, although we need to see them side by side, and Hagrid isn't currently here because he's dealing with something that presumably the Scroops in the book. But yes, Harry believes that Maxine is the same height as Hagrid at this point, whereas in the movie she's obviously taller, isn't she? We get a really good description of her, like the handsome face with the olive skin and like the dark eyes and everything. Good stuff. About a dozen students, boys and girls, follow her out. They appear very, very cold and look at Hogwarts with with apprehensive looks. These are people, guys. These are people. It's only around a dozen as well, which is interesting. Because I'm sure there's more than that in the movie, right? Dozen? I think there are. I think there is more than that. And they're obviously all girls and everything. But my point about that fact them being people, in the movie, they're just such a rushed stereotype, as are Drumstrang. You know, it's like, oh, we are pretty girls dancing around, and we are brave. That's my impression of that scene. Yeah. So even when watching it, I didn't really like that. It seemed very basic, and also Ron is immediately looking at, I was going to say something bad then, but Ron is immediately looking at their posteriors. There we go. Yes, not great, not great. It wouldn't have been any better if like Hermione is then like staring at the Drumstrang's posteriors. And the thing is, they're meant to be 14, guys. So there is that whole thing going on. But the fact that, you know, the first time that we see Beauxbaton's students is them all looking quite nervous, like not knowing whether they know where they are, but they've never been to this place. They're actually quite apprehensive about being here. They're very, very cold. I don't think they're actually dressed for the conditions. They may not be used to being this northern, in fact. And they're like huddled together and everything. They're people. They're not doing a dance and having Ron do the wolf eyes, the tongue unraveling out act at them. Yeah, now I do think about it, guys, it's not like I was appalled by the scene. And I'm talking about the Drumstrang thing as bad guys, because that's like a stereotype as well, obviously. But they're not characters, they're stereotypes. And this isn't me like being like offended by any of it or anything, guys, you know, but it's so much interesting to hear about these people just getting out of a carriage. They're not doing a dance and going, ah, or doing, like, roundhouse kicks and, like, slamming canes into the floor and making fire go everywhere, you know? These are people. These are actual characters. And sure, I'm guessing it's for time that they wanted to really lay in exactly who these people are, hence why one's a girl skull and one's all boys. But it does take away from the fact that these characters are just stereotypes, though, you know? So yeah, I much prefer this introduction. Now, it's very possible in the next chapter, guys, we're going to get all that. But our first time seeing them is them as being just students. So much better. So much better. Because in the movie, we see the vehicles arriving, but then we cut to Filch running down the corridor with a stitch or something. Through the Great Hall, I should say. And then the class is coming in. That's the first time we see them. I'm pretty certain it is. If it isn't, I apologise. But our introductions to them, I think, is so much better done in the book. Because it's just, we're seeing them as students. And, you know, there's going to be a relatability. It's like, oh, wow, yeah, we don't get it. But I'm sure that a lot of students, and maybe even Harry's thinking, oh, yeah, if I was to go to Bo Barton's for this tournament, I'd probably be feeling quite out of place and apprehensive as well. A relatability. There's no relatability at all in the scene in the movie where it's all and raw. That's what this chapter should have been called, her and raw. In the book Harry Potter and the Goblet of Orange Juice. Right. So sorry about my little rant there, guys, but the more I think about it, I don't like that scene. Don't like that scene. About a dozen students, boys and girls, fly out of here. Hagrid, Dumbledore says how the horses will be looked after by the Care for Magical Creatures teacher. Maxine is quite apprehensive about that. I think she's a little bit worried that you know, we need an actual professional, not a teacher. But Dumbledore says that no, Hagrid will be excellent at this. He's actually a little he's dealing with something at the moment. We don't know what it is, and I can't remember who it is. I think it might even be Hermione. It's one of the trio. Like says, yeah, it'll be those sprouts when that's what's gone wrong. They're running amok. God knows where that's all going, guys. By the way, that whole story arc. Looking forward to finding out, though, kind of. Hagrid will look after the horses, but isn't there because he's dealing with something right now, according to Dumbledore. Drumstrang arrive via ship via whirlpool. So the first thing that happens is a whirlpool starts to appear, and then the ship comes up. That's different in the movie. In the movie, you actually see the top of the crow's nest coming along the water, and then the boat comes up. I think it would have been cool to have the whirlpool, but logistically wise, it would probably really screw up, like, whatever's in the lake and everything that's near the lake as well. So I guess it makes more sense that it just does come up, but it certainly would have looked cooler though in a way. Professor Krakarov has white hair. Sounds a little different than in the movie, like I say, obviously with the white hair. I think it's shorter hair. It's shorter hair than Dumbledore anyway. Everyone's hair is shorter than Dumbledore. But yeah, it's described as short hair. With a beard, like a twisty beard and so on. Says to Dumbledore that Krum has a slight head cold. I think he says Victor, actually. And then says, that's Krum! And that's how the chapter ends. And then my final note for it is no big entrances, in parentheses, yet. Makes the students seem a lot more like students. That is my final note that I made on this chapter. But brilliant chapters, guys. The notes went on for so... Wow, my goodness. We must be near to 3 hours already, guys, which is crazy. Before we even started the book club, so we need to get over to that now and get that kicked off. But great chapters, loads to discuss. Now let's go over to your thoughts in the book club. It's going to be very interesting, actually. I just realised regarding this whole spew thing. If and when Creature meets Hermione, obviously that's going to be quite an interesting situation right there, you know? In a way. Guys, book club time. Thank you so much for taking part in it. We've got a bumper amount of comments to get through. Thank you so much. Like I say, guys, at the start, this is where you can, this is the blog where you post your comments in it. There's a few little simple rules and things in there. It's very, very simple, guys. And you can get your thoughts read out in the comments. But my thing is, like, try to keep them shorter, guys, because when it comes to the longer comments, I can comment less on it because I need to get through the kind to get to the next one. And so the shorter comments, I have more time to talk about, basically, if that makes any sense. I will say this now, guys. I posted this blog at quite a difficult time, and I know because I've read like the first lines of some of the comments, they're referencing something that was happening in my RL. Thank you all so much for your concerns and your very kind comments before and after, guys. When I get to those, I will be reading them. I won't be commenting on them if that is okay with you. I think that's fair. But thank you though. Thank you so much. I'll read it. I won't go into it, but I do appreciate every single one of you for those kind comments though, if that's okay. Let's get to it, guys. So, Joe kicks us off. I'm pretty sure that Joe's been first before. Am I right, Joe? Maybe? We shall see. Also, guys, only 18 likes. Unbelievable. It's not a big deal at all, guys, but it's interesting because a lot of people take part in these, but only 18 people are liking the posts. And likes make no difference at all on Patreon, so I'm being stupid. I'm joking, don't worry. So, hello, Veggie. Hope you're doing better by the time the next book video... by the next book club video. Chapter 14. I think that's the little mention of how Snape avoids Moody's eye is a great writing because we know Snape as a person who is not easily intimidated. That's actually very true. That's I didn't even take that into account. But we have just met Moody, so we learn a lot about him just by this reaction from established characters. That is so true. You know what, Joe? We get it from McGonagall in the movie as well. Like, when he first walks into the hallway, everyone's like... But McGonagall is like, oh, Gordon Bennett has to come to this. Her face is a picture on it. But yeah, that is a great point. In my first language, spew is translated into lose? Is it? I don't know which one is worse. I see. That's amazing, Joe. Chapter 15. I seriously wonder if Dumbledore wanted Moody to use the Imperius on students to make Harry be able to resist, or if that is just a plain lie from Moody. That's where I am right now as well. Thing is, it would only take one student to mention it to Dumbledore. But Moody's saying Dumbledore's okayed it, so why would anyone talk to Dumbledore about it? Interesting stuff, guys. You'd hope that there would be some sort of alarm system where if anyone in Hogwarts does an unforgivable curse, then they're grand, like a charm, I should say. But I'm glad this happened because it was great to get a description of how it feels. Absolutely, it's also likely that Dumbledore would not know this is going on. You just made me realise, Joe, that I didn't give my full points about the Imperius Curse. So, like I say, I always thought that it was that you are completely conscious, that you just can't help your body from being moved. Whereas, from what we get from Harry's experience of it, it puts you into a euphoric state in which you are more susceptible to do what you're told. Which is so different than what I expected it was, guys. It really is so different. Fascinating stuff. It's also unlikely that Dumbledore would not know this is going on. Just the point I just made. I can finally get it off my chest. It was ridiculous that the movie had the other schools be excessively boys and girls schools. Exclusively. It makes no sense, as they are supposed to be the biggest schools in Europe. That's interesting. And their entrance is so cringe. I'm with you with the cringe. I really am, Joe. And I feel like at the time I probably felt it was a bit cringe then, but now it's not the objectification of the female ones and the like the they did the tough and violent, stereotype of the men. It's not that, guys. It's the fact that they're not characters. They're not people. They are a stereotype, and that's what bothers me the most about it. So, I say bothers me. It's just it's cringe. There we go. Great way of putting it. Thank you so much for your commentary, Josh. The unforgivable curses. The book does a much better job at highlighting them, in my opinion. It is stressed that you can't just say the spells and expect it to work. Absolutely. I always thought it was called chilling that Moody is so confident that the entire class could try to perform the killing curse on him right there, and it would fail. Yeah, he says that he wouldn't even get a nosebleed from it. Yeah. Like, why take the risk? Anyway, he doesn't actually get them to do it. But I see what you mean, Josh. Or maybe he does, maybe later on in the book. I mean, that would be a risk. Anyway, the abrupt shift in the class reaction really highlights how terrible all three of these spells truly are. I agree, Josh, and I think it is slightly better done in the movie. The way that Moody is laughing alongside them, and then it gets into the serious stuff. I gotta say it when I see it, guys. I feel like the movie had some good moments in these chapters, albeit completely jumbled up. Sandra, hi, Veggie. I hope you make time to look after yourself. I'm surprised Hermione didn't research house elves after Dobby appeared in Chamber of Secrets. She at no point saw Dobby, but I completely, yeah, she, you know what, Sandra, that's true. She probably would have done, wouldn't she? Although, unless all literature doesn't mention about the fact that house elves are like that, maybe. Although, presumably, some of the stuff that Hermione's been doing in the library has been researching house elves, presumably. She could have asked Professor Binns about them. That's an interesting choice, actually. Although he's very old-fashioned, though, isn't he? Literally. As they are part of the history of magic, it doesn't fit with her character to not know about them. I do see that, Sandra. That is a very good point that you've made there. I feel like Binns is not the best person, because Binns is going to be quite old school when it comes to tradition and everything, isn't he? Whereas Dumbledore, I feel like, is going to be the kind of person who is going to be able to see... I'll put it like this. Binns ain't going to be able to see Hermione's standpoint at all. I feel like Dumbledore will have some... What's the term? It's not the term which I'm thinking of, but appreciation. Yeah, an understanding of where Hermione is coming from. I would hope, anyway. Gavnob, Chapter 14. More wizard-centric thinking by the Ministry. Unthinkable curse if used on a human, not a serpent, not a serpent thing. I'm not sure what it is. I'm sorry, Gavnob, but it's a spider in the book, isn't it? So elves, goblins, centaurs, and so on are all fine. I'm not sure if that's the case. I think it might be dark creatures. Although you do say goblins. I don't know if goblins are dark creatures. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll find out more in future. Good to know. Be fascinating to know. Now onto the SPEW introduction. I predict others will go into this in great detail due to Uranus being an retrograde. I completely agree, Gavnob. I completely agree, but yes, I'm sure that we will have a good discussion on this. Chapter 15. I guess I would just need to fail transfiguration. I would not perform on animals. Yeah, I'm with you, Gavnob. I haven't said it before. I probably have said it. Maybe in my movie reaction I did, but it doesn't seem right. Because the thing is, if you do it wrong, the animals are getting hurt. We hear about Neville's hedgehog being terrified of pins because he's messed up. So you can't say the transfiguration doesn't hurt because there are repercussions regardless. There we go. And yeah, you can't expect everyone to be better than how Neville is, because Neville isn't that good. I don't. Anyway, I appreciate your point there. I would likely never even used the spell on animals, even when I know they would work properly. Actually, that's a good point. Why is it always animals? Does it have to be a living thing? Does it always have to be a living thing? I feel like it has been up to this point. I didn't even mention... Okay, so earlier on, guys, I said 2 points about Harry's reaction to Hermione. And I didn't see the second one. The second point is he was eating scrambled eggs. I need someone to make a list of all the different breakfasts that Harry has. Because I swear it's different every time. By the 7th book, guys, he's going to have to be having, like... chips. I don't know, he's going to have to be having some odd things for breakfast. Because it's always different, I swear. I swear it's different. Anyway, Gavdom, thank you so much for your comment. By the way, guys, I'm liking these comments so I can see where I'm going down. If at any point I skip anyone and I don't like them, it's not because I didn't like the comment. It's just because I forgot to do it. So, oh my goodness. Is it Moniz? Maybe? I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I'm terrible with names. Hi, Veggie. Been following the channel for a while, but only just now thought to Google headcanon. Ah, it's a strange term, isn't it? I didn't know it was an actual term. Haha, really? That's awesome. I thought it was a term only you personally used. Well, I do have a lot of stupid things that I do personally say, but no, headcanon is a legit thing, though. Maybe wonder if you know of other fandom terms that are commonly used in English. I'm from Chile. Or Chile, isn't it? I think that's what some people say, but from Chile. So I've mostly been a Harry Potter fan in Spanish. Wow. Headcanon. There's a good one. You said movie terms, right? Terms, fandom terms. Oh, it's not a fandom term, but I've got another movie term for you that I could look at. And I wouldn't do it right now, but it's... There's the terms of when music is in a scene and outside of a scene. Oh, where's my phone? Oh, okay. What is it called when music is in a scene but not heard by the characters? Diegetic. So this isn't exactly what you're after, but diegetic music, get to the Wikipedia page, diegetic, also called source music, is music that is part of a fictional world portrayed in a piece of narrative, such as a film, show, play, video game, and is thus knowingly performed or heard by the characters. So diegetic music, like if you've seen Star Wars, guys, when they go into the cantina and you have, not Max Rebo, the other one, damn it, I can't remember his name, Panda Baba? Or Panda Baba. Anyway, you had the band playing music. Luke, Han, Obi, and Chewie can all hear that music. Non-diegetic is what happens when they're going towards the Millennium Falcon and all the stormtroopers like say, hey, wait, and then they start firing and all the action music plays. That's non-diegetic because the characters cannot hear it. So there you go. It's not exactly what you're after, buddies. I hope I'm saying your name right. But that's just another interesting thing. When it comes to fandom terms, I'm not sure. I'll have to have a think about that. But thank you so much for your comments. Greatly appreciate. Kensit, you're finally introduced to Spew. Curious of your thoughts on what Hermione's goal is. So much goes on in these 2 chapters, but how do you feel about the movie making the visiting schools an only boy and only girl compared to the book being mixed? Okay, so that's 2 points. So the first one, some of the goals that she wants Spew to achieve are stretch goals. I don't think that anyone would be against the conditions being improved, right? I don't think anyone would be against the conditions being improved, guys. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me know in the comments, guys. Boy and girl school. It doesn't bother me as much as it bothers some people, I think. Now, obviously, it depends how that goes on throughout the rest of this book. I might very well change my opinion. I don't hate it. I think that it could be absolutely fine done like that. I like the previous comment. It doesn't make much sense because these are meant to be very, very high up popular schools, but I feel like it doesn't bother me as much as it bothers other people. The portrayal of those characters does bother me in that first introduction, but yeah, yeah, I'd imagine what book readers were like when that scene first happened. Were they like, what's going on? Probably not. Probably not. I don't know. Let me know, guys. When you first saw it in the cinema, having read the book and then watching the movie, did you immediately hate that scene? There we go. That's a good way of putting it. Because I didn't immediately hate it, guys, but it's yeah. Anyway, on with your comment, Kenzit. Seems like an odd choice. Also, Harry being able to somewhat resist the Imperious Curse was really impressive. He's only 14 years old. He survived the Killing Curse, and with some sort of effort, can throw off the Imperious Curse. Two of the three unforgivable curses. Good point. It's almost like he's immune. Yeah, that is interesting, Kenzie, because I said earlier on that I thought the voice was Voldemort. Maybe it isn't. Maybe everyone does hear this voice inside them. Like say, when Dean was getting made to hop around the classroom singing the national anthem, was there a voice saying, yes, I think I will do that, in the back of Dean's head? I presume it's Voldy. Maybe I'm wrong though. Great comment, Kenzie. That's food for thought. Jake! Hey Veggie, hope you and your family are okay. Snape has failed to get the Defensive Dark Arts job for 4 years running. This sign really emphasizes how the books are from Harry's perspective and not necessarily accurate. He was failing to get the job for far longer than that. True. Yeah. It was old news even when Percy told him about it in Philosopher's Stone. Oh, bloomin' heck! Good call there, Jake. That's fascinating. Good old Percy. No Percy in these chapters, guys. Outrageous. I have to wonder. Do you think Moody actually got permission from Dumbledore to perform the curses in the classroom, or just made that up? I think right now, Jake, I do think he is making it up. But I could be persuaded either way at this point, with the information that we've got. But at this point, I feel like that's the side of the die which I'm on, which is not a term. Side of the coin. Very strange that the Ministry would say you can perform these legal curses in classrooms in 6th year. Yeah, now this makes me think it's about the whole animal thing and the dark creature side of it. I can't imagine the British government ruling magic mushrooms are legal except in year 10 chemistry class to study their effects. Can you? Well, I don't think at any point they're going to be taught. I don't think at any point Moody or whoever else, because presumably Lupin was teaching about these curses last year to the 6th years. That's interesting. Wow. Lockhart was teaching them? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, guys. Lockhart presumably had to teach some students about the unforgivable curses. How they all survived, I have no idea. Or maybe he just talked about his book, let's face it, or his hair. That's fascinating. That's a fascinating point. But yeah, no, I don't think at any point they are being taught how to do them. They're just being taught about them. As Moody says, you have to know. Suffering, or maybe he's just making all that up. Maybe you're not meant to even be taught about them at all. Suffering Burns, although Hermione would be over that, wouldn't she? Suffering Burns stabbed in the back by a friend, losing a treasured possession coming off worse in a fight, Ron drowning twice. Harry and Ron's predictions are so dramatic. That's what they did the trick. But what are the chances of them actually happening? Oh my god, drowning. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know how accurate what happens in the movie is to the book, guys, but there are moments like the drowning twice. Crumb has a cold, I should say. I feel like they're going to in a weird small way and that's why Trelawney's giving him top marks, because they're actually although he did say that Harry's going to die from decapitation. Is there any way that could be? Oh man, is it the Voldemort touch? Ah man, I'm intrigued. I am intrigued now. I feel we're definitely going to be keeping an eye out for those. One final thought. Sorry for quite long. I don't think it's coincidence that Hedwig delivered a letter from a man in hiding late in the night to an empty common room instead of the breakfast where everyone can see it. To you, she's one smart owl who definitely deserves a treat. I know she didn't get one as well, but also after that, or maybe it's because she didn't get a treat, she then did deliver it to the breakfast table the second time, didn't she? But yeah, that's a very good point, Jake. Yeah, like covert operations. Is that right, Dan? I don't know. Thank you so much for your comments, Andrew. Hi, Veggie. Hope you're doing as well as you can. Second book club comment from me. Andrew, you're welcome. It's nice to see you back. One of my favourite lines from the entire series in this chapter, had he been less preoccupied, Harry would have realised that the absence of Neville's usual snores meant that he was not the only one lying awake. Andrew, I completely agree with you. Some of these chapters have brilliant teasers in their last line. That's one of the best examples of it. I'm completely with you. For a brief moment, we exit Harry's perspective and we're told that Neville is affected by the lesson today. Oh, really? We aren't to know that the nature of why just yet, but it is a powerful line that really brings some sympathy to Neville. It shows us that it isn't just Harry who has a lot on his mind and all these worldly troubles to deal with. Ain't that the truth? It's such a powerful line, and one which says so much in so little. That line I didn't pick up on so much. That is a great description of it. That really is. And yeah, guys, it's going to be all sorts going on with all the different students, but Neville's absolutely had it very tough. One other point, it's nice to see Harry having so much willpower to fight the Imperius Curse, though he does arguably fight it off rather quickly without any practice. Am I the only one who thinks it has something to do with Voldemort, guys? Maybe I am. Unless you're teasing something there, Andrew. But no, I assumed it's to do with Voldemort. Interesting, very interesting. Sending well wishes your way. Hope you're enjoying the book. I absolutely am. P.S. Just to assure we get our usual wrestling tangent per video, what did you think of the Royal Rumble? Well, the blooming Elimination Chamber was like a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? Or last weekend, I think it was. Royal Rumble, I thought was great. The Rumbles were as good as Rumbles always are. They were a lot of fun. I think the Women's Rumble was a bit better. Not to say that I didn't like the Men's one, but I feel like the Women's Rumble really got good by the end. I did predict everything right about the pay-per-view when it came to winners and losers and everything. That's never really a big issue, though. Elimination Chamber was very predictable, but it was still a great show. But yeah, I always enjoy Royal Rumble. It's always the best, guys. It's just like seeing all the different characters all in the ring at the same time. It's just so cool. So cool. What was the title match? Yeah, the title match was, yeah, 4 ways. It's not really my sort of thing, to be honest. I like one-on-one matches the most. If you're going to do a 4-way, I'd like it to be elimination. But then someone always has to be the big show in that situation, then, don't they? Elimination Chamber I thought was really good. My highlight of it was Rhea Ripley's heel / babyface entrance in front of her home crowd. I thought it was wonderful. I think she's brilliant, guys. I think that she is arguably... I don't want to go over the top, guys, but I feel like she's arguably already the greatest female wrestler that there has ever been. I think that she just gets it on a level that very, very, very few people do. Men or women. So this isn't like, you know, a criticism or anything, but I think that she's just great. I really, really do. And honestly, I think that she should retain at WrestleMania. I really do feel like she should retain at WrestleMania, guys. Yeah. That's just my perspective, though. I'm a big Judgment Day fan, so I'm going to say that. I was there in person when Dominic Mysterio turned heel, which was fun. No one was expecting it. It's like, ah! That was amazing. Anyway, there you go. There's your wrestling tangent. One other point. Oh no, that's it. Thank you so much, Andrew. That's a great comment. Thank you so much for your second, and I look forward to your third. Maria. Hey, Veggie. Constant vigilance. This is what I was talking about earlier on. I love Harry and Ron writing, and again, guys, don't change the way you write your comments. It's absolutely fine. I love Harry and Ron writing made-up predictions for divination. It was amazing. It was so funny. I wonder if Professor Trelawney will catch on when neither of them are trampled by hippogriffs, or maybe they will be. Maybe they will be, or maybe Crom will be. As others have said, I'm really proud of Hermione for starting Spew. It's interesting that the twins have been into the kitchen and met the Hogwarts elves. I would like to hear more about that. Yeah, it's true. And also the fact that the elves didn't dob them in as well. Dobby them in. I much prefer Drumstrang Bobarton's entrance in the books. It's so silly that the movie made them all boys and all girls. And again, it doesn't bother me as much as other people. But by the end of this book club, I think I might even have changed. You guys may have changed my mind. Also, we barely get to see the elephant-sized whiskey drinking horses in the movie. Yeah, and I think they're definitely smaller than elephants in the movie. I think they are. I think they are. We see it so briefly, it's hard to really tell, to be honest. Underneath Hagrid, who is obviously huge, and so... Did you notice how secretive Fred and George are being in these chapters? What do you think they're up to? I don't know. I really don't. Do we know that Barty Crouch is going to be coming to the school? Because I don't think we do, and so it wouldn't be that. It's not going to be trying to sneak a note to Dumbledore. They do specify he. Could it be something about Cedric? Because they think that he's going to be, hands down, the person? I'm not sure, which is a great place to be in. It's a great place to be in. Maria, thank you so much for your comments. Nessie Bobs. Hi, Veggie. At the Quidditch World Cup in the film, Draco's father hit Harry with the cane in the same way he hit Draco with it in Borgin and Burke's shop. That's so true. Did he hit the actor though? Because I'm pretty sure he accidentally hit Draco, didn't he? The actor, I think so. I think that's right. He was like really apologetic about it as well. As he explained in the 20th anniversary... Oh, he actually hurt Draco. I'm sorry. I'm jumping on your cart here. Seems a bit odd to do it again, risking hurting Dan in the same way, though it was actually in character to do it as Lucius. Do you reckon that maybe, Nessie, they made the cane able to do it so even if it did hit Daniel, it wouldn't hurt? Maybe they did something different. Although it's metal, I don't know what you can really do to something that's a chrome. Maybe that's it. But great point though, Nessie. That's very well made. That's very observant of you. I didn't even pick up on the fact that he did that, but he absolutely did it in the same way as he did in Chamber. Thank you so much for your comment. Florin. Hey, Veggie. Do you think Neville's behaviour and ability under the Imperius Curse is a slight hint at he wouldn't be so clumsy if he was more confident? Florin, you just if I just said that earlier on, we could have saved like 5 minutes. But because I'm so bad with words, I was trying to explain it very, very badly. But that is a succinct way of putting it. That is absolutely the fact that physically Neville can do it, but having the confidence to do something is very different than actually, you know, than physically being able to do it. So I completely agree with you, Florian. Or actually better all round. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think that Neville needs help with his confidence. I really do. And quite frankly, there's no one who's really helping with his confidence. You could argue Hermione was concerned, but yeah, I do feel for Neville, guys. I really do. I see some of myself in Neville sometimes. I honestly do. Also, with all her intelligence, Hermione could have foreseen the spew would be a problem when it comes to marketing. Yeah, it does seem a little bit off character, the fact that she didn't pick up on the fact it's called spew. Or maybe she thought that everyone would take it so seriously that they would ignore that, maybe. Maybe. In the German version, it is Beefera. Which simply lacks the funny wordplay. Yeah, I'm guessing elf in the middle is literal elf. Maybe. Yeah, that's the problem with different translations, isn't it? I guess what they could do is just say, because Harry Potter in the German version is still meant to be set in Scotland, isn't it? And so they could just say, which means this in English. It wouldn't be as funny though, would it? Yeah, that's very interesting, Florian. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. Maddie! Hey, Veggie! Harry and Ron doing their made-up predictions of doom. That's a great way of putting it. That's what the chapter should have been called. And Hermione introducing spew to them are some of the my favourite trio moments. Absolutely, it's back-to-back as well. Also, it's nice that we're being shown more of Hedwig's sassy personality. I completely agree. We also finally meet Beauxbatons and Drumstrag delegations, and no dramatic entrance there. Not yet. At least, yeah. I'm going on these comments. I'm guessing it's not, which is fine, guys. It's not a spoiler at all. But yeah, you know what? I'll put it like this. At the end of this chapter, I was like, I cannot wait to hear more about these guys. At the end of that scene in the movie, I was like, I already know everything there is to know about these guys. That's the difference, guys. That's the difference. Thank you, Maddie. Great comment. Dara! Hi, Veggie. Hello, all you all. Imagine if Moody turns Snape into a horned toad, bouncing him off all around his dungeon. Yes, thank you for that image, Ron. Do you think that would happen? No, I don't think it does. And I don't think it would. I think Snape is the best duelist. That's a good point. The best duelist. And I do not think Moody would stand a chance in fair encounter. I'm not sure if Ron knows that. Because obviously Snape was one of the people running the dueling class, but I'm not sure if Ron knows that at this point. Also, what do you think about the unforgivable curses? I think the book does a better job than the films, since it's not just shown, but also explained in detail. I do think you're right, Dara. It's very interesting to me that they are asked for the most punished illegal curses, and then the three that they give are the unforgivable curses, which is very interesting. It's that aspect I like of it. And in the movie, it is clearly Moody who is deciding who is going to be answering all the questions. Even Neville. But that being said, there are wonderful moments where Moody is clearly playing up the fact, oh, look at this funny spider, well, I can do this, and it suddenly turns. That's not there in the book, because Moody is doing all this stuff, and he says, oh yeah, you think it's funny, do you? So the fact that Moody was luring him into a sense of humour in what is a very serious thing, I thought was actually more effective. And the fact that Hermione does not say what the last unforgivable curse is, it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. Oh man, tells us so much about her, let alone putting over how terrifying this curse is. I prefer that in the movie, guys. I really do. Anyway, we need to get through this. For chapter 15, I'll stay with the curses. I have a theory about why Harry was able to fight the curse easier than others. Why do you think it could be? I think it's Voldemort. Honestly, that's where my brain goes. Also, I'd have loved to see some of the acts Harry's classmates did in the the movie. Do you think you mean with the when in Imperius, I presume? Do you think that would have taken away the seriousness of the spell? Like, then again, they do it in the book, so why not? Yeah, maybe that's what they were thinking. Also, I also just to do the cough Lockhart because I'm sick with bronchitis and coughing is what I'm good at the moment. I'm sorry to hear that, Dara. So Ron Blumman predicted it for you. Oh no. Also adding some quick Belfer info. Yeah, there we go. Belfer. Wasn't that a character from Final Fantasy X? Final Fantasy 11? No, Final Fantasy. What would it have been? 12. Belfer, Final Fantasy 12. No, apparently not. I thought it was a Han Solo-like character. Anyway, good game. Good game. Story's a bit lacking, in my opinion, but the game was good. Not many. Yeah. Anyway, it was good. It was good. So I love me some Final Fantasy. I'm not playing the new one, guys. Final Fantasy 7 has a very precious place in my heart, and the fact that they are changing the story and making it all about time loops and all sort of crap, I think it's crap. There was none of that in the original Final Fantasy 7. There was no changing timelines and seeing the future and all sort of things. None of that. The fact that that is now the main focus of the remakes. No, it's not a remake. It's not a remake. They shouldn't have called the first one a remake. I bought it believing that it was a remake, and it was great until the last couple of hours, and then it just ruined it. In my opinion. Anyway, let's move on. I'm sure I'm in the minority, guys, but I was upset at the end of Final Fantasy 7 in a way, remake in which, you know, video games have never really made me upset before. Sure, video games have made me cry with emotional endings. Final Fantasy 10, for example, beautiful ending. Oh my god, guys, voted like the most romantic scene in video game history at the end of Final Fantasy 10. It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. But Final Fantasy 7 made me upset, as in I was upset with the game rather than this, you know, with yeah. Anyway, sorry, Dara. Florin also said the translation is poor, as so many translations are, I'm sure. Be fair, which would mean something like League of the Elf Rights. Oh, that's alright. Which lacks the welfare part totally. That's a good point, because that's actually very true, and Hermione would want to cover that as well. Yeah, great point, Dara. Thanks so much for your comments. Benjamin, hey Veggie. After a long absence, I'm finally back. Lovely to see you, Benjamin. It really is. I really liked the explanation of the unforgivable curses. I feel in the movie it's not clear what Imperius actually does, and the other two are only shown for about 5 seconds. True, that's true. Because Imperius certainly works very different than I thought it did. So yeah, you're absolutely right with that. I don't know how long they could really stretch out the killing curse, to be honest, but I do see a point though, especially with Cruciatus. But again, you don't want to. It's a brutal moment for kids to be watching, and so maybe that's the reason. Also, I don't think Moody should use Imperius on students. Even as a method of teaching, with Dumbledore's approval, he is still breaking the law there. Yeah, I almost it almost does make me feel like it's a sense of sadism when it comes to him, to be honest. Or, you know, who I believe it is. Benjamin, lovely to see you back. Thank you so much for your comment. Naomi, I believe. Hello. How are you, Veggie? I'm finally all caught up. Naomi, you're welcome. Nice work. I'm glad to see you here. First of all, poor Neville. You could call the chapter that. These chapters that. Having to disembowel Toad. Oh yeah, I skipped that. Disembowel Toad, especially when he has a pet Toad. That's actually very true. And then the lesson with the Unforgivables. Also, Neville rarely heard. Sorry. Also, Neville rarely heard he was good at anything. I can't stand this slander. Bless him. Yeah, this is the thing, guys. If you get told that you're useless enough by people, then you will absolutely believe it yourself. And if you believe it yourself, guys, you're not going to be able to do the acrobatics that he does in the Imperious lesson, you know? So, yeah, it's sad. That's my opinion, now. I love that the class is more serious in the books, especially the Imperious curse. Think it's funny. You'd like it if I did it to you. The laughter died instantly. I do feel like we do get that in the movie. Because you know what it is, Naomi? It's the fact that I believe that in the movie, Moody is playing along with the laughter and then purposely changes it to saying all the serious stuff. Whereas in the book, Moody is like, oh, you think it's funny? Straight, like the first thing he says. So he's clearly... The fact is, guys, he may have had this put on him. He's probably had colleagues and loved ones that have had it put on him. He's probably seen people do the horrendous things that he lists off here. So to him, to Moody, not the person who presumably it actually is, but to Moody, this is serious. Yeah, true. I feel like it wasn't as impactful in the movie, and also is just given a better explanation in the book. I completely agree with the explanation, absolutely, totally. I like the way it was done in the movie, but I can completely see other people preferring the way it's done in the book. Absolutely. Thank you for continuing to make these. Have a good day all. Thank you so much, Naomi. Thank you so much for your comments. Moving on to Alias. It's really nice that Lupin sends a letter to Moody so he would know what the students have learned in the Defense Against Dark Arts the previous year. Yeah, I'm wondering if he was sending it specifically to Moody, or was it to the next Defense Against Dark Arts teacher? But either way, it's great. Either way, it's brilliant. Very useful. In the movie, and it actually, you know what? The fact that Lupin is doing that does kind of show that the Defense Against Dark Arts, behind closed doors, Dumbledore may not actually know what's going on in there. The fact that Lupin had to make this letter. Very interesting. In the movie, Hermione doesn't give the name of the killing curse. Either because she doesn't know it. No, she knows it. We'll discuss that in a second. Or doesn't want to say it. But here, she actually is the first character to enter in the entire book series to say the curse out loud. Kind of. Because we would have heard... We kind of heard Voldemort say it, but we didn't. It wasn't on the page. But I see what you mean. She definitely knows. I feel like Emma Watson in that scene... Emma Watson? Yes. I second guess myself every single time with her name. I feel like Emma Watson in that scene did a very good job of portraying someone who is exhausted about what's just happened and has just been asked to do something terrible. And to her, it's just saying what the curse is. So I think that she does a very good job in that scene. I actually do. And it's a very important moment for Harry after having heard his parents' death. Thanks to the Dementors, he now knows exactly what killed them, his parents. Yeah, Devin's parents. Yeah, sorry, yes. Yeah, which is kind of glossed over in the movie, isn't it? The thing is, we don't have this internal dialogue with Harry. Yeah, I don't know how you could have had it. You could have flashed up Lily and James dying in his mind, but yeah, the book was able to do that better than the movie was. I feel like that's the fairest way I can put it. It's pretty interesting to discover exactly how the Imperious Curse works to make you do things against your will. Completely agree. Contrary to the other two, which inflicts pain or death, this one puts you in a relaxed and somewhat blissful state. Makes you wonder if there are recreational use of it in Imperious Curse. What are you thinking, Alias? Kind of like how drugs can be used in the real world. Yeah, I see what you mean, actually. Yeah, no. But if you're using that curse, it's unforgivable. It is unforgivable, which means in any case that you're doing it against a human, even if you're trying to make them relax. Because if someone is having a turn or something, or then I think you could legally argue, I was just trying to relax them. But there are probably other spells to better do that. Interesting. Very, very interesting. SPW is born. And Ron, Fred and George, who have lived all their lives in the Wizarding World, don't seem to think house elves need or want to be freed. Also, you might have noticed that every time Hermione starts to explain why it's necessary, something happens and the subject gets changed. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to let that play out, Alias, because I'm not sure what you mean by that last line, but that's interesting. I don't know if you're saying because Fred, George, and Ron have lived their entire life in the Wizarding World, don't seem to have an issue with what happened to the elves. That doesn't mean that it's okay. I don't know. I can't think of any particular examples right now, but tradition doesn't to the point where things shouldn't be changed in the future. So yeah, that's where I am, and obviously I'm going on the information that I've been given from the books so far. So anyway, Alias, thank you so much for comment. And obviously I don't have the movie comparison because it just isn't in the movies. It's a nurse thing, so you said the dancing. Hi Veggie, constant vigilance. Mad Eye sure is something, isn't he? I definitely appreciate that the unforgivable curses are actually explained in the books. In the book, I remember trying to imagine how they would do the bit with Harry resisting the Imperious Curse in the movie and being disappointed when it just a little cutscene. Is it in the movie? Unless you're referring to the scene where they're taught them. Unless is there a cutscene when they're having the curses put on them? If there is, I can't remember it, so I'll keep an eye out for it. But that's very interesting. There, it's a nurse thing. Do you think it would have been a bit of too much of foreshadowing? Now, this is purely going on my theory that it's Voldemort that is this voice that's in the back of Harry's head. Oh, Tom, I should say. So I think that having the voice there may have been a bit too much foreshadowing towards what is a horrific ending in the movie. I feel like everyone agrees that the ending of the movie is well done, right? I think so. Well, we shall see. We shall see when we get there, when we get in the book. Moody also seems much angrier and intense in the movie. Or is that just me? No, you're completely right. You're completely right. It's a nurse thing. I mentioned about the chalk thing. The chalk thing really makes me revisit the ferret scene. Because it seems like it's... I've already said it in this video, but it seemed like it was... In the book, it seems like it's because it's a misjustice. What Draco was trying to do to Harry. Whereas the fact that Moody is willing to throw whatever it is, I think it's chalk, at Seamus shows that he is loose cannon, and it could just be because he is just a violent guy. So yeah, I'm completely with you that he is more angry and intense in the movie. Oh, Hermione. Thanks, Hermione. Oh, Hermione, for someone so smart, you can be so dumb. SPEW is a terrible acronym for an organisation. No matter how noble the cause, it's... I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I think that nowadays some charities would want to do that. Isn't there like an ethical toilet paper company called Crap now or something like that? I feel like, you know, I feel like some campaigns would actually, not serious ones, but more relaxed ones would actually go for something like that. There's one called Calm, guys, which is I don't know what the first word is. What does the charity Calm spell for? Oh, campaign. Campaign against living miserably. But I think if they could fit spew into it, they would actually go for it. Because they have quite a good sense of humour with their stuff, you know. With their, like, mental health stuff and everything. So I feel like some would. But not something when it's so important. And yeah, how important the cause is. Yeah, I'm with you there, actually. And going around rattling collection tin in everyone's face isn't going to make them suddenly want to join up. I completely agree with that, yes. It's just annoying, but kudos for the passion. I completely agree with that as well. Yeah, the collecting tin is not... Collecting tins can absolutely be done right, guys. Completely right. If, you know, like you say, people are being respectful, and if people want to donate, then they can. Whereas when people are like coming up to you, like shoving it in your face, and I remember one guy in Oxford Station who was like shaking their collection tin like in the middle of the train station, like really loudly rattling it. I cannot believe anyone would have paid. I don't know. It was strange, yeah. I think the guy must have just been having a bad day, to be honest. Which I feel sorry for him about. We all have bad days, guys. Believe me. Anyway, yes, sorry, back to your point. Also, Hogwarts A History is a 1,000-page long, and Hermione has read it how many times? I don't know. That is a lot, isn't it? 1,000. It is a lot, isn't it? This is my... I never read many books, guys, so yeah, it must be a lot. Finally, I just love that Hedwig has a distinct personality. Yeah, we're really seeing it coming out in these chapters. Oh my! I thought my electricity went off. It's okay. It's okay, guys. It's just my light. My goodness. Now, luckily, since a disaster happened during my Lord of the Rings reactions, I save my recordings are saved into MKV files automatically, because when you lose power whilst recording, what you've recorded up to that point doesn't get corrupted, which is a godsend, guys. If you make YouTube videos or any kind of videos, have them be made by your recording software into MKVs. Believe me, it will save you so much misery. And then you, afterwards, like in OBS, you can convert them into MP4s, like very, very simple, like a couple of clicks. God, that made me jump then. Much like constant vigilance makes people jump. Finally, I love the Hedwig's personality. All the animals seem to, which is so wonderful and realistic. I love the aspect of the books. What about... I love this aspect of the books. What about you, Veggie? Yeah, and again, it does feel like we are seeing it more with Hedwig than we ever have in these couple of chapters, which is brilliant. It really is lovely. Because it's important to remember, guys, Hedwig would mean the absolute world to Harry, but sometimes, because Hedwig isn't a part of the storyline as much as other characters, she really takes a back seat, and so it's really nice that when she is around, that we actually get those character parts coming out. Until next time, constant vigilance. Not Ootip. Thank you so much. It's a nurse thing. Greatly appreciated. Slim. Constant vigilance is what I'm saying. And the next comment as well. Can we take a moment to appreciate Neville here? He's willingly goes and faces Snape's potions lesson every week, despite Snape being his greatest fear. Absolutely. Snape's complete indifference to his difficulties and difficulties and never complains. You mean Neville never complains? Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. I can't imagine Harry uncomplainingly fighting Dementors for 2 hours every week, or Ron chatting with Aragog and his family for two hours every week. But Slim... No, because Ron's scared of Aragog as well. But it's a different kind of scared, though. Harry and Ron have a confidence in themselves. Even Ron, guys. Ron absolutely has a confidence in himself, which Neville has nowhere near to the level of. And so I feel like that is where the difference is. But yeah. And you know, when you are scared, often you are very... Is passive the right word? Where you're willing to do what you're told, basically. Which is different with Neville. I do feel sorry for him, guys. I know there's different opinions of Neville, but I just don't want to get into it today, if that's okay. In fact, I'm being a hypocrite here, because I shouldn't be going into it here either. So, if Snape were genuinely interested in helping Neville, instead of trying to find his reasons to bully him, surely he'd have changed tack with Neville melting his Sith cauldron. Yes, McGonagall and the other teachers are sharp with Neville too, but they at least... seem to care about his feelings and education. McGonagall, I'm not so sure. She is nasty to him, I do think. The teacher concerned about safety does not persist using the same method to result five melted cauldrons. I generally don't understand the argument that Snape is a good teacher. I love Hermione. Oh, okay. So I shouldn't have... I've been a bit of a hypocrite there, guys, because I said that I didn't want to really talk about the whole Neville, you know, if Neville is a good or bad student there. If I'm not going to do one way, I need to not do the other, and so I'm sorry for being a hypocrite there, and I appreciate your comment, Slim, but I just don't feel like discussing that today, if that's okay. I'm so sorry, guys. I shouldn't have given my thoughts on. If I'm not going to discuss one take on it, I shouldn't be discussing the other take on it. So I apologise. Like I say, I'll read the comment out, but I shouldn't be really giving my thoughts on this. I love Hermione, but the hypocrisy is infuriating. She's behaving just like every other wizard, making decisions for the elves without any regard to their feelings or wants. It's true that she hasn't talked to any, has she? That would be... Actually, that should really be the first step. Because presumably she is allowed to talk with them whenever they're doing their things, although they wouldn't want to because a good house elf is never seen, isn't it? I don't think Hermione is arrogant of this fact either, and her research doesn't even involve going down to the kitchens to ask the elves about their lot. Gah. Well, she does say that students aren't allowed down there. Like, Fred and George are down there because they're stealing stuff, but Hermione says that is the reason why she hasn't gone down there. The voice in Harry's head arguing against jumping on the desk. Was that Harry, or was it something else? Spooky. Shame. Such a shame the film chose to have one school girls and the other school boys. Give me my girls in fur, boys in silk. God, that's a good point, actually. That is actually a very good point. I like that. I like that, Slim. You know what, Slim? You just inspired something in me. You had just inspired something. I said, guys, that maybe by the end of this book club, I will change my opinion on how much it bothers me that the schools are all boys and all girls. Has now made a jump there. It has. Oh, it really has. Now, presumably at Drumstrang, they teach their boy students to be a certain type of man. So a certain type of boy, I should say. And at Beauxbatons, in the same respect, they teach their girls to be a certain type of girl. But what Slim has just pointed out here, it's at Drumstrang, guys, there are going to be girls who are going to be completely different from Beauxbatons. And at Beauxbatons, there are going to be boys that are going to be completely different from Drumstrang. But what the movie does is kind of, and maybe I'm being a bit unfair here, but it kind of suggests that this is what a girl is and this is what a boy is. Okay, I'm shifting towards not liking it even more now. Good point, Slim. Thank you so much for making it. Thank you for the stuff about Neville, but like I say, today, if I'm not going to talk about one side of the argument, I absolutely shouldn't be talking about the other, reacting to the other side of it. So I appreciate your comment. I let myself down, I guess. I'm sorry. Because the fact is, there are going to be some people that I disagree with. I'm sure there are, because there's replies there. Disagree with Slim here. But what I've just done is represent and give my opinions on one side of it. But I've already said I'm not going to do it on the other side. So I'm so sorry that I did that. Let's move on. Thank you so much, Slim. I just had some bolognese and it was very, very nice. Homemade. Digo. Constant vigilance, of course. I love how much additional information we get about the unforgivable curses in this book. I think the parts about Avada Kedavra being very difficult to perform and needed of a lot of power behind it is actually really important world building. Yeah, I've always assumed that it must be. I've always assumed that all spells must be. I mean, making a feather float, you know, is more than just, or maybe it isn't more than just saying the word, because that's where Ron was going wrong, wasn't it? Leviosa. But yeah, I think I've always assumed that there has to be a little bit like something spiritual about the spells. As this explains why not every dark wizard would constantly use the spell, fair point, and resort to different spells to attack and kill people, since many of them might not be powerful enough to perform it. That's actually a very good point. Thank you, Digo. On another note, to me, the most unrealistic part of all 7 books is probably when that Hermione would choose spew as an acronym. Yeah, I mean, there are dragons and giant snakes and everything. Giant spiders and, like, you know, undead wizards that are coming back to life. Like, you know, people having their soul in place inside objects and other people. But the one thing that you don't believe in is the fact that Hermione would goddess spew. I'm sorry, Digo, I'm joking, obviously, but I know exactly what you mean. In the world of Harry Potter, that is unrealistic. Yes, I completely agree. It's just quite funny the way you worded that. I mean, she is way too smart to be to not immediately see the implications, or at the very least change the name once it has been pointed out to her by Ron. That is ridiculous. I do think that there is a tiny chance that she knows it, but she thinks that it's such an important thing that no one will point it out. Also, it's a bit of fun as well, but I do see what you mean, actually, Digo. I really do. I mean, I know Rowling has written it as this way for the joke to work, but I have to admit that I can't enjoy the joke because it is bothering me too much. How much it is out of character. There is a similar bit in Red Dwarf, but it's very rude, guys, where someone says like an acronym for like for a social justice cause that they're making, and it turned out the acronym is something very rude. Anyway, enough about Red Dwarf. Great comment, Digo. Yeah, I see your reservations about it. I'm willing to go with it because. Okay, I'm trying to think of another example of a character who does silly things to the point where you think, would anyone really do that much of a silly thing? Like, okay, Hagrid always accidentally giving information when he shouldn't. Does that go a little bit too far sometimes? Maybe? I guess the problem is that it's Hermione doing this, and Hermione is usually like, yeah, our most sensible person by far. I see what you mean, Digo. It doesn't stand out to me as something that is annoying or badly written, but I do see what you mean. And thank you so much for saying it. Jacob! Full credit to Hermione noticing how Neville was after the lesson with Moody. None of the others noticed he was off till she pointed it out. Not sure if you picked up or remember the lines from the movie that explain why the class would affect him. I can't remember if it's ever explicitly said. No, it is, isn't it? But I feel like it might be in Order of the Phoenix. Is it? I feel like there is a moment where, like, maybe Neville is looking at a picture of his parents and tells Harry what's going on. For some reason, I'm thinking of the scene with Cho-Chan and Harry looking at the picture of Cedric. Something quite similar to that. But yeah, I believe I am aware what's going on in that. But and yeah, full credit to Hermione being presumably the only one to notice as well. Yeah, great comment, Jacob. Greatly appreciated. Sab, hi Veggie, long time viewer, first time comment. You're very welcome, Sab. Love the book club videos. You'll always do such a great job. Thank you. I appreciate Sab. I disagree. I do think, on retrospect, some of my Prisoner of Azkaban ones, I was approaching it from a really not great angle. So from now on, we're good. But I appreciate it, Sab. I can't believe Moody decided to perform the unforgivable curses in class, especially on students. Even if we take him at his word that he had Dumbledore's permission, I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't consider the potential consequences of the students talking about this to everyone. Other students, the teachers, and most importantly, writing about it to their parents. Actually, yeah. Now, the way that you were... I thought that you were making a different point, so because I thought you were saying, like, maybe that the students would be horrified by it and want to tell, you know, other people that is happening. But you're talking about... I think what you're talking about is just general conversation. It's like, oh, what did you learn in Dark Arts today? Oh, we Imperius. What? You know, the fact that Moody, in inverted commas, it's a big risk, isn't it? But maybe Dumbledore has okayed it. I can't remember who it is, but I think it might be Ron who says how Dumbledore works by his own rules. But yeah. Yeah, it's true. The fact someone's going to talk about it, aren't they? Also, if you haven't already discussed it, like some people might say, when you had Dimension Against Dark Arts, were you able to get out of the Imperius Curse? And they'd be like, what are you talking about? Exactly. Yeah, there we go. Also, if you haven't already discussed it, what do you think of Fred and George's secretive talk off to the side were about? It's got to be to do with the Triwizard Tournament, but whom they're talking about, I actually don't have a clue. I don't. Unless it's Harry? No. I'm not. I honestly don't know, Sab. And to be honest, that is a good place to be. So yeah. Right now, I don't know, which is a good feeling, considering I've watched the movies. Thank you so much for your comment. Mel, hi Veggie. I had a discussion with some fans on another podcast. Oh, very interesting. You know what, guys? I've been this is a shame actually, because like a few weeks before what happened a couple of weeks ago. That's a weird way of putting it. I was approached by a YouTuber but podcaster about doing a collaboration, and I said I'd love to, but at the moment life is quite difficult for it, and you know I hope that eventually I am able to muster the courage to do it, because doing collabs for me is terrifying, quite frankly. But I have been approached by someone. They're absolutely lovely. We had a nice chat and in text, and yeah, so keep your eyes out for that in the future. When it's going to be, I'm not sure, because right now it's quite difficult for me, but yeah, keep an eye out for that in the future. One of them said that if she were in the student's shoes, I knew that the Imperio was going to be thrown at her, she would leave the class. Yeah. And Moody invites people to do that as well. But, you know, this is Hogwarts. This is a professor. There is the whole... I should reread the rest of your message before I make this point. I will make it. I will make it now. There is, like, the white coat thing, which I don't know if I've probably talked about this before, guys, so I will keep it brief. But there is an experiment where one person is in a room set up to, like, electric shock treatment. And in another room, so they can't see each other, there is a person who has a microphone who's going to be feeding the person with electric shock treatment stuff on them questions. And each time that they get a question wrong, the person who's asking the questions has to press a buzzer to give the person an increasingly harsh electric shock. And the theory is that the shock is quite like what they do with Neville, I guess. The theory is like the fear of the shock will inspire the mind to be able to get the questions correctly. Now, the important part of this exam, this is quite a famous thing, guys, so I'm sure a lot of you have heard of this. The important part of this test is that in the room with the person asking the questions and the button, there is a person with a white coat with a clipboard making notes. That is the most important part of this entire experiment. And it turns out, yeah, I can say at this point, it turns out the person actually isn't getting electrified, and the person is an actor. So the person who has the electric shock treatment on them is an actor. And each time that the person's pressing a buzz, the person sees the light come on and they think, ah, and, like, pretend to be getting an electric shock. To the point where it gets so bad where the person is pleading with them to stop shocking them. And eventually, with some people, if the person keeps going on, there will just be silence on the other end of the speaker. And the point of the experiment is to see how far someone is willing to follow authority just because someone with a white coat and a clipboard is saying, continue with the experiment. Each time they say, should we, is he okay? Can we go and check on that? The person will say, let's continue with the experiment. And it's to see how far people will go with that. And it's shocking how far. But like I say, sometimes people will go to the point where the person's been pleading for them to stop electrocuting them, and suddenly go silent, and yet they're still doing it because the person in authority is telling them to do it. Now, the reason why I bring that up is this is Hogwarts, and this is a professor saying that you need to learn this. So I feel like that would kick in to an extent, and I think that a lot of us would follow that a lot further than we would expect ourselves to do it. I'm not saying that this person wouldn't walk out. I'm sure that she would if she said she would. But quite often, there is, like, the authority of it is that you will do things that you would never do normally because there is someone in authority telling you that it is the right thing to do. There you go. That was a long waffle again, guys. Sorry about that. Right, continue on with your comment now. Another one said that it was crazy that Dumbledore to allow the subject of dark magic to come up in class because, in her opinion, some people who already have some inclinations might be more tempted to take up dark magic if they had more material on the subject. What do you think? Mel, that is a great point. That is a great point. And quite frankly, Slytherin. Let's face it, guys. This is the way that the school works, you know? And so, it's like saying, oh, I don't want to use any controversial examples, guys, but like having a class about a weapon, because in the future, you know, someone might fire that, attack you with that weapon, and so you need to know about it. But at the same time, you're learning a lot about a weapon and learning how dangerous it is and how it can be used. Great point. Great point. But in this situation, if it is Dumbledore, he wants Harry and I presume other students to be able to defend themselves if it is Dumbledore. So this is a good discussion right here. In my opinion, Defense Against Dark Arts, every subject is a bit tricky as it invokes evil. Great point. Okay, I'm mostly about self-defense against evil creatures, etc. But unthinkable curses are inevitably in the program at some point. If a student has a question, he'll have a way to ask the questions of the teacher who is teaching it, since the subject is free to be tackled. In theory, not in practice, but still. Yeah, I mean, yeah, theory is how I always assume that they taught these things. The fact that Moody's doing the curse on them is crazy. So yes, unforgivable curses are dark magic. It's illegal, but they're still a very much on the mind of people, especially in these times. I think Dumbledore's idea was to the best way to combat them is to not turn a blind eye. In the end, between warning 500 students against them and inciting 10 curious ones, that's a risk you had to take. But yes, it's entirely debatable. Well, also because, you know, the Death Eaters are also making more of an appearance, and you had what happened with the skull and everything like that, and so it's not just the other students that they're being taught about it, it's for people who are already adults as well to be able to defend against. I need to get through this. Let's not forget too that these are 14-year-old students, so the subject is forbidden and all the more exciting for them. Very true. The most fun and anecdotal for them to see Neville doing gymnastics. Yeah, it's done in a very light-hearted way, isn't it? Lighter question: even if Quidditch is cancelled, can players take to their brooms and go sweeping a few balls to compress between the classes and practice so as not to lose their level? I'm completely with you. This is what I was saying earlier on. Now I think so. By the way, even if you're not part of the team, if you like flying, you can go on the field. I have no idea. I would hope so, because that would be so bad. That would be terrible if other students couldn't be able to fly. I'm going to move on, Mel, because that's quite long, but I appreciate your comments. But my theory is that they should be able to fly. At a certain age, you should be able to get on a broom and have a go around the field, definitely. Maybe you want to take the sport up. How can you do it if you're not allowed to fly around? Yeah, I think you must be able to. And also, Ron is... well, no, we don't really see him training, but we see him auditioning, don't we? Either way, thank you so much for your comment. Rachel, hey Veggie! I actually really love how the killing curse is described as having a rushed sound, as though a vast invisible something was soaring through the air. It's a powerful description, isn't it? I think of this as though it is death itself, which was already slowly marching on its way, and the curse simply speeds up the process. Wow, that's dark, Rachel. I like it, but my goodness. Wow. I hope they find a way of portraying this with the TV series, as I feel like the films had the same effect for a lot of the spells. That's also true, yes. To make it really stand out. Yeah. Which again is why I like the fact that Hermione won't even bring herself to say it. Yeah, Rachel, great comment. I appreciate it. But yeah, that is dark. That is dark. I love your description of what you see as the death curse though. That's quite amazing. Thanks so much for making it. Christina! Hey Reggie! I don't think Hermione has any right to decide that the preferred lifestyle of an entire race is wrong. That's the only way they could possibly like it is because they're uneducated and brainwashed. Does she say educated? Brainwashed, definitely. She definitely says brainwashed. And I guess you could argue, you have to be a certain education. No, I don't think that's true. I don't think education really comes into brainwashing, and it's being self-aware. But no, she definitely says brainwashing, no. And that their situations need to change against their will, especially when she has never even spoken to one of them. Well, my thing, the reason why I'm kind of with Hermione is that Winky was treated very badly. Now, granted, Hermione is ignoring Winky's reaction to getting fired. Or potentially fired. She actually is. But Winky was being badly treated, and that's what Hermione's focusing on. And presumably Harry has informed Hermione on all the terrible things that Dobby was put through. And so through her experience, limited that it is, I can see her see, and also, I don't think that the wizards actually refer to it as slavery, but Hermione will have knowledge, you know, living in the in Muggle world, of like the dangers of slavery and everything. That might not be something that is appreciated in the Wizarding world. Are there human slaves in the Wizarding world? You'd think there probably would be, but we have no evidence of that, though. And so, yeah, would there be slaves in the Wizarding world? Probably not. And so I can see it, but I really appreciate your take on this, though. Dobby was being abused and wanted to be free, yes, but he is an exception. Yeah, but one of two that she's heard about. Sorry, I shouldn't be breaking it down line by line. Winky loved her job and her family and was devastated at losing them. That I completely agree with. Yeah, Hermione is not looking into that. Hogwarts house elves. I don't know if I should read this. Is this going to be going into stuff that is... I'm not... I'm going to skip that sentence, okay, because it might be so. Because right now, George has said it. And for me, I can't take anything that George says as gospel, to be fair. Considering he was calling himself, according to Stephen Fry's version, a annoying brother or something. She hasn't even tried to find out. Okay, yes. From the elves, whether it's true they don't want to be paid, and if perhaps there is a good reason why not, that she doesn't know about it. She got all offended by Amos Diggory treating Winky as less than a human, but now she is the one treating the entire elf race as less than human. Oh, that I feel like is a stretch. Ugh. I'm wondering if how easy it would be for her to go and track down some elves and talk to them about it, because I get the feeling that would be nigh on impossible, because a well-behaved elf is never seen. And so I think that she is fighting a cause for people that she can't communicate with. I don't think it's the fact that she feels above them. I don't think it is. I will preface this all by at the end of this by insisting that she knows what's best for them better than they do themselves. Okay, there we go. Right, thanks so much for your comment, Christina. I get the impression that this is this is a viewpoint of a lot of people that have read all the books. I haven't. And so I can only go on the information that I have gotten. And I do think that the treatment and the conditions of some house elves is immoral. I do. I don't think that is me saying that I am better than elves. You know, but we have seen Dobby getting knocked around. We've seen Winky having to do things like she is absolutely not comfortable in doing. And I think that is immoral. The conditions is the big thing for me. The pay and everything like that is something that I do feel like is probably going to be fleshed out. Now, granted, it might be in the next chapter. I don't know what the next chapter is called. It may be called Hermione finds out that every single elf on the planet, apart from Winky and Dobby, absolutely loved every single aspect of their job. Granted, that would be a long title for the chapter, but I can only go on the information that I have at this point. And at this point is, my opinion is that the conditions that the house elves have to deal with, and with the way that they're treated, can often be immoral. That is my current take on it. It's very possible that there is information in the future that will completely counter that, but I can't have that opinion because I haven't got to that point. So it's going to be. This is such a fascinating, Christina. This whole story arc is so blooming fascinating with the house elf stuff. I'm loving it. I really am, and I'm loving reading other people's takes on it. Again, I had to skip that one sentence because I get the feeling that it's probably stuff about their house elves at Hogwarts that I don't know about. Because right now, all I know about it is that George says that they love it. But George says a lot of things. Let's face it. He says he's Fred sometimes. And so, yeah, I can only go on where we are in the books. And so it's a very interesting take on Hermione's situation. It's very possible that she is being very self-important. I don't think that she is being disrespectful to elves. But we shall see. like I say, I don't know how easy it would be for Hermione to actually go and talk with one of these elves. I think it would actually be impossible. Even if she saw one, the elf is most likely going to go, oh, that wasn't meant to happen, and just leave. And not say a word to her. Which she is then going to think, well, brainwashed. Fascinating take on it, Christina. Thank you so much for making that. It's awesome to have these conversations. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Connor. Hi, Veggie. Here are my thoughts on these chapters. Chapter 14, the Fry announcement of Avada Kedavra is different than in the movie. How does Dale pronounce it? Fry says it like abracadabra. I can't remember how Dale says it. It didn't particularly stand out to me, to be honest. But that's very interesting. I mean, I get the impression it's meant to sound like abracadabra, quite frankly. Like, in my reactions to Goblet of Fire, the intro, I like say, abracadabra, because that's genuinely what I thought Voldemort said at the start. But yeah, I can't remember how Dale says it. That's interesting. It's obviously very different than Voldemort says it in the movies. Chapter 15. I wonder why the movie made... I always go to say Bellatrix every single time. Beauxbatons only girls and Drumstrag only boys, and not mix the schools like in the books. Yeah, it's... It takes... It's weird, isn't it? Because it's the stereotypes now that are really bothering me about it. It really is. Connor, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Nick. Hi, Veggie. Fred and George have met the house elves loads of times to nick food, and they're happy. They think they have the best job in the world, as quoted by George. The problem with house elves is not the work. House elves are happiest working. It's in their nature. It's the lack of respect and care and abuse. House elf is the property of wealthy families. House elves, so presumably they are bought. Is there a house elf farm? That's a good point. That's a very good point. Where are they bought from? Because it's only rich families that have them. Very interesting. House elves are inspired by English and Scottish legend of brownies. Bloomin' heck. No way. Spirit-like creatures that help out with cooking and cleaning in the households they are connected to. Yeah. Over here, I think that they're called girl guides when they're older. But elsewhere they're called girl guides. You know, we call them scouts, but like in America, I can't remember what we call it. But you know, it's like clubs which you go to learn how to make a fire and pitch a tent and everything, and do all these different skills and everything, sewing and like all these different like skills and everything. You know, scouts is what it's generally called. I think most places. I feel like it is called something else in America, but I can't think of what it is. But but before you go to Scouts, I did all this by the way. Before you go to Scouts, to do all that stuff, there's something for younger kids called Beavers. For younger boys called Beavers, because this was separated boys and girls as well. I don't know if that is the case anymore. I'd imagine not. But yeah, so I went to Beavers, and at the same age, girls my age would have been going to Brownies, which was the younger version of the Girl Guides. I believe that they're not called Brownies anymore. I think that they've changed their name to... I did look this up because I think it's called Embers. I think they're called Embers now. I think because Brownies aren't a particularly well-known spiritual creature anymore. I think that I think the Cleveland Browns are called that because of Brownies, because one of their logos is like a little sprite dude. But the Brownies weren't originally called Brownies. They were called something else long ago. Their original name escapes me, but it certainly wasn't Brownies. But yeah, and so yeah, it's always interesting hearing about Brownies. It's like a mythical creature that really, I wonder if it's in Fantastic Beasts actually. But yeah, Brownies, not an often mentioned creature. And they're known for cooking and cleaning. That I didn't know. In these myths, people are warned that they should never offer the brownies clothes, because if they do, the brownie will leave. I didn't. This is Nick. This is excellent information. Never to be seen again. The reason why the brownies find clothes so offensive changes from story to story, but the one version claims that brownies are insulted by, or perhaps forbidden from, receiving any compensation for their work. Nick, this is stellar work right here. They love to work. I need to do my own research for this. They love to work and find the idea of wages insulting. Hermione is showing that she is disrespecting the house elf by not respecting the choice of the house elf. She doesn't believe it's the choice of the house elf, to be fair. So she's being ignorant if this is completely the case. I don't think that she's being disrespectful, because can you be disrespectful via ignorance? I guess you can if you're making a big song or dance about something that you don't know that much about. Okay, this is interesting. This is fascinating. I need to do research on brownies, guys, because I did not know this. This is fascinating. SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, which as a sentence, I think most people would be okay with. Improving their environment and lifestyle. 100% for fair wages, working conditions, and change in the law about non-one uses. Well, it sounds like wages would be a bad thing. But living conditions, why wouldn't you want this dude who's literally rent-free? That doesn't make any sense. But literally, like, you're getting free work off them. Why wouldn't you want them to live in the lap of luxury? Seriously. But a lot of wizarding houses, a lot of wizarding houses don't like half-bloods, and so, these are, a lot of them, very holier-than-thou people. I mean, you have to agree, guys, if you think that Hermione's been disrespectful to the house elves, do you not think that a lot of the people who have house elves, the only two that we've learned about so far is, apart from the Hogwarts ones, of course, Lucius and Barty, you would agree that they're disrespectful to them as well, right? I would hope you would, but maybe you wouldn't. Nick, great comment. I love that about brownies. I need to do some research because I didn't realise that was the case with them at all. Fantastic. Katik! Hey Veggie! Finally got a chance to leave a comment for a book club. Lovely to see you back, Katik. What do you think about the whole Unforgivable Curse lesson? I want to comment on the idea of the Unforgivable Curses themselves. In my opinion, the ministry shows itself here again as quite incompetent. Interesting. This time as lawmakers, I find the very arbitrary way of defining 3 specific curses as these very bad. Quite ridiculous. This is going to be good. I'm going to make a prediction, Katik, much like Ron and Harry did. Not like them, in fact. That you're going to be going into the fact that some cases Imperius could be used in a way that could save lives. But you're still going to be going to Azkaban for life, no questions asked. Let's see what you say. Surely there's plenty of other ways to hurt, abuse, kill people. Shouldn't the law be made around the intent and the result? Yeah, hurting there has to be. Maybe it's because they're not as easy to counter. I mean, and the fact that Unforgivable Curse is uncounterable. Maybe that's what makes them worse. Rather than what curse was used. Also, do you think there's some rule about suspending this law, for example, in law enforcement or in war? It doesn't appear to be the case, because we've seen war in, well, kind of war in Fantastic Beasts, and obviously at the end of the Harry Potters as well, so I don't think it does. I'll expand on my view on when we get to some unexpected uses of Unforgivable Curse in later books. Good to know, Katik. Looking forward to that. So many other comments already on how Bo Bartons and John Strang were portrayed in the film. I think this decision was just a lazy way to depicting the two champions. The rest of the school just serve as background to highlight their attributes as the filmmakers view them. Fleur just because she's a girl and very beautiful gets the background of all the girls in school that all aesthetic. Yeah, I was going to say that maybe they could have just had Fleur and Crumb being their characters, but they haven't been selected yet, so they couldn't do that. So yeah, interesting. Those as part of their entrance in the film will never not make me extremely cringe. I agree. And so for Crumb, I really disliked this film for all the ridiculous changes they made, and we're yet to come to the most annoying one for me. The unforgivable change, as they say. My comments already too long, so I'll come back to my views on Hermione's spew activities in a later book club. I appreciate that, Katic. The shorter comments really do help me out. They honestly do. You know how long these videos can get, guys. And my reading as well. My comments. Hope you're enjoying the book so far. Veggie, Katic, it's been an absolute joy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I assure you, I absolutely am enjoying it. Okay, so this is very, very bad when it comes to me doing this book club, but for some reason I read the last line first. So first of all, Kevin, congratulations, that is amazing, but that's a spoiler for the end of the comment, so let's get reading this. Did I say Kevin? I hope I did. Right, Kevin! Sorry, didn't mean to shout. Hey Veggie, saw your comments on the YouTube video I was watching the other day from Stash Club Wrestling, where Sophie was ranking wrestlers. Yes, I had a top comment, guys, which did very, very well. There's a channel called Stash Club Wrestling. From what I gathered, they had a previous YouTube channel as well, but I've only started watching them since they become Stash Club, where they do a bit of wrestling news, but it's mostly wrestling quizzes, and some of them are like really bizarre concepts, like the idea of the quizzes, but they're always really fascinating. There was one recently, Kevin. I don't know if you saw the video. It was identify the wrestler via their WrestleMania 2000 video game avatars, or player models, I should say. I've never played WrestleMania 2000, guys. I've never even seen footage of it. I got, what do they call it? I got Sweep City. I got every single question right, which I was delighted with. It's really fun to play along with them. It really is. I got every single answer right. There were some of them which were brutally difficult. There is one in particular, a blonde lady, let's put it like that, which I literally punched the air when I got it right, because it's quite an obscure choice. But I got the right wrestler's name, though. So yeah, it's a great channel, but I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I got every single question right on that one. But yeah, a little while ago they did so they're both wrestling fans, the two presenters of it. But there's a third person who asks all the questions. She's normally off camera. But every now and then, Sophie will be on camera, and she doesn't know. She thinks wrestling's dumb. So it's actually quite a bizarre choice that she's actually the person who asks the questions. And sometimes they'll put her in the seat and ask her to, identify people via their pictures and stuff like that, or name this finishing move and stuff like that. And her answers are usually really funny because, like I say, she doesn't know nothing about wrestling. But and she's only on it every now and then. And I made a comment on that video saying that Sophie is much like Roman Reigns. She isn't on every week, but when she is, it feels special. Now, if you're into wrestling, guys, and if you watch wrestling at the moment, you'll know that is really the case of Roman Reigns, who I've got, for Christmas, my brother got me a Roman Reigns t-shirt because he knows how much I think he's great. I think he's bright. And I have liked him for a long time, guys, long before it was cool to like him. And yeah, but he is basically a guy who shows up not that often, but when he does, it's like, oh, he's here. It's like this big event. And I was making that reference to Sophie. on the on this show that she's on, and that comment, I think it got well over 1,000 likes. It's by far the biggest comment on that video, and so yeah, that's how Kevin saw it. But yeah, good to know there's other Stash Club watchers out there here, Kevin. And have a go at that WrestleMania 2001 if you haven't. If you get the one which I described just earlier on, I will applaud you, because it doesn't look nothing like them at all. Right. First, while I like the way the scene with Moody teaching about the unforgivable curses in the movie, I think the book does it better. You really get a sense for how horrifying it is for the students to have to watch what happens to the spider. And of course, just like Harry, it is much monumental moment for him. Monumental moment for me, and I'm sure a lot of other book readers, when we finally learn about Avada Kedavra, the legendary green light, that the only thing Harry remembers about that night, and finally understand the full magnitude of the spell, and Harry survived, and that killed James and Lily. Yeah, and of course in the movie we have actually heard about Avada Kedavra. We don't know fully what it is, but Sykes did get lit up green, I think. I think he did. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure if he did. Sykes. Anyway. God, this is a good book, guys. It really is. All that stuff about the caretaker and everything. So good. I bet you weren't expecting to read about Moody practicing the unforgivable curse on students. No, absolutely. You may have noticed that in my notes I said Moody intends on doing it. Because I thought that something was going to stop it. But no, it blooming happened, guys. I bet you were expecting Moody to practice unforgivable curses on students. That has to be among the most messed up, if not most messed up thing any teacher does in the series. I think that's safe to say, Kevin. Yeah. Well, I guess you could say Snape doing what he does to Dumbledore, but that's murky. Though. Snape would still, if Snape survived the entire thing, he would still have to go to Azkaban, wouldn't he? That sucks. Or maybe he knew his writing was on the wall. Oh, of course, because no, that was done by Draco doing that though. Anyway, but he knew he was doomed though. Snape did, didn't he? He must have done. That's why. Jeez. Anyway, we'll get to it. We've got a while until then. Also, pay attention to the prediction Harry made. I'm gonna skip the rest of that. I'm gonna skip the rest of that because I am keeping an eye on all the predictions, and so I don't want you to say, "Hey, keep an eye on that one." If that's what you're about to do, I'm gonna skip the rest of that paragraph. If that's okay. Lastly, I did think it was cool how the book had all the Hogwarts students line up outside and wait the arrival of the other school of the tournaments. It reminded me of homecomings or pep rallies at the high school or college when we would watch other school buses drive up for the big game. Really gave it a feel of an inter-school competition. I like that. Because in the movie, it's just like, I think they just happen to be there, don't they? They're like, oh, look at that. Although they are in their full garb, though. They got, like, the hats on and everything, so maybe it is a arranged thing. But yeah, it's a lot less formal in the movie, isn't it? Update. I just wanted to share that on the same day I posted my comment, my wife gave birth and I became a first-time father. Kevin, I'm so happy for you. I hope you're getting some sleep. Seriously, that is amazing. Please don't tell me that you were busy making this comment while she was giving birth. Please tell me that didn't happen. But that is awesome, Kevin. Congratulations. Congratulations to your wife as well. And congratulations to the little one as well. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, like I said, I hope you're getting some sleep. But that's great, though. 3 weeks old now. My goodness. They'll be going to university soon. Thank you so much for your comment. Harry Potter. Hey, Veggie. Constant vigilance. The whole house of discussion is an interesting philosophical topic about what happiness or feelings in general mean. I like that, Harry Potter. George and Hermione conversation reminds me of Barney and Lily in how much How I Met Your Mother. Oh, okay. So I rattled in my brain thinking, hang on, do I know a Barney from Harry Potter? Because Lily, I haven't seen How You Met Your Mother. I think I've seen something with the guy in, but apparently he's not the main character though. Yeah, I've never seen a single episode of it. Oh, here we go. Barney. Is he a big purple dinosaur, isn't he? Yeah. Lily.
Lily, can't you just let us be happy?
Lily. You're not happy. See, now I'm doing what the blooming movie did with Drumstang and Bobarton, aren't I? You just think you're happy because you feel happy, Barney.
And that's not happy?
Lily, of course not. I can tell. I can see what Lily's talking about. I feel. Do you think you're happy if you feel happy, Veggie? That is such a great question, Harry Potter. We could sit here for another hour and talk about this. Are you happy if you feel happy? Yes, I think you are. It's the same thing of being content. Like someone who doesn't have much can be happy with what they have. Can feel content with what they have. Whereas there's people that have everything that don't feel content with what they have. And so, but in this case, I think if you do feel happy, you are happy. I'd love to hear the reasoning behind that. Quite frankly, so that's the fascinating thing that Lily says there. The other Lily. Nessie. Hi Veggie. Oh, hi all. Sorry. I hope I make a lot of you jealous. Last November, me and my son, he's a Hufflepuff. Good to hear. I wonder if Kevin's run the house rules thing through his newborn yet. I went to the Harry Potter studios. We had dinner in the Great Hall. I did not know you could do that. Now, is this in Florida? Is this in America or is this in the UK one? Let's continue. Was expecting a full-length house, full-length house tables, but all the tables were round, like in the Yule Ball scene in the film, very posh. I can see that. It would have been. I would have preferred it as long tables, but a lot of families would want to be able to sit around and everything. And if you've got like little young kids and everything, the round tables make more sense when it comes to an actual real life restaurant. But you kind of want it to be the long benches, don't you? Kind of. We got there around 6 p.m. Oh, had dinner followed by a studio tour in the evening. That actually sounds like a lovely way of spending an evening. Made inquiries about hiring a mobility scooter for the tour, but they only had manual wheelchairs. Alex pushed me around. I hope that was it. I presume that it has good good flooring for that, and it must have like ramps and everything. But yeah, it's a shame that they didn't have mobility scooters. It's so cool that you could do that in the evening. That's amazing. Worked like a charm until we got to Diagon Alley. Uh-oh. Forgot it's... Oh, no. Forgot it's a cobbled street. This is the one in America then, isn't it? I think that's the one in America. It's very difficult trying to have a conversation being pushed on a wheelchair on a cobbled street without sounding like a Dalek with a very bad stammer. Oh, my goodness, Nessie. We were in hysterics. That is amazing. Maybe it's like, what? Oh. No, that makes you laugh. Like you could say that you got some sort of potion that's making you talk like that or something. That's great. It's kind of a shame that they didn't have a smooth path as well for you, but it's actually amazing the fact that you found it funny though, so that it made the evening, it sounds like. We're hoping to go again in autumn, winter. I hope you have a wonderful time. And that sounds amazing though, Nessie. Was the food good? Love to know. Either way, and was it like, roast chicken and, the sort of things that you have in Potterverse, or was it like, whatever you ordered? Yeah. I know you can have whatever you want, can't you, in Hogwarts? That's great, Nessie. That sounds amazing. I'm glad you had such a great time. A very posh time as well. Thank you so much for going. And yes, I, for one, am definitely jealous. Jenny! Hi, Veggie! Even though I agree with Hermione about Winky at the World Cup, I have to admit she drives me crazy in this chapter. I mean, she means well, but she is quite arrogant. She's never even seen another house elf besides Winky. That's very true. She never really talked to them, and she thinks she has the right to make decisions for them. I think that if she could talk to them, she would have, though. But I do see your point now. How different is she from those wizards who she complains about? I would say quite different. I would argue quite different. You know, what she's doing is from a, you know, she's trying to help people, whereas I'd say that the people that mistreat Winky and Dobby really aren't. And again, those are the only examples that she really go on, guys, because she can't just go and talk to the house elves in the kitchen. Sorry, I've gone this. Also, if someone was constantly in my face trying to force me to do into something, I would refuse no matter what it was. I completely agree with that, Jenny. That's why apparently, yeah, obviously there is the stereotype of preachy vegans. Now, I never met a preachy vegan guy. So, that may sound like a lie. I promise that I haven't. I would never preach my diet, because that's what it is, on other people. I really wouldn't. And it's the worst thing to do, guys. And quite frankly, very often, I'll be on here like in a live stream, which I do intend on bringing back now, guys, because that was the reason why I haven't live streamed for a long time was, you know, related to what happened recently. But often I'd get like people saying, "Hey, but Veggie, by the way, I tried out this vegan thing because you said about it, and that's cool." If I came on here every stream and I said, "Hey, you, stop eating meat, it's wrong," then not only would no one try it, no one would watch the stream. And so yeah, you're absolutely right with that. But she's a 14-year-old girl who has a cause. She's a rebel with a cause, which you can understand. You do have very, very passionate, and I think that passion is wonderful, guys. I do think it's wonderful. But I take your points about it as well. And again, I'm just going on what's happened so far in the book. If the Triwizard Tournament took place at another school, how do you think Hogwarts students would get there? Great comment. Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. I suppose Hogwarts Express would be out since both schools are on the continent, so maybe hippogriffs? Well, they could go to the Euro Tunnel. Hang on, what did he say? I suppose Hogwarts Express is out a school. As the schools are on the continent. Sorry, I thought you said a different continent. You didn't. Maybe hippogriffs. That would be an option. They use Portkey, but that would be too boring. Now, like Arthur said, in fact, I think Harry actually remembers Arthur saying it when the schools are coming. He thinks that when wizards get together, they're always trying to show off. They wouldn't Portkey it. What a great question. I think that they could use Hogwarts Express. Like I say, they could go via the Eurotunnel, or presumably the train could just fly. Presumably, because it's magic. It's not as big an entrance though, is it? A train rolling up. You'd want it to be quite British as well. God, I don't know. That is a great question. What's that British Concorde? I think that Concorde was done by that, but it could be no, because that's technology, Veggie. Hippogriffs is a great call. Pardon me. It could be an engorged badger, snake, eagle, sorry, and lion. I'm going to have to think about this. This is a great question. I like it. I like it a lot. What would Dumbledore have it be? Because it would be his choice, wouldn't it? I'm going to think about that. That is a great question, Jenny. I really appreciate that. That's a very good one. Thank you so much for making it. Sam, I am. Hey, Veggie. A few thoughts on these chapters. It's so interesting rereading these chapters. A professor practicing unforgivable curse in class and enough. But knowing what we know now about Moody makes the scene even darker. That's why I'm saying it's sadism, yeah. Speaking of practicing unforgivable curses on students, which is a sentence on its own, just look, book Hagrid, just last book Hagrid was in hot water over Bubblebeak injuring students. There's things have escalated drastically at Hogwarts. True, Sam, although that was getting students to behave properly in front of an animal which could be potentially dangerous. Whereas, at least so far, it is Moody doing this spell on students, which is the safer situation. It isn't a safe situation because we know, or I believe we know who Moody is, but on surface, it is safer than that. But yeah, it's a great point, and the fact you say that Hagrid got into hot water for it, and but then again, I don't know if Moody's anyone knows that Moody's doing this. Again, that is a bit of a stretch, like that earlier comment made. I just love Hermione's so much. SPEW is a horrible acronym, but I love how passionate and determined she is to fix something she sees as a horrible injustice. I gotta say, guys, that is how I see it at this point as well. And I really do. I'm taking on board everything that you're saying about how she's being quite presumptuous about it all. That I definitely side with Hermione's views on this matter, although I do think it might have been nice for Hermione to talk to and work with house elves for a bit. Yeah, but how likely is that going to happen, though? I don't think that's going to be something that she's going to be able to do. But given that she's only 14, I give her some grace. I do as well, I honestly do. Also, it would be hard to find out what house elves really want, as I'm sure a lot of them have been conditioned to like what they do. Maybe, but the brownie comments earlier on suggest that maybe not the case. This is so fascinating, guys. Hope you're doing well and enjoying this book so far. I really am, Sam, and quite frankly, this house elf discussion is up there with my favourite aspect of it. The discussion, you know, because I made my thoughts clear, guys, but hearing your thoughts on it, it's so good. It's so good, guys. I'm loving it, and the fact it's completely out of the book. It's a shame, guys, because Hermione's... She doesn't have that much going on in Goblet, does she? Obviously, we've got like the winter ball and stuff, but that can't be it. It's interesting. It's wonderful. I'm loving it. I really am. Martin, hey Veggie. I find the reaction of everyone to Hermione's campaign very realistic. As a former teacher, I can tell you it is very hard to get any 14-year-old interested in any social issue. There is social issues. That's such a bad way of putting it. It's not awesome that you're a teacher now. Former teacher, sorry. It's not that they don't care. It's that they are uncomfortable with the idea of being that serious about something. Come 17, however, and it is very different. Very interesting. Perhaps Hermione should try with older students. That's, well, I mean, not Fred and George, presumably, but yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's very interesting. I think, and also the fact that she's the first ever seems a bit strange. Sign of the times, though, guys. I think Fred and George's reaction is understandable if misguided. The house elves at Hogwarts presumably much better treated than most. Okay, I can read that. Clearly, they are all exploited and some are abused. But just suddenly freeing them all isn't going to be a viable way to... It has been happening so long. No, absolutely, yeah, absolutely, I agree. I like the whole thing about getting an elf inside the care for magical creatures thing. That's got to be a pipe dream, doesn't it? Because that's a big step forward. It's all going to be done slowly, guys. Because if not, then it's just not going to work. Suppose you could say they have a form of Stockholm Syndrome. Very possibly, yes. You know, Stockholm Syndrome, guys, where the victim of an oppressor becomes comes to appreciate the oppressor and agree with what they're doing. I won't go into the history of Stockholm Syndrome. It's quite a famous story. But yeah, very, very, very interesting mind. Yeah, and you're right. The older students probably would be more susceptible to him, but just not Friend George. Particularly Half-Bloods. I think that she needs to be talking with like Dean and other people that know the Muggle reality of slavery and everything. Like and Seamus as well. Yeah, absolutely. He's half and half, isn't he? Half Muggle, half wizard. Yeah, maybe that's the way forward. Interesting. It's got to be slowly as well. I completely agree. Thank you so much for your comments. However, I admit I find it difficult to like Neville. Here we have another example of him not following Professor Snape's instructions and endangering everyone as a result. How reckless and selfish. In the next chapter, he doesn't follow Professor McGonagall's instructions and gets scolded by her too. Professor McGonagall clearly agrees with Professor Snape that Neville is a sloppy and reckless student. She warns him not to let the foreign guests see how useless he is. Imagine Professor Snape said that. He would be accused of bullying immediately. But since it's McGonagall, nobody bats an eyelid. I will interject just here and say that I did say that she shamed him, which is absolutely not a good thing that a teacher should do. I don't like the way that McGonagall... In fact, I'm sure I have said a couple of times on this episode that I do not like the way that McGonagall talks to him. Did you catch them? Okay, so that's the... thank you for your opinions on the Neville situation, guys. However, seriously, I do always appreciate it. I'm not going to go into it. I'm sorry that in an earlier comment I did start to reply to a comment about it, but not this time. I hope you understand. I can't cope with it right now, I'm afraid. Did you catch what Mad-Eye Moody said? Werewolves are dark creatures. Firstly, let's appreciate the irony of a dark creature teaching defense against the dark arts. Oh, that's amazing! That's... Yeah, how is that... Okay, how? I've literally never noticed that. I've never noticed the irony of it, sorry. I know that Lupin was the teacher, I've just never noticed the irony of it. That's amazing. Secondly, do you think Lupin had a serious conflict of interest? He doesn't want people to know he is a werewolf, but werewolves and learning how to recognize them is a part of Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. Some people say it was wrong for Professor Snape to teach the class about werewolves. I don't think it was wrong. I actually don't. I think that he was doing... I know that we've had this discussion before, haven't we? Where it was about how, was it literally Snape just trying to expose Lupin, or was he actually also, or exclusively, trying to protect the students? I think you could argue both ways, guys. Or three ways, because there are three. It's either he was trying to get Lupin caught. I'm going to turn my hand around because I don't want to do a British swear word. It was he wanted Lupin to get caught, but also to teach the students how to defend themselves against Lupin, or he was trying to teach the students how to defend themselves against Lupin. And defend themselves is identifying a werewolf. That is defending yourself. And so that's interesting. I think it is the both, to be honest. That's the one which I land on there. But you say about a conflict of interest. I feel like I am biased, however, because I love Lupin. I think he's a wonderful character and such a tragic character, and those are characters which I'm always attracted to. I believe, in my heart of hearts, when it came to the curriculum, it may have been something that was meant to be done down the line, or maybe in a future year, possibly, that he would have bit the bullet, ironically, not the silver bullet, and taught them it. I do, and I think that he does have, he doesn't really have shame about himself, does he? He doesn't. That's wrong. I was going to say he has shame about his werewolfness, but I think I believe that he would have taught them it. So I don't think he had a conflict of interest, because I think that he would have still just taught them as he should have done as a good teacher. I do. That might be me being biased, but I honestly do. I think it's wrong for Professor Lupin not to teach the class about werewolves. I don't think he was refusing to teach them about it, was he? Students have a right to that information. If Lupin doesn't want to teach the class about werewolves because of the personal reasons, he shouldn't have accepted the job. I don't think we have any proof that he wasn't going to teach them werewolves. I know that when Snape comes in and says, I'm going to teach you about werewolves, I think Seamus or someone says, hey, we're not meant to be doing that yet. So that doesn't mean that Lupin was refusing to do it. I don't believe that Lupin was refusing to do it. So it's an interesting take, and I admit I am very possibly biased, however, but you know, I think sometimes it's quite difficult to not be. Thank you, Howard. Great comments. Lots of food for thought there. The irony of the werewolf thing is amazing. I honestly, that penny just hadn't dropped with me before. Q. Hi, Veggie. I love rereading Friend George's scenes and analysing the differences in their personalities despite all the similarities. Wow, okay, this is interesting. In these chapters, George is the one suggesting caution when they're working on secret parchment in the common room. He's also the one that sees that Harry's looking over as well. Then when discussing Spew in the Great Hall, George is the one who actually engages in the conversation with Hermione about the house elves. Very true, if only briefly. I'll probably bring them up again as we get more scenes as the book goes on. Q, that is, I'm going to be keeping an eye like a hawk now. That is fascinating. Okay, brilliant. I'm looking forward to it. And poor Neville, we don't yet know exactly why he was reacting. His reaction he had into Moody's lesson, but Moody seems to have an idea, huh? Yeah, because he said you're a Longbottom, aren't you? Yeah. Obviously the scene in the movie is so different because he essentially chooses him. I haven't read all the previous comments, but I expect there are some discussing the ethics of showing the unforgivable curses in class and using the Imperious Curse on students. I would definitely want some kind of supervising adult in the room besides Moody. And I would probably wait until they were older, but I can't say I disagree with the logic that it is better to experience these things safely in a class than unprepared when attacked for real. Yeah. The thing is that they do all trust Moody. Even more after what happened with Draco. So I guess Draco could say, hey, hang on, this guy turned me into a blooming ferret. I'm not going to have him do the Imperious Curse on me. In fact, I don't think that Draco would allow the Imperious Curse on him at all. I think he would go straight to his... Dad's not going to help, is he? Blooming heck. Damn it. Okay. Oh, man. Brilliant. In the future, yes. Okay, brilliant comment, Q. I appreciate that, and yes, we have had a lot of discussion about the unforgivable curses. It's been fascinating, it really has. Louise, hey Veggie. Sorry if I said that wrong. Hey Veggie. This time I don't have a lot to say, but I am really looking forward to your thoughts on these chapters. This time, pardon me, Liz. I'll be the bolognese. This time we got some answers to questions you had in recent videos. House elves are not in Hogwarts history, and the sentence Harry... did I question that before? No way, that's amazing. And the sentence Harry looked up, but there was no sign of white amongst the mass of brown and grey was explained. Eggwigs is not... Oh, head... Did he mean to type Hedwigs? Or is that a type of owl? I'm not sure. Either way, yes, no, I was delighted for that to pay off. And I'm so glad that no one... I guess you all knew that it was coming as well. So you didn't let me know. Lol. I love the sentence. Harry laid down his quill to have just a few... Oh, having just finished his predictions of his own death by decapitation. Yes, it's brutal as well. My goodness. Thank you again for making this video, and no need to apologize if sometimes you can't post as much as you want. It's pretty clear that you enjoy doing what you do. I appreciate that, Lewis, because I was worried about some of the Azkaban ones. But sometimes life just gets in the way. I really appreciate that. And when it comes to the book clubs, guys, book reviews, I should say, it's very important to me that I do keep them coming out as regularly as I can, because quite frankly, you guys in the book club are, you're paying for the privilege, which it means the absolute world to me, guys, and it really helps me out. It really does, and so I can't be letting you guys down. I really can't. This month has been, I've gone through one of the hardest things that people go through in life, basically. Granted, Harry went through it a lot sooner than I did. But, sorry, that's a stupid joke, guys. But, yeah, that doesn't change the fact that I need to be getting you guys the things that you signed up for. So thank you. I really, that's a very kind message. Frederick! Hey, Veggie! God, I love these chapters. I'm sorry, I presume that's how you said it when you typed it. And all the wonderful detail they provide. You have finally learned why Hermione was always rushing off to the library. I presume that's what she does, that's what I thought. And you guys were asking me what I thought that she was doing. And what her plans for the house elves are. Fred and George are clearly up to something, as always, and Ron isn't afraid to tell Hermione to pipe down when she's angry at Harry for trying to protect Sirius by lying to him. That was a good moment. I really like that moment, and the fact that Hermione backs down with it as well. I love these three. They are so well written, guys. Their relationship's brilliant. I do want Harry to have more of an opinion when it comes to the house elf thing, but either way, he could completely agree with Ron. But it seems odd that we haven't heard his opinion yet. All we've had is he shook his head when Hermione was talking about it. That's the closest we've got to his opinion. Anyway, but in my heart of heart, I feel the real MVP of these chapters has got to be Hedwig. She allows Harry to wake her up, even though he was tetchy, good word there, with her the day before, and she tries to reassure him as she will do everything she can to help save Sirius. That's sweet. Harry has a good friend. He got a friend in Hedwig. In his owl. Wouldn't you agree, Freddie? I couldn't agree more. Yes, sorry, Freddie. I couldn't agree more, Freddie. That is a very nice way of putting it. It's good. It's good, guys, because I remember in the movies, even just in the first movie, thinking, well, Hedwig was going to be more significant. You can get a Hedwig cake in Sainsbury's, guys. And so I thought that Hedwig was going to be like one of the, it would be like Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Hedwig. I kind of did. I kind of did going in. Or what did I think that Ron was going to be called? Grunt. There we go. Either way, moving on. Thank you so much, Freddie. Great comment. Ashley. Poor Hermione picking such an unfortunate acronym for her organisation. It sounds like she's doing some research into the history of the house elves. I really wish she got to hear more of it. I still don't understand how they ended up not just working for humans, but magically forced to be obedient and loyal to their specific houses. How things got this way would help clear up some of the confusion about their status for me. Yeah, and it's in the interest of wizards and house elves to have that information widely accepted. And also, guys, the fact that the house elves aren't mentioned in Hogwarts history is sus. Even in a world where house elves are completely seen as they love doing it. That's it. Why is there no mention of them? I think that Hermione is suggesting that there is a purposely effort to cover it up. But even so, isn't it odd that they're not being mentioned? Because if everyone's hunky-dory with this situation, including the house elves, why wouldn't they mention it? Either way. Because the house elves' work is best done when they're not seen, maybe. Yeah. In general, I still agree with Hermione's goals, even if they are a bit ambitious. Ambitious. That's a good word for it, actually. Except I think this is when she starts to make her one big mistake. I don't know if I should read this. She doesn't actually. She doesn't actually talk with the house elves. I don't think she's able to talk with house elves, and starts to make decisions what's best for them. I hope this isn't saying what's going to happen later on. She doesn't include any of her plans or when deciding what her goals are. Ironically, one of her goals is to try and get elves better representation in government, but they aren't even represented in her organisation. I think if they could be, then she would have absolutely tried that avenue. I think that it's hard. I've said it a few times, so I'll keep it short, guys. But I think that having a conversation with a house elf is very, very difficult, even at Hogwarts, guys. And so I think that that's why. I'm sure that if she could, she would. I think that if she could, she would. I honestly do think that. She's only ever seen one, you know, and so they're not exactly, you know, easy to get hold of. And if they were there by accident, being seen, like I say, they'd probably just go. Not even speak to them. It is such an interesting story choice to have Hermione plunge headlong into such a relatable and valid passion for justice, but fall into equally relatable and common mistakes people often make when trying to advocate for people groups they don't belong to. That's also, yeah, but her heart is in the right. I think that everyone would agree that her heart's in the right place. I think so. The only other hand to find it pretty tone deaf on the other hand, I find it pretty tone deaf to choose to create a complex social issue in your story by including creatures that like being slaves, but that is less about the story itself, so I'll leave that. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean there, actually. In fact, some people actually, I got some angry comments, not by subscribers, but I think that people who are looking for Hogwarts Legacy streamers or videos and making that comment on all their videos, saying about how the storyline is vilifying oppressed groups. Now, that's not the reason why I'm playing the game. I say playing, I haven't played it for months, but again, I should be able to start live streaming again soon. But yeah, I get it. I get that last line, actually. That's a valid statement. It's getting a bit long, but I did also want to say that I'm annoyed at Harry for how he treats Hedwig in these chapters. Yeah, I know he's upset, but Hedwig just came back from overseas. That's actually very true, and she gets snapped at and sent back the next day without much of an appropriate apology. So true. Ashley, I would say that Harry is a 14-year-old boy who is terrified of losing the one person that he can say is family outside of the Dursleys. And so I get him as well. And, you know, when you're 14-year-old, guys, your brains... I do not mean this patronisingly, sorry guys, but you know, you're going through a lot when you're 14. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, you go through a lot of emotions and changes and everything, and you are more likely to snap, you know. It's like at when was that? It was Azkaban, isn't it? Where in the movie Harry storms up to his room after is it after sending? Yeah, after sending Marge off as a balloon and everything, and he's kicking his case and everything. That's that is such a good acting as a teenager, because you are going through these things that you can't process properly, and so lashing out often does happen verbally, sometimes physically and everything. And so I always remember thinking that scene, how previous Harry from the first two movies, that's just not something that you do. But this is a growing, aging, and learning Harry, and so yeah, it's. But I agree though, Hedwig didn't need that, especially after all the hard work that she did, and also the fact that she's his pet as well. He needs to not be doing that. Thank you, Ashley. Great comment. John writes, other comments in the book club might have explained this already. I haven't looked yet, so I wouldn't know. I don't expect you to read all the other comments. That's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind repetition. It's fine. But Barton's being all girls and Drumstrang being all boys is only in the movie. In the book, both schools have mixed male and female students, just like Hogwarts. It isn't all boys and girls. Yeah, and you know what? The first person that emerges from Bo Barton's carriage, there we go, is a boy as well, and so there's not even this whole thing of. Well, I guess when the champions are chosen, it's a female champion for Bo Barton and a male champion for Drumstrang, but it's so interesting the fact that there are going to be both from both schools, because, like I say, there is this assumption of like, this is what a man is, this is what a woman is, you know, when it comes to Bo Barton's and Drumstrang, and I don't like that. The more I think about it, the more I don't like it, and this book club has been fascinating fleshing it out. Thank you so much for your comment. CJ, hey Veggie, very much looking forward to these chapters as almost everything in them was cut from the movie. I have two questions. What do you think of the whole Spew Hermione situation, particularly the way she's going about it? Yeah, this book club, CJ, has been so fascinating to me. It hasn't particularly changed my opinion of it, because I can only go on the information that I've gotten so far in the book. But I do feel like she is now in a situation where she is seeing it more as a cause that she's leading and something that she is enjoying doing, rather than how upset she was before. That being said, I do still think her heart is in the right place. She may be reaching for stuff which the house elves may very truly not want, but there are parts of this which are absolutely going to be better. The conditions thing, I haven't seen anyone say that house elves like being mistreated or they like having bad conditions and everything. I think that there is absolutely something, if honed correctly, could be something that everyone would agree with should be better. And you know, if Ron and Fred and George saw the way that Dobby was being treated by Lucius, would they be going, they like it, it's fine? No, even they would be like, that's messed up. I very nearly swore then. That's messed up. Let's do something about that. Oh wait, we can't do anything because they don't have any rights. So the conditions and rights, I think, is something that everyone would agree with. But Hermione is reaching for the stars. And, you know, by the end of it, it's going to be like they all had to live in, like, 5-star hotels or something, you know. It's like, I feel like if she hones it correctly, and I don't know if Spew is just this book or not. Please don't confirm, obviously. I think that it absolutely could be a cause which everyone would get behind, apart from people like Lucius and Barty. And quite frankly, I'm perfectly happy with them not getting in their way. That's my take on it. What is your take on Fred and George's mysterious secret behaviour? I don't know. I presume it's something to do with the Triwizard Tournament. That's all I've got. But right now, I don't know. It's so interesting. Love from Australia. Thank you so much, CJ. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for your comment. Darcy. Spew! Is that an order? Don't forget, over 600 house elves die in toilet-related incidents every year. They fall in a Harry Potter secret. Oh, really? I don't even remember that line. That's amazing. I have a Harry Potter sequel. I should actually enunciate properly. I have a shirt that says Spew that didn't particularly look like a Harry Potter shirt. Oh, interesting. Do you mean doesn't particularly look like a Harry Potter shirt? Oh, that is interesting. Actually, this notepad that I said didn't particularly look like Harry Potter, though. I wear it all the time and no one notices it's nerdy. They probably think it's like a rock band or something, don't they? It's also very interesting to see that other schools don't arrive until almost Halloween. That's a good point. It's Halloween tomorrow. My goodness, in this, obviously. Bloomin' heck. Instead of being there the whole school year, like in the movie makes you wonder whether the students are joining Hogwarts classes or not. Yeah, I presume they must be. Yeah, I think I've always presumed that they have. I don't know if we ever seen any evidence of that. That's very interesting, Darcy. I honestly don't know if we do. Either way, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciate. Me here. Moody quote. You could all get your wands out now and point them at me and say the word, and I doubt I'd get as much of a nosebleed. I think it is important, an important line that was missing from the movie, although I think the scene is very well done in the movie overall. I'm glad that you agree me here, because I think that it's I don't think anyone's trashed the scene here, but I think it's not been given its oats. That's not a term, is it? Given its colours? Given it roses? Whatever the term is. Flowers. Given its flowers. A couple of questions for you, Veggie. Uh-oh, here we go. Hope it's general knowledge. Number one. In the movie, Barty Crouch Jr. is taking Polyjuice Potion to look like Moody. At this point in the book, do you think we are seeing the real Moody or an imposter? I am assuming it is the imposter. And I'm basing that largely on these Defense Against the Dark Arts lessons. But then again, you could argue that, yeah, I think it's the imposter. That's where I am right now. Number two. We know Moody can see through wood and other material. Do you think he sees all... Oh my... I think the emphasis there is on can. See all the students naked. I presume that he has control over the depth of what he can see. Because, yeah, he has to. Because if he looks at a piece of paper, can he read it? Or is he just seeing what's behind it? He must be able to focus it on what it is. And so I'm hoping that the answer to that question, me here, is a solid no. Okay? Oh my goodness me here. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Rhea. Hey Veggie. Hope you and your family are doing okay. We have all been thinking about you. Thank you so much, Rhea. I really appreciate that. Sorry, I did say that I wasn't going to react to them. I'm sorry, guys. I'm late into the video now. Everyone who has said things like this is why I was going to say nothing to any of them. To anyone who has said anything like this, thank you so much. What I was trying to do is not say anything to any of them, and it all just being assumed. But yeah, in fact, I did say at the start, thank you for them. But yes, thank you to everyone who said stuff about like this. The time of this book reviews, guess I should mention it. Fun fact: February the 25th, which was a few days ago now, is James and Oliver Phelps' birthday. Oh no way! Oh yes, and it just so happens to be mine. Oh, happy birthday, Rhea! For a few days ago. I hope you had a good time. As well, really cool to do to be birthday twins with my favorite twins. Oh, I was going to very subtly look up on my phone, but yes, no, thank you. Yes, of course. Of course, their birthday, the twins' birthday, is in just over a month's time, isn't it? The characters. We share the same year and everything. No way, Rhea. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I don't bother with the year though. We are old enough said. No, you're not, Rhea. That's ridiculous. That's cool though. That's quite a cool celebrity birthday to have actually. And the fact that it's both of them. Of course, it's both of them. That's amazing. Even after all these years, I have a core, lifelong memory of 14-year-old me laying the Goblet of Fire book down on my bed and running to my brother's room with my hands over my heart and screaming, "Spew!" Not your hands over your mouth. That's amazing. Spew! He just smiled back and said, "Yes, I knew you were going to love that." That's brilliant. Something tells me you're going to love it too, Veggie. Oh, it's amazing. It's so good. Like I say, I'd seen a notepad with Spew on like ages ago, but I didn't realise. I wouldn't have guessed in a million years what it was and who it was behind it, quite frankly. Because it feels like an oldie wizardry thing, you know? So the fact that it's a half-blood saying it, coming up with it, was not something which I would have predicted, let alone Hermione. P.S. The next book review will be the first of 2 installments of my manifesto. I shall call the midnight premiere. What went down and why? Lol, hang on. P.S. The next book review will be the first of 2 installments of my manifesto. I shall call the midnight premiere. What went down and why? Well, now you got me blooming intrigued. Okay, we'll check that out next time then. Thank you so much, Rhea. And that is a great comment. Thank you. I hope you had a wonderful birthday, by the way. And yes, fantastic. And of course, I hope James and Oliver did as well. Garrett, not Jerry. The Imperious Curse always confuses me a bit. The way it's described, it's sort of like a state of euphoria where you will just do anything that is suggested to you. But Moody also said that Voldemort would use it to get people to do his bidding. So would he just use the curse and then ask people to do a complicated task? Can he even communicate and act normal while under the Imperious Curse? What if the task takes multiple days? Can you go to sleep with Imperious Curse still on? I'm going to say my headcanon for that is the best wizards in the world. Yes, they would be able to do that. That's my interpretation. I think it's your average wizard wouldn't be able to do that. No. But yeah, I think that the top ones would be able to sleep and still have it going. In fact, I feel like there's other examples of that. In fact, it's interesting, the euphoric state, guys, because that's not far from what the Bulgarians creatures, the cheerleaders were doing as well. Yeah, interesting. Either way, Jerry. I mean, it's been a while. It's quite nostalgic. Gary, thank you so much. Boom. H. Hey Veggie, really looking forward to hearing you talk for hours again. Yes, it's gonna be. I think we're approaching 5 hours now, so it's definitely. I need it to be under 6 hours, but I think we're good. Yeah, we got like this last 3 days of comments. In chapter 14, we start getting some hints about what trauma Neville is dealing with every day. I really like the description of it in Moody's class, and I love how Hermione is worried about him both in class when stopping Moody, and then after class when she goes to talk to him in a nice, gentle way. She's such a good friend in that situation. Yeah, and the thing is that I don't know if they consider themselves. No, I think they probably do consider themselves friends. Of course they do. Of course they do. Dumbledore says about the main friends in the first film, doesn't he? Yeah, no, that is awesome of Hermione, and it's a shame that there aren't other people doing it. But I guess that Neville is a sort of character who would be segregated even amongst the Gryffindors guys, and so yeah, it's cool that anyone's doing it. It would be nice if McGonagall could do it as well, because she is the head of Gryffindor. But you know, yeah. And I do feel like I've been calling out McGonagall on her waffle. As discussed before in the book club, it doesn't mean that she's perfect, but being perfect isn't what makes her such a good character. That's why the whole spew thing is so interesting. She is clearly wants to help, and she stands up for what she believes is right, but just needs to find her own way of helping out. I completely agree with that. Of course, she makes mistakes in a way she approaches some things. She's 14 years old. Or 13. It must be 14 years. I think it's 14. I hope it is. If not, I've been saying this wrong the whole time. But that is to be expected for a 14-year-old, even from someone who is clearly smart. Absolutely, H. Absolutely, of course. I remember in Persona 5, there's a scene. There's a very well done autistic character in Persona 5, guys. I never finished the game, unfortunately. Now I'm back to live stream. I probably should do. That'll be strange. So that's been years since I played Persona 5. And we're right near the end as well, from what I gather. But there's a really interesting scene with this, with the autistic character who's a part of your group, and like the smartest of your group, like a bit of a Hermione character, I guess. Not really, but yeah, like yeah. Either way, she's like the smartest character. Like says, okay, I'm gonna help this autistic character. I can't remember the names now. Fuka? No, it's not Fuka. That's Persona 3. Sorry. I'm gonna help this person, and help them become more of a friend and understand and talk more with us, because as they're autistic, their place on the spectrum is very segregated, and she tries to talk with the autistic girl, and it doesn't go well. She's so confident going in, thinking, I'm going to fix this. I'm going to make this whole situation better. And the autistic girl is not giving her the answer that she wants to any of her questions. It's amazing. I need to look up the autistic girl's name, because it was so good. I'd basically just been diagnosed as autistic when I was playing Persona 5, and it was so cool to have a character being represented like that. And she is absolutely meant to be autistic on it, guys. Autistic character on Persona 5. I feel like it starts with an F. Futaba! Of course it is. Yeah, Futaba's a great character, guys. And it's done... It's interesting, because she's autistic, but it's done in a relatable but also kind of funny way. There's an adorable bit, because she never goes out shopping on her own, and she wants to like impress the protagonist character that you play as. And so she says, okay, I'll meet you at this place. And then when he gets there, he finds out that she's basically had a breakdown in the store, and a security guard had come over to ask if she was all right. And she's like rambling like about how everything just became so much for her, being alone out in this town, strangers, so much sounds and lights going on. And the one line which I really like about it is like she says, and then the security guy came over, and then it was all over. It's like the fact that the security guy came over to her meant that she had failed at life. I love that line. It's the security guard came over, asked me if I was okay, and then it was all over. The way I love that line. It's so cool. Because we, being autistic guys, we do have these moments where completely irrationally. There was a really cool video I saw about neutral interactions and how they can be terrifying for autistics. And I'd watched this video on the day where I had one. So I was basically in a supermarket in the UK, and I was looking at some chicken for Woozle. So I like to cook up some chicken from time to time, and a lady came up to me and says, "Oh, can you pull those forward, please? Because I can't quite reach, because I'm quite tall and she's quite short." And so I pulled them forward for her, and she took what she wanted, and then she left. And for some reason, I then completely froze up. And all I could hear in my head is, what the hell? Why didn't you do that properly? Why? She's going to think you're an absolute moron. All I did was, I did exactly what she wanted, but my head was telling me that I'd done it in a completely wrong way. So I had to go to a quiet corner and just calm down. I didn't visibly, I didn't start shaking or anything, but I needed to just go to a corner and just calm my brain down. And so, yeah, I don't know why I'm talking about this. Why are we talking about this? Oh, about Hermione, yeah. So again, going back to this Persona 5 character, the really smart Persona 5 character thinks, okay, I'm going to help out here because I'm really smart, and so I'm going to improve the situation. And then she goes in, and Futaba isn't having none of it. She's trying to help, but the smart character has no idea how Futaba's mind works at all, and it just completely baffles it. It's a great scene, actually. It's a great scene. So yeah, Persona 5, guys, great representation for autistic character, in my opinion. Sorry, back to your comment. That was such a tangent. Of course, she makes mistakes along the way, but even one that's very smart. That's where I went on the tangent. I'm sorry. It's been a long video, guys. I think Sirius's letter is really interesting. I like my best to Ron and Hermione there. A nice touch, and also like the line, which means he's reading the signs even if no one else is. Absolutely, we talked about that earlier on today. But the thing about Ron and Hermione, absolutely, because there were times in the book. Even when things were like, you know, when they thought that Black was there to kill them, he was like saying, "Are you okay?" It's good stuff. He clearly really cares about Ron and Hermione, because he probably sees them as being his, I guess, Wormtail and Moony, and obviously James being Harry, but yeah, or Harry being Prongs, I should say. I wonder what Moody did do to the witch who shouted "boo" behind him on April Fool's Day. Yeah, I forgot about that line. I completely forgot about that line. Jeez, we can only imagine. Well, obviously it wasn't an unforgivable curse, but yes, we can only imagine. Great comment, H. I'm so sorry for going on such a tangent about Persona 5 there, but yeah, your comment really inspired that. The fact that Hermione is this really smart character, but that doesn't mean she knows everything about life. Good stuff, good stuff. Thank you so much for making it. Jonas of the side panels. Hi, Veggie. I'm very late again, so I'm just happy that Crookshanks is still here. Yeah, we get a lovely bit of Crookshanks judging Harry. He had no screen time in this movie. Yeah, I don't know if he's ever in them again. I can't remember. I'll be funny as I go through them. I know why they would not have him in the movie, but it makes me happy he was not just a one-off. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course. It seems insane that they'd be a one-off. So yeah, in the books, yeah, and it adds so much to Hermione as well, and the rest of them. We haven't heard his opinion of Pigwidgeon yet, have we? Not sure. Hope you are doing great, Veggie, and I can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much, Jonas, and I appreciate your comment and obviously your wonderful side panels as well. Oh, Raider Max is rounding us off, guys, but we have 3 more comments. I will refresh just to see if anyone has commented in the meantime. Hi, Veggie. Sorry for your loss. I have probably never commented. I've probably never commented this late. Did I say well? Well. I'm not sure if I'm tired, guys. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Well, this is one of my favourite books. I always get stuck while reading it. These chapters weren't even boring or bad. I just lost motivation to read. Interesting. Since I'm so late, others have already mentioned many things, so I'll just briefly comment on a few things. Sirius is back. How do you feel about him being back in the country and hiding? I think it's important because of what's going on with Harry. And not being Harry, can consider, be worried about him, whereas obviously Harry is literally the opposite. He's more concerned with Black. So I don't know how the French accent sounds like in the audiobook, but the way it's written really annoys me. Now that's interesting. Well, that's very interesting. Yeah, the audiobook, it's quite Jim Dale's. No, in fact, I feel like Jim Dale's and Stephen Fry's impression of Madame Maxine is quite similar, actually. It's very, very stereotypical French. There's not much subtlety to it. I should put it like that, in fact. But yeah, the way it's written now, that's interesting. Because obviously I'm listening to it, so I'm not exactly on top of that. I'll have to look into that. Well, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Karen. Hi, Veggie. Hope you're doing alright, and my thoughts are with you and your family. Looking forward to this book review, and I hope I'm not late. My heart goes out to Harry and even Neville during Moody's lesson of the unforgivable curses. Yeah, no, absolutely, I'm with you. I find it interesting to learn that the killing curse, you have to really mean it, makes you think how deranged and evil Voldemort is for using the curse so easily. So true. And presumably there are some bad dark wizards who just can't bring themselves to using it. You'd imagine there must be. Wow. Bloomin' Nora. I'm not saying that Bloomin' Nora wouldn't be able to do it, because that's not a real person. Lastly, whilst I think that the movie does a decent job in the Unforgivable Curses, it is not as impactful. Also, the movie does not show how talented, powerful Harry is, especially when he fought off the Imperious Curse. It's so interesting that some people aren't putting that down to Voldemort, or maybe you're being you're keeping it hush hush from me. Maybe that's it, or maybe it is nothing to do with Voldemort. Maybe I'm going down completely the wrong end of the road. I think you'll start to notice that more as the books continue. Harry is my favourite character. That's awesome. Funny enough, I don't think he's been one of my favourite characters yet in the books, has he? I don't think he has. Funny enough, I do think many people have Harry as their favourite. Well, I remember in Deathly Hallows Part 2, he was my favourite character. I'm pretty certain he was. I'm sure he was. Ron was my Part 1, definitely. I really like his arc in that. But yeah, I mean, it's great that Harry's your favourite character. And I really like him, because I know that in previous book clubs, which I will now curb. Student Lewis died yesterday, guys. Curbing enthusiasm. I've seemed I'm really down on Harry, but that I've now corrected that now, guys. So I'm not, and I wasn't then, and I shouldn't have been making out that I was. So yeah, thank you, Karen. Thank you so much for your comment. Raider Max, short and to the point. I'm really surprised finding out the other two schools were coiled. I was really surprised. Oh, co-ed. Does that mean both genders? I think that must be. I think that must be what you mean, Max. I presume that. I presume that you mean. Sorry, male and female, I should say. Yes. That it's. I'm looking forward to meeting them, and I never had that in the movie. I wasn't. At no point was I, because I felt like I knew all I needed to know about them, like straight away from that weird intro. And so now we have them being mixed gender and also, being normal people, not doing dances and everything straight away. So odd, guys. What would have Hogwarts done in that situation? Get Novel to melt a cauldron? I don't know. What would they done? Like, if they went to Drumstrang or Bobartons and they had that bit where they had to come up with something that they entered, what the heck were they going to do? All got to be in kilts or something? I don't know. You know what? Let me know what... If you got this far, guys, let me know what Hogwarts would have done in that scene if they had entered another one of the school halls in that situation. Because they would have had to have done something. It would have been embarrassing what it would have been. Either way, thank you so... Cauldron, sorry. Thank you so much, guys. I'm just going to refresh just to make sure that is it. Okay, so ironically... Patreon is freezing up now, and so I can't actually refresh it properly. I managed to be able to save on here, and 10 minutes ago, 11 minutes ago now, a comment was made. So well done, well done. Oh my goodness, Snidjofra. I'm so sorry that I said your name wrong, but that is a wonderful looking name. My goodness. So sorry about not being able to pronounce it correctly. Managed to sneak in a comment right at the end. Nice work. Saying, hi Veggie, new here to Patreon. Thank you so much. It's so kind of you to join. Just wanted to let you know that me and my sister really enjoy your book reviews. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. I really, really appreciate it. I will give you a like. And now I think I'm going to need to go into my phone to edit it to say that the book club is now complete. But my goodness, you got that comment in at the last moment. So nice work. Yeah, I can do it on this. So, guys, thank you so much for your participation in this book club. A couple of apologies, which I know I've already apologized for, but I will say again. First of all, sorry for the Neville hypocrisy that I had, where I was saying I'm not going to discuss Neville being punished and everything, but then I did start to respond to one comment which was talking about it. Sorry about that. And also... Thank you, everyone who left kind messages about what's been going on in my RL lately. And I did read at least one out I did respond to one, I should say, by accident. this part of. But thank you all for those kind messages. What I basically wanted to just do a thank you before and then just read through them, but then I slipped up though. So there's my couple of apologies out there. Of the book club is now complete. See you next time. Smiley face and save. Yeah, for some reason Patreon has completely stopped working on my desktop, which is really annoying. And save. Yeah, it's working on mobile though. There we go. That's brilliant. And make sure that no one commented right at the end. Oh my goodness. Oh, we're done. Guys, thank you so much for taking part in this book club, guys. I love the chapters. I really did. So very interesting to read that one comment saying that they find it hard to get through. But I thought this was great though. So thank you so much for watching. We're back. And so, yes, thank you all so much for your very kind messages over the last few weeks, guys. If I haven't replied to any comments which were about your own experiences with loss, I'm so sorry. I would love to have replied to them, but I just haven't had the energy to. But I promise you that I have read them and they did help me significantly. And so thank you also for leaving those messages. I've been the Veggie Gamer. Uttipuff! See, I remembered it.